The villains all fell in love with me after Rebirth Chapter 1 to Chapter 94. The floor of the luxurious and spacious room was covered with a crimson carpet. In the middle was a large European-style bed carved with beautiful patterns. On the right was a wall of floor-to-ceiling glass. Standing there, one could see the sea of stars in the distance. The blonde boy stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly looking up at the beautiful starry sky. He had a pair of sapphire-like light blue eyes. His soft, short golden hair seemed to be plated with a thin layer of gold. A few strands of hair fell on his smooth, white forehead. His lips were the color of a pale rose in the morning. His facial features were exquisite to the extreme, without the slightest flaw. He wore a black suit and a black bow tie around his neck. The bow tie was inlaid with a thumb-sized dark blue gemstone. The gemstone reflected a bright light, reflecting off his light blue eyes. Although the boy did not say a word, his clear eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of haze and a faint hint of melancholy. It did not affect his beautiful appearance at all. He was like a fairy that had fallen into the world of mortals. One could not help but wonder what kind of difficulties he had encountered to make him show such an expression. However, to Ji Ling, it did not matter how beautiful this body was or how noble his background was. The important thing was, why did he transmigrate back? He was originally just an ordinary university student in the 21st century. Not long ago, he was accidentally killed in a car accident. At that time, a guy who claimed to be the system bound him and told him that if he agreed to transmigrate to a book and complete a mission, he would get a chance to be resurrected. For a dying person, what could be more attractive than resurrection? After learning that his mission was to play the role of a vicious male antagonist in an American novel and matchmake the protagonist of the book, Ji Ling agreed to the deal without hesitation. Then, he came to this world and became the 18-year-old noble Ji Ling of the Interstellar Empire in the future world with the same name and surname. Not only did the original owner of the body have this beautiful body, but he also had an extremely noble background. His father, Ji Ting, was one of the few Grand Dukes in the empire. He was a high-ranking noble second only to the empire's royal family. Although the Ji family had gradually moved away from the center of power struggles, they still had a very high reputation among the nobles. His mother, Madame Marina, was a close friend of the current emperor's mother. She also came from a famous and noble family. Ji Ting and his wife had been married for many years and finally had a precious son, who was the original owner of the body. Therefore, the original owner of the body could be said to have stood in the highest class of the empire since birth. He had everything that ordinary people could never have in their lifetime. He was doted on by thousands of people, and as long as he did not seek death, he could live a carefree life. However, the original owner of the body was spoiled and neglected since childhood. Later on, he grew up to be a typical aristocratic playboy of the empire. In this book, he was the role of a vicious supporting male character, and also the biggest obstacle on the way of the protagonist Ning Yu's pursuit of true love. Due to an accident, the original owner died prematurely, so Ji Ling transmigrated to replace him. Ji Ling's mission was to replace the original owner and continue the rest of the plot. He played the role of a vicious side character who was infatuated with the emperor and made things difficult for the main character. Ji Ling was born in a harmonious society. He respected the elderly and cherished the young. He was a good young man who was praised by everyone. However, when he came to this place, he specialized in bullying others. He was hated and looked down upon by everyone. In the end, he even had to court death, however. In order to go home, he endured all of this. Not only did he conscientiously play the role of the main character, the #1 fan and pursuer of the Emperor Jing Sui, but he also did not let go of any opportunity to suppress the main character Ningyu. He united all the villains in the book and madly created difficulties for the main character Ningyu's love. Fortunately, he was a vicious supporting male character who was destined to be slapped in the face. Coupled with his deliberate actions, every time he was about to succeed in his evil deeds, there would be people who liked Ningyu coming out to slap him in the face, causing him to fall short of success at the last moment. It gave him a feeling of attempted crime, which could be considered as a form of comfort. Just like that, Ji Ling worked hard to play his role. Time and time again, he used his stupidity and viciousness to set off Ningyu's perfection and nobility, making everyone hate him. Seeing that Ningyu and Jing Sui's relationship was getting closer and closer, and they were almost going to get married. Ji Ling almost shed fatherly tears and wanted to applaud their bumpy love. At this time, the plot was coming to an end, and he could almost retire. Therefore, when the biggest villain in the novel, Grand Duke Ka Luosi, kidnapped Ningyu to threaten Jing Sui, he personally went to bully and humiliate Ningyu. He deliberately let Ningyu find a chance to defeat him and escape. Then, when Jing Sui came to save Ningyu, he blocked an attack for him and died gloriously. When he closed his eyes, Ji Ling's heart was filled with joy and anticipation. He could finally go home. Ji Ling asked himself if he was serious in his work, not slacking off. He was conscientious, neglecting to eat and sleep. He perfectly completed every task given by the system and completed every plot in the book. He did not give up in the face of difficulties and was not discouraged. His spirit of dedication to his job and overcoming difficulties ran through the whole process. Even at the last moment of his death, he did not forget to repent and let go of his grudge to bless his beloved love. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself standing here. This incomparably familiar room. He had transmigrated back again. Not only did he not go home, but he had returned to the starting point of the last time he came to this world. Today was the original owner's 18th birthday party. Even if he didn't go out, Ji Ling knew how extravagant the scene outside was. Grand Duke Ji Ting's only son had come of age, so a grand party was a must. The nobles on the imperial planet had sent congratulatory gifts and were all waiting for the appearance of the main character tonight. However, Ji Ling was not in the mood to go out to attend the party. He called out to the system in his heart. Ji Ling, system, where are you? System, explain to me, why am I back again? Seeing that pretending to be dead didn't work, the system replied slowly, mission failed, so you have to start again. Ji Ling didn't accept such a perfunctory answer. Mission failed? What exactly went wrong? Didn't the progress of the relationship go well? The system was silent for a moment before it replied, I didn't expect this situation. Ji Ling, he shouldn't be here at all. Now that the plot has changed so much, you didn't expect this? The system was in the wrong. How about this? I'll go and find out what's going on. You calm him down first. Ji Ling knew that the system was unreliable. Right now, he could only act according to the situation. He pretended to pull his hand back from Ka Luosi's. He quietly put his hand behind his back and revealed a nervous expression as he said, Uncle Ka Luosi, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. Ji Ting also recovered from the shock and said in a deep voice, I appreciate your kindness on behalf of my son. However, please take back the gift. Ka Luosi's deep brown eyes were filled with a faint smile. His tone of voice was gentle, but there was an unquestionable insistence in it. Then, he said indifferently, today is Yiling's coming-of-age ceremony. I can be considered as his elder. What's the big deal with giving him a planet? This was called a planet? It wasn't some garbage planet that didn't even have a name. Ji Ting's eyebrows slightly furrowed. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, there are some juniors here. Why don't we go in and talk? Ji Ting wasn't sure why Ka Luosi had come. He didn't understand why Ka Luosi had suddenly expressed his goodwill to Ji Ling. Could it be that Ka Luosi wanted to buy him over to his side? Since Ka Luosi was so insistent, it wasn't good for him to continue to refuse. He didn't want people to laugh at him. If this caused unnecessary rumors, it wouldn't be good. Therefore, he intentionally invited Ka Luosi to go in and talk privately. Ka Luosi smiled and nodded. After taking a deep look at Ji Ling, he turned around and went in with Ji Ting. When Ji Ling saw him leave, he realized that there was a thin layer of sweat on his back. The appearance of Ka Luosi had really caught him off guard. Speaking of the few main characters in the book, the one he was most wary of was Carlos. Although this person's every move was refined and polite, and he seemed to be a perfect noble, he was the most black-hearted and merciless among all of them. He was a classic example of a cold-blooded and black-bellied person who hid a knife behind his smile. The male protagonist, Jing Sui, was the emperor of the empire. Although he was arrogant and indifferent, he was only indifferent and disdainful towards him. No matter how much Ji Ling jumped, he did not have any intention to kill Ji Ling. Although the protagonist, Ningyu, was humiliated by Ji Ling several times, he was a noble and self-reliant person. He was a frank and upright gentleman. Ji Ling didn't worry that Ningyu would take revenge on him. He would feel bad if he bullied Ningyu. The second marshal of the villain faction, Brandon, was Jing Sui's good friend and comrade who shared the same ideals. He was an honorable, iron-blooded soldier. No matter how much he despised Jing Sui, he would never play dirty tricks behind his back. Strictly speaking, Brandon couldn't be considered a villain. He was just a little opposite to Jing Sui in the love scenes. Because he had a crush on Ningyu, he was a proper and affectionate supporting actor. However, even when his love was stolen, he didn't fall out with Jing Sui. The third chairman of the villain, Wen Yan, was just an ordinary member of parliament. In the book, he would become Ningyu's good friend. This person had a deep mind. He was neither good nor evil. It was hard to fathom him. Although he betrayed Ji Ling for Ningyu, it was still within Ji Ling's expectations. Only the first villain, Grand Duke Ka Luosi, was a cunning old fox on the surface. In fact, he would do anything to achieve his goals. Everyone was just a chess piece in his eyes. If they were not careful, they wouldn't even know how they died. In Ji Ling's previous life, he didn't provoke him at all, but he was used by him for no reason and almost lost his life. Ji Ling didn't know what was wrong with him this time. Something like this didn't happen last time. Ji Ling anxiously tried to figure out what went wrong that caused the plot to deviate. At this time, the long-lost system finally returned. Ji Ling said faintly, "If you came back a little later, you wouldn't have to come back." System, why? Ji Ling, because I would have been killed and returned to the respawn point by then. System, Ji Ling, so, did you find out what went wrong? The system felt a little guilty, "I'm sorry. Because the world collapsed once, the database malfunctioned. We can't determine the cause of Ka Luosi's abnormality." He thought for a while and added, "It's possible that some unexpected changes happened after the world collapsed, causing a butterfly effect. But it doesn't matter. Your mission remains the same. As long as you complete it, you can still go back." Really? Why do I feel like this answer is so perfunctory? Who knows how much the plot has changed? Can I still complete the mission? However, even the system didn't know the reason. Ji Ling couldn't do anything about it. He could only hope that the plot didn't change too much. Fortunately, he was familiar with Ka Luosi, so he wasn't completely defenseless. Ka Luosi and Jing Sui didn't agree with each other politically. He had always been ambitious to replace Jing Sui's position. Everything he did had a purpose. It was impossible for him to attend Ji Ling's coming-of-age ceremony. Today, he was most likely here for his father, Ji Ting. The Ji family was an old aristocratic family with a deep foundation. They also had a lot of power among the aristocrats of the empire. They were the representative of the neutral party. It was understandable that Ka Luosi wanted to rope in the Ji family. In short, this complicated power struggle would be left to his father, Ji Ting. It was better for him to focus on completing the mission. As long as Jing Sui could have sex with Ningyu, he could go home. Ji Ling stayed in the banquet hall for a while. He was a little tired, so he found an excuse to go out for some fresh air. After the banquet ended, Ji Ling went back to his bedroom and lay down on his bed. He didn't want to move at all. Thinking back on Ka Luosi's unusual behavior tonight, Ji Ling still felt uneasy. What caused Ka Luosi to react so differently from his previous life? Could it be? Ji Ling Huoran sat up from his bed and said with a pale face, "Did he reincarnate?" System, reincarnate? Ji Ling started his analysis. This is a common theme in web novels. Usually, a male protagonist or villain dies in his previous life and finds out that he has been reincarnated. So, he wants to change his fate and reach the peak of his life. 9 out of 10 reincarnated characters will do something they didn't do in their previous life. Don't you think Ka Luosi is very abnormal? Actually, there was one thing Ji Ling didn't mention. Usually, the protagonist of this kind of reincarnated novel would not only want to change his fate, but also have someone who treated him well in his previous life that he didn't cherish. Then, in this life, he would find that person and dote on them first. However, Ji Ling felt that his relationship with Ka Luosi didn't fall into this category. At most, he was a two-faced villain and a vicious cannon fodder. The only thing they had in common was that they both wanted to deal with Ningyu. They were in cahoots. Not even in his wildest dreams would he think that Kaluasi would fall in love with him after reincarnation. That would be ridiculous. It was scary just thinking about it. The system was silent for a moment and said, "As far as I know, this article doesn't contain the element of reincarnation. According to what you said, reincarnated characters will try to change their fate by changing their behavior. So, do you think that Kaluasi's behavior today was to change his fate? You were the key to his success or failure in his previous life?" Ji Ling, thank you. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that I'm not that important. He was at most a cannon fodder. He wasn't worth Kaluasi's effort. Even the entire Ji family wasn't that important in the game between Kaluasi and Jing Sui. Although he helped Kaluasi when Jing Sui and Brandon worked together to kill him in his previous life, it was purely out of his desire to survive. Who asked Kaluasi to fall in front of him? He was exiled to a place so far away, yet he still encountered this kind of thing. It was truly a misfortune from heaven. At that time, when he saw Carlos' cold eyes, he felt that death was so close to him. If he didn't make the right choice, he would die in the next second. Carlos really intended to kill him. He was not far from completing the mission. How could he die in such a dubious manner? Life and death were decided by a single thought, thus, Ji Ling had a flash of inspiration. He pretended to let bygones be bygones and hid Carlos without hesitation. After dealing with the pursuers while trembling with fear, he carefully sent off this vicious and merciless villain. At that time, Kaluasi was probably laughing at him in his heart. He had been betrayed, yet he still refused to accept reality and went to help someone who didn't care about him at all. This kid was really an idiot. Ahem. In short, after Kaluasi escaped, he made a comeback and continued to fight with Jing Sui. He even kidnapped Ningyu to threaten Jing Sui. Seeing that Ningyu was in danger, Ji Ling finally couldn't sit still. Although he made things difficult for Ningyu and bullied him, Ningyu couldn't die. If Ningyu died, the mission would be a complete failure. Therefore, Ji Ling ignored the danger and went to see Ningyu, who was imprisoned by Kaluasi, with the excuse of revenge and humiliating Ningyu. He deliberately gave Ningyu a chance to attack him, then disguised as him and escaped. Ningyu was quite smart. He not only disguised as him, but also used a face-changing device to disguise himself as him and stayed in the cell to create the illusion that he hadn't escaped. This was to buy time for him to escape. After Ningyu escaped, Jing Sui finally came over. Kaluasi didn't recognize Ji Ling, so he brought Ji Ling out as Ningyu to threaten Jing Sui. At that time, the plot was coming to an end. At the critical moment, Ji Ling rushed in front of Jing Sui and bought some time for him. Then, he happily revealed his real identity and received his bento. At that time, he naively thought that he could go home. In short, although Kaluasi lost because he didn't have the protagonist's halo, Ji Ling's last move was obviously a trap for him. With Kaluasi's vengeful character, if he was really reborn, even if he didn't come to kill Ji Ling now, he wouldn't spend so much effort to win over Ji Ling and the Ji family. After all, Ji Ling's character was Jing Sui's hardcore fan. It was impossible for him to betray Jing Sui. There was no value in winning him over. The only reasonable explanation was that he came for his father. The butterfly effect caused by the collapse of the world caused him to make other choices in the process. His purpose was still the same. Ji Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief when he thought of this. How could something like Rebirth happen so casually? He was really scaring himself. He thought too much. Ji Ling, who turned off the hole in her brain, relaxed and slept. The next day, she got up in a daze and looked at her room full of gifts. When she washed and brushed with a blank expression, she received an invitation from Ross on the communicator. This plot was exactly the same as in his previous life. After his last coming-of-age ceremony, Ross also warmly invited him to a party. The original Ji Ling often attended these kinds of parties among rich kids. As an aristocrat who lived a life of luxury and had nothing to do, what else could he do besides eat, drink, and have fun? Going out to fool around was his daily life. He was an evil rich man. Although Ji Ling didn't like this kind of occasion very much, he thought about it and agreed. Ningyu and Brandon were still in the NATO galaxy and hadn't returned. Kaluasi's intentions were unclear. It was better not to do anything that would change the plot, so as not to aggravate the changes and bring unnecessary trouble. So an hour later, Jiling arrived at the party. He got out of the hover car and looked up at the particularly sci-fi silver metal building that towered into the sky. This was a very famous entertainment place on the Imperial Star. And one of the most favorite places for the aristocrats to squander money. The best wine, the most beautiful women, as long as you wanted it and could afford it, it had everything. The sound of a wine glass shattering attracted everyone's attention. Ross and Sante turned around, their hands frozen on their female companions. They were so shocked that they turned into two stone statues. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? The noisy hall became so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. If Kaluasi's appearance at Jiling's coming-of-age ceremony was unexpected, everyone could still accept it. But Kaluasi's appearance at this low-class entertainment venue that only rich playboys like them could come to, they couldn't understand it. It was too out of place. Jiling couldn't understand it either. He widened his eyes in confusion and looked at the man who had suddenly appeared. He couldn't lie to himself that this was a chance encounter. Kaluasi adjusted his cuffs elegantly. He lowered his eyes and looked at Xianxia condescendingly. His thin lips curled as he said in a low voice, "Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me to ask you to leave?" His voice was calm and even gentle, but Xianxia felt a chill penetrating his heart. The next moment, he scrambled to his feet from Jiling's side and said in a trembling voice, "I'll leave now." He rushed out without looking back. His steps were staggering, and he didn't even dare to beg for mercy. All that was left was Jiling's panicked back view. Jiling, seeing that Xianxia had left, Carlos withdrew his gaze and glanced around, his eyebrows furrowed. Actually, he had received the news as soon as Jiling left. His young man was so beautiful and attractive, and he didn't know how many people coveted him. The messy private life of the nobles worried him even more. He was worried that the young man would be tainted by others. After thinking about it, he decided to come personally. He didn't expect to see such a scene. The Nyet kid was really daring. How dare he use such a despicable method on his young man? He must be tired of living. In his previous life, he had neglected to take care of himself. He did not know if the youth had been taken advantage of by others. Thinking of this, Kaluasi's heart was boiling with anger. However, when he looked back at Jiling's shocked and confused expression, he suddenly realized that his expression might have scared him, so he quickly hid the coldness in his eyes. After a pause, Kaluasi slowly revealed a gentle and doting smile. She raised her hand and gently brushed the soft hair in front of Jiling's forehead. She teased, "Why? Are you surprised to see me?" Jiling. Not only was I surprised, but I was also scared. I'm terrified when you laugh. As for Ross and the others, they can only shiver and try to reduce their sense of existence. They had come to seek pleasure, but now they were filled with regret. They did not know why they were so unlucky to meet such a big shot when they were out drinking. He was even more oppressive than their own fathers. After all, Grand Duke Kaluasi was much scarier than their fathers, in the entire empire, who didn't know that Grand Duke Kaluasi was an existence that could not be offended. Hidden under the surface of his elegance was a terrifying coldness that made countless people tremble. Jiling was silent for a while, but he still braced himself and said, "What brings you here?" Kaluasi gazed at him with a gentle expression and said, "It's late. I'm here to take you home." His tone was calm, as if he had always been with Jiling like this. He was completely unaware of how shocking his words were. "Jiling. Are we close? Do you really think you're my uncle just because I call you uncle? That's just being polite, understand?" As soon as Kaluasi said this, the way everyone looked at Jiling changed. They were both envious and incomparably complicated. They did not expect Jiling to be so favored by Grand Duke Kaluasi. Now it seemed. Kaluasi and the Ji family had a close relationship, and Kaluasi had even personally come to take Jiling home. Even his own family's juniors could not receive such treatment. Everyone's thoughts changed. It seemed that they had to be more careful when dealing with Jiling in the future. They could not make the same mistake as Xianxia. Jiling recovered from the shock. At first, he thought that Kaluasi had lost his mind, but he quickly realized that this was probably Ka Luasi's plot. First, he pretended to be close to him, then expressed his goodwill in public. This was to make everyone misunderstand that the Ji family was in the same boat as him. This would make it a fait accompli and he would not be able to explain himself. This was too insidious and despicable. This was something he would do, alright. Although Ji Ling was not as tall as the Lord of Richard, the scornful look in his eyes and the arrogant look on his face still made the middle-aged male noble's face turn red. His eyes were filled with anger as if he was going to devour someone. However, Ji Ling was not afraid at all. He even had the mood to raise his chin and let out a provocative sneer. A mere lord who only dared to bully a commoner was nothing in front of his father. He was sure that Lord Richard would not dare to do anything. Otherwise, with the original owner's arrogant personality, if he did not have a strong backer, he would have been beaten to death long ago. This was the strict hierarchy of the empire's nobles. Lord Richard's face turned red, then white, then red. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Wine dripped down his face. He was embarrassed, but in the end, he endured it. He did not dare to touch Ji Ling. It was not only because Ji Ling was the precious only son of Grand Duke Ji Ting and Madame Marina, but also because of a rumor that had recently spread among the nobles of the empire that Grand Duke Carlos was extremely fond of Ji Ling. He was doted on by two Grand Dukes at the same time, and one of them was the bloody and terrifying Grand Duke Ka Luasi. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to show his dissatisfaction to Ji Ling. Those commoners were untouchables in Lord Richard's eyes, but in front of a high-ranking noble like Ji Ling, wasn't he also untouchable? After a while, Lord Richard showed a twisted smile and bowed. I'm sorry, I didn't know he was your man. Ji Ling snorted and raised his eyebrows. Now you know. Lord Richard lowered his head in shame and said, yes, I was wrong today. I beg for your forgiveness for my ignorance. Ji Ling glanced at him, and cold sweat trickled down Lord Richard's forehead. If he couldn't get Ji Ling's forgiveness today, as long as Ji Ling casually said a few words about him in front of Grand Duke Ji Ting or Grand Duke Ka Luasi, he would be driven into a corner if he was lucky, or dead if he was unlucky. Ji Ling watched as the tall middle-aged man trembled slightly, sweat pouring down like rain. Finally, he waved his hand in disgust and said, get lost. Lord Richard felt like he had just been pardoned. He bowed respectfully to Ji Ling and quickly left this place that had humiliated him so much. Ji Ling watched him leave in a hurry, a contemptuous smile on his face. It's another day of bullying others. How delightful. After dealing with Lord Richard, Ji Ling turned around with a proud smile. However, when he looked into Wen Yan's eyes, he was shocked by the burning heat in them. This man had always been a man with deep thoughts, who would never show his emotions even if Mount Tai collapsed. But now, when he looked into Wen Yan's eyes, it seemed to contain some kind of extremely strong and complicated emotion. It was so deep that it could make one's heart jump. Ji Ling? I did the same thing in my previous life. My actions should have been completely within your calculations, but now you look so touched. What the hell is this? Do you have to act so real? After the incident with Carlos, Ji Ling was very sensitive to these anomalies that were different from his previous life. He looked at Wen Yan with some caution. He decided to finish the story as soon as possible. Therefore, Ji Ling put his hands behind his back and gazed at the direction where the Lord of Richard left. He let out a contemptuous laugh. What an idiot. He doesn't even understand the simple principle of looking at the owner before hitting a dog. His tone, expression, and posture seemed to be talking about Lord Richard, but in fact, he didn't treat Wen Yan as an equal at all. This was why Wen Yan didn't hesitate to use the original owner. The original owner stood up for him because Wen Yan had made him happy. In essence, the way he looked at Wen Yan was no different from other nobles. He stood up for Wen Yan because of the principle of looking at the owner before hitting a dog. He didn't know that in Wen Yan's eyes, he was the laughable prey. He was stupid and didn't know it. Ji Ling followed his character completely. After doing a good deed, he started to do his best to attract hatred. This way, Wen Yan would follow the development of the plot and become good friends with Ningyu in the later stages. On the surface, he would pretend to help Ji Ling deal with Ningyu, but in reality, he would help Ningyu deal with Ji Ling. After saying that, Ji Ling glanced at Wen Yan. He felt that he had mastered the essence of acting as a spoiled brat. Usually, when faced with this kind of subconscious contempt and humiliation, Wen Yan would never show any displeasure. He would just leave respectfully as usual. The original owner never noticed anything wrong, but Jiling knew that this was a kind of disdain from the bottom of his heart. However, this time, Jiling waited for a long time, but Wen Yan didn't say anything. Just when he was a little confused, Wen Yan suddenly looked away respectfully, lowered his head slightly, and said, "You're right. Jiling." Half an hour later, an inconspicuous gray hover car silently drove into Duke Ka Luosi's mansion without anyone noticing. The silver-haired man bent down to get out of the car. He raised his head to reveal a handsome yet feminine face. Butler Anderson had been waiting for him since long ago. Even though the silver-haired man in front of him was just a commoner and looked refined, Anderson knew that he was not as simple as he seemed. He would not underestimate him like most people. Anderson said respectfully, "Hello, His Excellency is waiting for you in the study." Wen Yan's lips curled up. His black eyes were filled with a faint smile as he nodded and said, "Thank you." Anderson nodded and turned to lead the way. They passed through a long corridor with exquisite statues on both sides and arrived at a heavy wooden door. Anderson opened the door and bowed. "Please enter." Wen Yan walked in and the door slowly closed behind him. Ka Luosi's study was very spacious. The floor was covered with a thick carpet, and there was a bookshelf that stretched from the wall to the ceiling opposite the door. Books of various editions were arranged in a picturesque manner. After coming to the interstellar era, humans had long abandoned the ancient method of reading. Gradually, books on paper had become a luxury. The bookshelf and books on the wall made the whole room look retro and luxurious. Ka Luosi's short brown hair was meticulously combed to the back of his head, revealing a refined and profound face. He sat on the sofa with his hands clasped together and raised his head to look in the direction of the door. Wen Yan also looked at Ka Luosi and narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, this was the person who betrayed Jiling time and time again and finally killed him with his own hands. "What are your thoughts in this life, that you have done such a thing? Is it really as outsiders say, for the sake of forming an alliance with Grand Duke Jiling?" Wen Yan's thoughts raced, but he did not show any of it on his face. He had already noticed Ka Luosi's abnormality, but Ka Luosi did not know about him. Until now, he had not done anything out of line from his previous life. The enemy was in the light while he was in the dark. This was his biggest advantage against Ka Luosi. Wen Yan revealed a slightly displeased expression and said with a frown, "I came back from another star region yesterday and unexpectedly heard a lot of interesting news, and this news is not within our previous agreement." Ka Luosi's thin lips curled up as he said faintly, "I remember the contents of our agreement. I'll only assist you in becoming the next speaker. Other than that, there's nothing else." Wen Yan said, "Even so, you helped me in the hope that I can help you deal with His Majesty with the identity of a commoner speaker. Before that, shouldn't we all be more low-key? Your actions will only alert His Majesty and affect our plan." Ka Luosi paused for a moment, and the corners of his lips slowly curled into a mocking smile. "You're quite dedicated. You're standing on my side, which means you're going against your own people. You understand, right?" Wen Yan smiled. "In my eyes, no one is worth giving up any benefits other than myself. What's more, they're a group of people who have nothing to do with me. I don't think the term compatriots is appropriate." Ka Luosi chuckled. He was exactly the same as his previous life. He was a cold-blooded animal with selfishness carved into his bones. In order to achieve his own goals, he did not hesitate to frame Ji Ling and the entire Ji family. He was truly an ingrate that could not be tamed. In the past, Ka Luosi had admired this kind of Wen Yan. He was the same kind of person as himself. As long as they had a common goal or sufficient benefits, they could become good partners. But now that he saw Wen Yan again, Ka Luosi's heart was filled with cold disgust. In his previous life, he did not understand the youth's good side and allowed this treacherous and cunning wretch to lurk around the youth. In order to have a chance to take the youth for himself, he not only framed Ji Ling and caused him to be banished from the imperial planet, but he also made a deal with him to destroy the entire Ji family. In this life, that deal would no longer exist. You want the position of speaker, you want to be high and mighty, you want money and power. It doesn't matter. As long as you're of use to me, I can give you anything. But there's only one person that I can't give you. That is, Jiling. Coveting Jiling is the biggest mistake you've made. Kaluasi stood up from the sofa and looked straight into Wenyan's eyes. He slowly opened his mouth and said in a meaningful tone, since you're here, then I'll be straightforward. I'll provide you with help, and you'll give me what I deserve in return. As for other people and other things, it's best not to have wishful thinking. Wenyan's expression changed slightly as he met Kaluasi's cold eyes. At that moment, he could faintly feel the other's killing intent. As expected, Kaluasi had been reborn. This was clearly a hint to him not to have wishful thinking about Jiling, but his thoughts had always been hidden well. The current Kaluasi should not have known. Wenyan, who had always been indifferent to both praise and humiliation, suddenly changed his attitude because of a mere sentence to humiliate Ningyu. Jiling thought to himself that the protagonist's halo was indeed useful. He would rather endure humiliation than see Ningyu being humiliated. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore, could he? He looked up at Wenyan and pretended to be displeased. He said slowly, "What? You don't agree with what I said?" Wenyan pursed his lips tightly and looked into Jiling's eyes. The young man's eyes were bright and stubbornly looked back at him. For a moment, Wenyan was lost for a moment. After a few seconds, he restrained the coldness around him and lowered his eyes respectfully. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to contradict you." Jealousy made him lose his sense of propriety. He should have controlled his emotions just now. Wenyan didn't want the young man to know his dirty thoughts now. He didn't want him to hate him, or fear him. Jiling snorted coldly. Wenyan bowed and put one hand in front of him. He said hoarsely, "I'll take my leave first." Then he turned and left. Jiling stared at the direction Wenyan left in until he was sure that he wouldn't come back. Then he patted his chest with lingering fear. Don't be fooled by his calm and arrogant look just now. In fact, he was almost scared to death. He just wanted a little time to himself. Was it easy for him? Wenyan didn't appear in front of Jiling for the next few days. Jiling was elated that his words had worked. Now he just had to wait patiently for the plot to unfold. According to the description, after Ningyu returned with the army, he met with Jing Sui at a banquet in the palace with Marshal Brandon. Jing Sui paid special attention to and praised Ningyu's bravery in the battle. This video was hyped up by some people and spread widely on the internet. Everyone said that Ningyu was highly regarded by His Majesty. His fans reveled in it all day long, feeling extremely proud and honored. Jiling knew why Jing Sui treated Ningyu differently on purpose. At this time, Jing Sui didn't like Ningyu at all. He did this to show his attitude to the outside world, to show that he valued and cared for the commoners, and to reduce the commoners' growing dissatisfaction with the nobles. Jing Sui's behavior was completely a political show, and some people with discerning eyes could see it clearly. But it didn't stop the general public from buying it, because from a certain point of view, it did represent the attitude of the highest ruler of the empire. But the original owner of his body didn't know. He was a stupid and venomous lovebrain. Seeing that Jing Sui was so kind to a lowly commoner like Ningyu and being provoked by his lackeys, he immediately lost his cool and ran to the military headquarters to find trouble with Ningyu. He wanted to teach this lowly commoner a lesson. Of course, in the end, he was slapped in the face instead. Every time Jiling thought of this matter, he couldn't help but sigh. Because in his opinion, the original owner of his body might have been used. Just as Jing Sui wanted to win people's hearts through this kind of political show, there were also people who didn't want to see Jing Sui succeed and wanted to make things difficult for Jing Sui. So what should he do? There was no better way to suppress Ningyu. Once Ningyu was humiliated and treated unfairly on the imperial planet, he could easily provoke the anger of the people and let them point their fingers at the hypocritical His Majesty, and make Jing Sui's painstaking efforts go down the drain. So if he did this, it would be strange if Jing Sui liked it. He was a proper pig-headed teammate who only dragged the team down. Jiling still felt a little embarrassed, but in order to go home, he had to put up with the main character's attacks. Anyway, their double main character auras were extremely powerful. His clown behavior could only disgust them and not really hurt them. Jiling put his palms together and bowed. In his heart, he said, "Great Jing Sui, great Ningyu, you are all brilliant people who are going to do great things." You don't have to take a clown like me to heart. If you are really unhappy, just wave me away like a fly. After I finish my task and go back, I will burn 3 sticks of incense for you in the morning and evening. I pray that you will live a long life and have children soon, and the world will be peaceful. A few days passed like this. Everything was the same as in his previous life. The news of Xianxia meeting Ningyu was overwhelming on the internet. Even Brandon's limelight was temporarily suppressed. Jiling thought that this was called strength in numbers. No matter how high and mighty the nobles were, they were far less than the commoners in terms of numbers. This was also the reason why Xianxia paid so much attention to the commoners. They were indeed a very powerful force. Speaking of which, his lackeys should come looking for him today, right? Jiling waited happily. In the end, he waited from morning to night, and from night to morning. Where are the lackeys who were supposed to instigate him to find trouble with Ningyu? Where did they go? Jiling's eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. According to the experience of his previous life, Ross, the loyal lackey of the original owner, should have come over by now and insulted Ningyu. Because of the involvement of Xianxia, he became extremely jealous and lost his mind. Thus, he immediately went to the military headquarters to find trouble with Ningyu. He wanted to teach this arrogant commoner a lesson. But this time, Ross didn't show up at all. What was going on? Jiling raised his chin and looked at them provocatively. The eyes of the soldiers behind Ningyu turned red with anger. They glared at Jiling and wished they could kill him on the spot. The smell of gunpowder on both sides was getting thicker and thicker. Suddenly, one of the warriors turned around and saluted to the direction behind Jiling. With a loud voice, he called out, "Marshal." Everyone was startled and then saluted. Looking at the soldiers' awestruck expressions, they knew that Brandon had absolute prestige in the army. Although Jiling knew he was coming, he still tensed his body and turned around slowly. He saw the tall and cold man standing not far behind him. His immaculate black military uniform wrapped around his strong body. His face was cold and his facial features were deep. A pair of sharp eyebrows could be seen under the brim of his hat. His gray pupils, which usually had no warmth, seemed to be suppressing an extremely complicated emotion, as if a storm was coming. Ross almost fainted with fright. Looking at Marshal Brandon, he is extremely angry. He must have heard what I said just now. The warriors who were humiliated and angry just now looked at Jiling gloatingly. Their eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Weren't you very arrogant just now? You even said that Lord Marshal wouldn't do anything to you? You really don't have any self-awareness. When Lord Marshal is angry, he won't care about your identity. Even His Majesty is polite to Lord Marshal. Who do you think you are in his eyes? Of course, Jiling understood this, but he showed his ignorance and fearlessness in a professional manner. He didn't seem to notice Brandon's gloomy eyes at all. He said carelessly, "Lord Brandon, how dare your men disrespect me, a noble? Don't you think you should give me an explanation?" Ross's face turned ashen. He finally gave up treatment. He just hoped that he could go back alive today. The others looked at Jiling as if he was an idiot. He was either stupid or crazy. How dare you ask Lord Marshal to give you an explanation? Only Jiling was fearless. He waited for Brandon to order his men to throw him out. Although the consequences would be embarrassing, wasn't this the effect he wanted? He wasn't worried that his life would be in danger. It was nothing more than a loss of face. Although Brandon was a cold-blooded soldier, it was precisely because of this that he was essentially a person with principles. Although he would ruthlessly beat him up out of disgust and anger. Seeing that he was currently only at the level of a verbal cannon, he wouldn't take his life. Compared to the heartless and black-bellied Ka Luosi and the sinister and ruthless Wen Yin, Jiling was actually more open-minded when facing the main character's camp. He was a classic example of bullying the kind and fearing the evil. Brandon stared at the youth in front of him with his chin raised. His gaze fell into his clear blue eyes, and the look in his eyes darkened a little. His tightened jaw showed that his heart was not calm. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and spat out a hoarse word, "You." Everyone was extremely nervous. Jiling pricked up his ears, waiting to hear how he was going to slap himself in the face. Just then, a stout and slightly plump figure suddenly rushed over at an incredible speed. It was like a mountain crashing in front of Jiling. He roared, "Fleet Admiral, please calm down. Jiling? Ross? The soldiers? Lieutenant General Hawk firmly protected Jiling behind him, like an old hen protecting its chicks. He put on a fawning smile and said, "Your Excellency, young Master Ji didn't do it on purpose. He was just joking. Please don't be angry." As soon as Lieutenant General Hawk's voice fell, he saw that Brandon's eyes suddenly revealed an undisguised cold-killing intent. His plump body stiffened for a moment, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead, but thinking of Grand Duke Kaluasi's orders, he gritted his teeth and didn't move. He stood there as still as a mountain and waved his hand behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he signaled Jiling and Ross to leave quickly. Jiling frowned slightly. This Lieutenant General Hawk hadn't appeared here in his previous life. Why was he suddenly here to ruin his plans? He ignored Lieutenant General Hawk's hint and continued to provoke Brandon with dissatisfaction. He pointed his finger at Ningyu and snorted coldly. "Who said I was joking? This lowly commoner dares to look down on me. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I will never leave." His actions and words were extremely humiliating. Ningyu looked at him coldly. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and his handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Brandon ignored Jiling and looked at Lieutenant General Hawk. His deep voice contained a dense chill as he said word by word, "Get out of the way." Lieutenant General Hawk could only feel a huge pressure coming towards him. He didn't expect Brandon to be this angry. If he stepped aside now, Jiling would definitely be in serious trouble today. Although he had always kept a low profile and didn't want to confront Brandon in the army, if something happened to Jiling today, Grand Duke Kaluasi would only make things worse for him. Thinking of this, Lieutenant General Hawk's eyes revealed a fierce look. He said to his man beside him, "What are you waiting for? What kind of person can enter the military headquarters? Hurry up and ask young Master Ji to leave." His men immediately understood. Ignoring Jiling's resistance, they politely and forcefully pulled him out. Jiling didn't expect things to turn out this way. He was dumbfounded and stomped his feet angrily. "Who said I'm leaving?" Ugh, Ross finally came back to his senses. His strong desire to survive prompted him to cover Jiling's mouth tightly. Together with a few soldiers, he dragged Jiling out with all his might. Jiling could only stare at him with all his might. "Ah, I'm not leaving. I'm waiting to be slapped in the face. You bastards, let go." "Ah, damn it," Brandon's eyes darkened. But just as he lifted his foot, he was once again blocked by Lieutenant General Hawk. Lieutenant General Hawk's subordinate respectfully invited Jiling out. Once he was out of the military's main gate, he quickly let go of his hand and stood to the side with his head lowered. He respectfully said, "Please leave." Jiling angrily shook off Ross. "Get out of my way. I want to go back." However, the guards at the gate received their orders. This time, they were as still as a mountain. They guarded the gate and mechanically repeated, "You cannot enter the military without a permit." Damn it, Jiling was indignant. He hadn't even waited for Brandon to get angry. How could he just leave like this? He tried to rush inside again, but the guards didn't fight back. Each of them was harder than a stone in a latrine pit. Jiling was at his wit's end. After a long while, he stood there panting. In a daze, Ross shoved him into the hover car. So, should he just let it go? Should he just go back like this? But what else could he do? He wouldn't even be able to enter the military's main gate. Ross watched Jiling's face turn green and white. Fearing that he would become the target of his anger, he quickly slipped away after sending Jiling home. Only Jiling was left standing in front of his house in a daze. Until he returned to his house, Jiling still hadn't regained his senses. He felt like he was dreaming. How did things get to this point? What happened to the plot where he would be thrown out of the military and be humiliated in front of the entire military circle? Why didn't anything happen? Why did he just go home like this? From the beginning to the end, no one said anything harsh to him. Even the cold and terrifying Marshal Brandon only said the word "you" before he was interrupted by Lieutenant General Hawk, who suddenly jumped out. "I went to your house to humiliate your most admired comrade, but you didn't react at all. You just let Lieutenant General Hawk send me away just like that? Didn't you know how to stop him? Didn't you know how to talk? Didn't you say that you were the Iron Blood Marshal? Didn't you say that you couldn't stand a playboy like me?" Why did you become a coward at such a critical moment? Ji Ling was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Unreliable, all of them were unreliable. After being depressed for a long time, he suddenly thought of something. Did he succeed in slapping his face today? He had gone to the military headquarters to act arrogantly and come back unscathed. He had even slapped Ningyu in the face and made him suffer? Realizing this, Ji Ling's face turned pale and his expression became extremely gloomy. For the first time in his 2 lives, he succeeded in slapping his face. He was panicking. What exactly went wrong? Why was the second time so much harder than the first? I didn't do anything. Why did I activate hard mode for no reason? Dong, dong, dong. The sound of knocking came from the door. Ji Ling, who was still immersed in grief, raised his head and saw a handsome man with silver hair and black eyes push open the door and enter. This guy had finally been quiet for a few days. Why was he here again? Ji Ling couldn't control his emotions for a moment. His face darkened even more. This was called a broken house meeting continuous rain. When Wen Yan heard that Ji Ling had gone to the military headquarters, he remembered that in his previous life, Ji Ling had seen the news and had been instigated by others to find trouble with Ningyu. However, he had been mercilessly thrown out of the gate by Brandon. This incident had spread throughout the entire Imperial Star and made Ji Ling a well-known laughingstock. The nobles laughed at him for overestimating himself. Even a commoner could step on his face. His reputation in the circle had been swept to the ground. But this wasn't the end. Not long after, a video of Ji Ling insulting Ningyu was anonymously posted on the internet. Those words had completely angered countless people. A fallen noble who was afraid of death had shamelessly humiliated and suppressed a hero who had risked his life. Ji Ling was suddenly attacked by the entire internet. Every day, people cursed him and asked him to die. Not only did Ji Ling have to bear the contempt of other nobles, but he also had to bear countless online violence from commoners. This incident made him even more jealous of Ningyu, and because of this, he made mistakes again and again. But let's not talk about this for the time being. In short, because of Ka Luosi's change in this life, Ross didn't come to Ji Ling, and Ji Ling didn't go to the military headquarters. Wen Yan thought that this incident wouldn't happen again. He didn't expect that although it was delayed for a day, Ji Ling finally went to the military headquarters. He was careless. Fortunately, this time, with Ka Luosi's help, Ji Ling finally left the military headquarters safe and sound. When he first learned of the result, Wen Yan heaved a sigh of relief with mixed feelings. Fortunately, Ji Ling was fine. No matter what motives Ka Luosi had, at least he had protected Ji Ling this time. However, Wen Yan was still worried about Ji Ling, so he couldn't restrain his impulse to come again. As a result, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Ji Ling's flustered and exasperated look. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something else had happened that he didn't know about? Wen Yan asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Ji Ling looked at Wen Yan in annoyance. Unhappy? How could he be happy? Logically speaking, after this face-slapping failure, not only would he become a laughingstock, but he would also be insulted by the entire internet. Because of this, resentment would grow in his heart, and he would unwillingly find trouble with Ningyu again. Now that things were going so smoothly for him, what reason did he have to be jealous of Ningyu? How was the plot going to unfold? Ji Ling said unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Ka Luosi raised his hand and touched Ji Ling's head. He said casually, "Since you don't like him, just make him disappear." Ji Ling's lips trembled. He stared at Ka Luosi in a daze, his eyes glazed over. Ka Luosi looked at Ji Ling's dazed expression and couldn't help but reveal a doting look in his eyes. He smiled. Although getting rid of Ningyu now wasn't part of his plan and this chess piece could play a bigger role, as long as Ji Ling was happy, it didn't matter. His magnetic voice was low and husky. "So don't be unhappy, huh?" Ji Ling heard his low and magnetic words. He looked at Ka Luosi's smiling brown eyes absent-mindedly. He suddenly realized that Ka Luosi was serious. He might really kill Ningyu. This realization almost made Ji Ling break out in a cold sweat. If Ka Luosi really killed Ningyu now, how could he complete his mission? How could he continue the plot? Although he didn't know what was wrong with Ka Luosi and why he didn't act according to the script, he couldn't let this happen. He couldn't let Ningyu die even if he had to. Ji Ling Huoran stood up and looked away uncomfortably. He coughed lightly and said, "Forget it." Ka Luosi looked at him and seemed to be a little confused. Ji Ling quickly thought of an excuse to end this topic. After a while, he raised his head and said in an arrogant and disdainful voice, "Wen Yan is right. His Majesty will never like him." He was afraid that his words weren't clear enough to dispel Ka Luosi's thoughts, so he added seriously, "He's just a lowly commoner. Arguing with him will only lower my status. Don't worry about him." After Ji Ling said this, he noticed that Ka Luosi and Wen Yan were looking at him with an extremely complicated expression. He was shocked. What he said shouldn't be a big problem. "Why are you looking at me like that?" In the face of two terrifying villains, Ji Ling was very nervous, but he could only bite the bullet and continue posing. Ka Luosi looked at the young man who was obviously kind but pretended to be arrogant and disdainful. Her heart slowly softened. To him, this feeling was extremely novel, because there was almost nothing in this world that could make him soft-hearted. However, it just so happened that this youth's every move could touch the remaining softness in his heart. The youth was still so kind, just like when he faced her in her previous life. At that time, he was disappointed, doubtful, and sad, right? However, in the face of a life-and-death crisis, he still chose to conceal his whereabouts from Jing Sui. He could not bear to do so. No matter what kind of unfair treatment he encountered, no matter what kind of embarrassing situation he fell into, it could not erase the final bottom line in his heart. Under the ostentatious and domineering appearance was a heart that was purer than anyone else's. Once you looked past the outside and saw the inside, you would be deeply attracted and unable to extricate yourself. Therefore, even though he was jealous and sad, in the end, he did not really want to hurt Ningyu. He could not even bear to hurt the life of a lowly commoner, but he could not let go of his face and pride as an aristocrat, so he awkwardly pretended that he did not care. In this world, was there anyone more adorable than this little fellow? The expression in Ka Luosi's eyes became more and more gentle and deep. Wen Yan stood quietly at the side. He lowered his eyes and hid the moved and complicated expression in his eyes. In fact, when Ka Luosi proposed to get rid of Ningyu, he did not intend to stop him. To him, indifference to other people's lives was a normal thing. As long as Ji Ling could be happy, what did it matter if he sacrificed the life of a so-called compatriot? But he did not expect that, in the end, the one who stopped Ka Luosi was Ji Ling. That Ji Ling who was jealous of and hated Ningyu. As an aristocrat, the high and mighty Ji Ling compared to his hypocritical and selfish self, the seemingly arrogant and willful youth actually cared more about other people's lives. He would rather be wronged and sad than hurt others. He pretended to be domineering and vicious, but in fact, his heart was kinder than anyone else, and he was even willing to protect his enemy. When he saw all this clearly, he realized that he was once dominated by ugly desires and ignored so many beautiful sides. Compared to the youth's sunshine and purity, his heart was as dark as an abyss, making him feel ashamed. Ji Ling looked at the two villains who suddenly became silent. He trembled with fear. Did my sudden change in attitude just now make them suspicious? Just as Ji Ling was about to ask the system for help, Ka Luosi suddenly let out a low laugh. His gentle brown eyes were dark and deep like a whirlpool. He said slowly, "Sorry, what I said just now was a little inappropriate. With your identity, of course, you don't have to be calculated with him." Ji Ling suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ka Luosi had given up on the idea. At this moment, he did not dare to continue to show how much he hated Ningyu. He was afraid that if he acted too much, the terrible villain, Ka Luosi, would kill someone at the slightest disagreement. He just wanted to let this matter go immediately. Ji Ling pretended to snort proudly. Carlos looked at the youth greedily. Under his slightly trembling golden eyelashes was a light blue color that was as clear as the most beautiful gemstone. Even this pretentious arrogant expression was so adorable that one could not look away. His Adam's apple bobbed a little. He suppressed the strange desire in his heart and stood up reluctantly. Seeing this, Ji Ling was delighted. Was the big villain finally ready to leave? Ka Luosi looked at him deeply. "Next time, if you want to deal with someone, tell me. I will help you deal with it, understand?" Jiling felt that he had made the right decision to come out today. To be able to bump into Ningyu in such a faraway place, there must be some kind of fate binding them together. This must be the fated destiny of the legends. Dang Dong's words deeply inspired Jiling. It was like a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour, opening up his train of thought. He had almost walked into a dead end previously. In this life, although he didn't have enough reason to find trouble with Ningyu, he could still be a bully. Anyway, aristocratic hedonists were inhumane and did many evil things. Why would a bad guy need a reason to do something bad? If he was interested, he could just bring them over. Dang Dong only dared to play with those low-level slaves. He didn't dare to touch a national idol like Ningyu who had the halo of a protagonist. But he was different. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. Not to mention that his mission was to be a vicious supporting male who specialized in going against Ningyu. Just based on his current identity, it wouldn't matter even if he really killed Ningyu. Reality was just that cruel. Of course, he wouldn't kill Ningyu. Jiling was happy that he finally had a reason to continue finding trouble with Ningyu. Because this was closely related to the next part of the plot. Thinking of this, Jiling looked at Dang Dong with incomparable love and gentleness. He had really found the right person. This was actually a coy lackey. At this moment, he didn't dislike Dang Dong so much anymore. Although this kid looked a little wretched, he looked quite smart. Although his eyes were a little small, they were very spirited. He had a little freckle on his face, but he looked very cute. Even that tuft of short green hair on his head was, if he wanted to live a good life, he had to have a little green on his head. Dang Dong had goosebumps all over his body from Jiling's scorching and gentle gaze. He was very nervous and uncomfortable, looking confused. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind and his body trembled. Could it be that young Master Ji had taken a fancy to him? Thinking back to Jiling's lack of interest in the slave auction, then thinking back to Jiling's generous and meaningful praise, Dang Dong thought he had discovered something. So, young Master Ji's real target was him. His expression gradually froze. This taste was a little too unique. Dang Dong cautiously glanced at Jiling's incomparably exquisite and handsome face. Such a noble and beautiful youth, a dazzling and eye-catching little prince who seemed to have walked out of a painting. Upon closer inspection, he was not inferior to Ningyu at all. It was a completely different kind of unbridled beauty. Dang Dong subconsciously swallowed his saliva. His mouth was dry. Although he had always toyed with others and had never been toyed with, if young Master Ji really wanted to play, should he, his expression was complicated and emotional, and a rare blush appeared on his face. He looked at Jiling shyly and waited for Jiling to speak. Jiling was excited at the thought that he could finally continue his mission. He glanced at Dang Dong and wondered why this lackey was suddenly so shy. He didn't look like such a shy person. Moreover, didn't he express his desire for Ningyu first? Logically speaking, this kind of bullying and tyrannizing should not be rare. However, Jiling couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He waved his hand heroically and smiled frivolously. I haven't played with the so-called Star of Tomorrow yet. Get him here for me. I want to have some fun. Dang Dong, Jiling raised his eyebrows. What? Didn't you hear what I said? After a while, Dang Dong laughed dryly. Yes, I heard it. I'll do it now. I'll definitely get him here for you. Sigh, I thought that young Master Ji had taken a fancy to me. I was really thinking too much. How could young Master Ji possibly take a fancy to me? For some reason, Dang Dong actually felt a little disappointed. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted his emotions. Although Ningyu seemed a little difficult to deal with, since Jiling had spoken, he had to do it well no matter what. Jiling was very satisfied with Dang Dong's decisive reply. However, he was also a little worried that this fellow was just saying nice words. He didn't know how Dang Dong would get Ningyu over. One had to know that Ningyu wasn't an ordinary vase. Although he looked gentle and elegant on the outside and didn't seem to be dangerous, he was a super strong evolved warrior who had experienced real battles with the Zergs. He had walked through blood and fire. Even if he tied himself with a playboy like Dang Dong, he wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. It definitely wouldn't work if he faced him head-on. Last time, he had made thorough preparations in advance to capture Ningyu. This time, he couldn't blame Ji Ling for being worried. Ji Ling hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Dang Dong was already in the zone. He patted his chest and guaranteed, "I have my ways." He laughed sinisterly and said, "I have something good on hand. If I let him use it, I guarantee that no matter how strong an evolved person is, he will be at our mercy." Ji Ling let out a long "oh" and understood tacitly. It seemed that this fellow was preparing to drug him. As expected of Dang Dong's usual despicable style. However, we are all trash playboys. If we use despicable methods, then let's be a little more despicable. As long as we can achieve our goal, we really don't care about such things. Thus, Ji Ling nodded in gratification and said, "Go, bring him over to me." Dang Dong accepted the order and left. Thinking that he might be able to bask in the glory of playing with a top grade like Ningyu, he was extremely excited. The feeling of having a backer was really different. The feeling of following young Master Ji to commit crimes and do whatever he wanted felt good. Ji Ling left the auction house alone and came to a spacious private room to wait. This place was more secretive and was usually reserved for nobles to engage in some of their more shady entertainment activities. It was very suitable for their next operation. Ji Ling paced back and forth in the room. Although Dang Dong seemed to have a card up his sleeve, he couldn't be completely at ease until he succeeded. If he missed today, he might not have such a good opportunity in the future. He couldn't help but recall what happened in his previous life. The last time he went to the military to slap their faces according to the plot, not only was he chased out by Brandon, but he was also ridiculed by the entire internet because of the video that Ka Luosi released. Thus, he was extremely jealous and brought his lackeys and high-level evolved bodyguards to kidnap Ningyu. Ningyu was really powerful. He was caught off guard and injured a few of his men before he was finally captured. Ji Ling sat on the sofa and waited nervously. Dang Dong was about to make a move, but he was startled by Ji Ling's roar. When he came back to his senses, the gene disruptor had already fallen into Ji Ling's hands. He looked at his empty hands, then looked up at Ji Ling with a blank expression. Ji Ling also looked at him, his expression a little stiff. The atmosphere fell into a strange state. Ji Ling, who almost lost his persona, rolled his eyes and glanced at Dang Dong. He snorted and said, "Leave the rest to me. You can go to the side." Dang Dong was stunned, then a look of realization appeared on his face. It turned out that young Master Ji wanted to do it himself. That's right, it's so exciting to be able to personally torture such a person. I almost overstepped my bounds and even dared to touch the person that young Master Ji fancied. Dang Dong smiled awkwardly. Yes, yes. Ji Ling saw that Dang Dong didn't notice anything and retreated to the side obediently. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although he couldn't wait to throw away the hot potato in his hands, such a dangerous thing, if it fell into someone else's hands and accidentally poked Ningyu, he wouldn't be able to cry even if he wanted to. It was safer to keep it himself. He prayed for Brandon to come over as he took the syringe and swaggered in front of Ningyu again. Ningyu looked at him coldly, his eyes filled with disgust and hatred. He gritted his teeth and his face was tense, as if he couldn't wait to perish together with him. Ji Ling felt guilty under his gaze. He thought to himself, "Brother, I'm sorry. I just want to go home alive. I promise I won't really touch you. I'll definitely send you to Brandon. You're such a kind, noble, and reasonable person. If you know the truth, you'll definitely understand me, right? If I can go back, I'll definitely not forget your great kindness." Speaking of which, in his previous life, it was because he kidnapped Ningyu and almost destroyed him that made Brandon furious. In order to protect Ningyu, Brandon let him stay in his house. It was at Brandon's house that Brandon fell even more in love with the brave and unyielding Ningyu. Because of this, Jing Sui and Ningyu had a chance to truly interact, and for the first time, they developed feelings for each other. Thinking of the importance of this plot, Ji Ling plucked up his courage and approached Ningyu again. He waved the gene disruptor in front of Ningyu's face and gave him a frivolous and nasty smile. He acted like a villain intoxicated by success and said, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you talking now?" Ningyu stared at him, breathing heavily. Her face was red, but the coldness in her eyes seemed to want to tear him into pieces. she said coldly, just kill me. How could that be? I can't kill you even if I want to kill myself. Jiling thought to himself, but his face showed a cold smile. It's not that easy to die. Jiling looked down at the handsome and tall man in front of him, who was at the mercy of others. He was so rebellious and dazzling, which made people have an inexplicable feeling that if they could make him surrender at their feet, it would be a great achievement. Stop, stop. Jiling felt that he must have been too immersed in his role to have such a terrible thought. It was impossible to use the gene disruptor, not in this life. He could only rely on humiliating Ningyu verbally to barely complete the task. Jiling took a deep breath and pulled down Ningyu's collar with one hand, revealing the man's beautiful collarbone. He clicked his tongue and looked at Ningyu shamelessly. So what if you look down on me? Now I can do whatever I want, right? Do whatever I want, do whatever I want, do whatever I want, Jiling subconsciously snorted in his heart. He lifted Ningyu's chin with his right hand. Enduring the slight heat on his face, he said fiercely, I will let you know what it means to be unable to live or die. Ding Dong was very anxious. He wondered why young Master Ji hadn't done anything yet. Wasn't he too long-winded? He looked at the seductive appearance of Ningyu, who was trapped there and unable to move. He couldn't help but swallow. He wanted to snatch the thing in Jiling's hand and replace it, but he didn't have the guts to interrupt Jiling's fun. He could only watch helplessly. When young Master Ji was done, he might be willing to give it to him. That would be fine too. Jiling had been showing off in front of Ningyu for a long time, waving the gene destroyer in front of him. Needless to say, he was so arrogant and despicable that he deserved a beating, but in fact, he was very anxious in his heart, because he was almost out of words. Why wasn't Brandon here yet? Ningyu's chest heaved slightly. His shirt was soaked in sweat. He looked embarrassed, but his green eyes were still sharp. After a moment of silence, he sneered at Jiling, really? I think you don't dare to kill me. Jiling stared at him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He screamed, who doesn't dare to kill you? Ningyu raised his eyebrows and looked at him disdainfully, then show me what you're capable of. Jiling said stubbornly, it would be too easy for you if I killed you. Ningyu sneered, I think you just don't dare. Jiling jumped and said, are you trying to provoke me to do it? You wish. Ningyu said, so what? If you have the ability, then do it. He looked up, his eyes filled with ridicule and coldness. Or, are you afraid that His Majesty will reprimand you? Jiling was furious. If you said something else, I could pretend to bear it. But you said something about Jing Sui. That was like poking at the reverse scale of the original owner. It would be inexcusable if I didn't teach you a lesson. He grabbed Ningyu's collar so hard that his hand trembled slightly. He suddenly raised the needle in his right hand and pressed it against Ningyu's neck. He said fiercely, don't think that I really don't dare to touch you. Ningyu chuckled, her eyes cold. Then why don't you do it? The young man's pale face and frightened eyes were like a sharp blade that pierced through Brandon's indestructible exterior like a hot knife through butter, directly striking the softest part of his heart, bringing with it a dull pain that made him stop in his tracks. Brandon didn't think that Jiling would be so afraid of him. In fact, he just wanted to comfort him a little. Brandon looked at the youth's fearful expression and didn't know whether to advance or retreat for a moment. After a while, he said in a low, hoarse voice, don't be afraid. Jiling retreated until he had nowhere to go. He leaned his back against the cold wall and looked at the tall man in front of him, trembling with fear. He was already prepared to be beaten up, who knew that Brandon would suddenly stop and even tell him not to be afraid. He was stunned and couldn't help but reveal a suspicious look in his eyes. He secretly glanced at Brandon's cold and fierce face and thought to himself, I've already made Ningyu look so miserable, and I almost used the gene destructor, and you're not angry? Even if we don't talk about anything else, Ningyu is at least your comrade who has gone through fire and water with you. You've almost beaten the accomplice Ding Dong to death, and you'll let a culprit like me go? Of course I'm not. Jiling's legs turned to jelly at the thought of being beaten into a pile of meat paste by the enraged marshal and sent back to the respawn point. He tried to put on a brave front but was actually a coward at heart. He stammered, if you touch me, my father won't let you off. Jiling glared at him with all his might, but his trembling body completely exposed his inner thoughts. Brandon, he looked at the youth who was clearly terrified but pretended to be stubborn and arrogant. He didn't know whether to be angry or amused. His heart was filled with helplessness, heartache and pity. If it was him in the past, he would only feel disdain and disgust when he saw this scene. He would think that he was just another evil and cowardly playboy, and that such a person deserved to die. But now, he couldn't feel the slightest bit of disgust towards the youth. The youth's fear at this moment wasn't fake. He was born on the luxurious and prosperous imperial planet, and had been cared for since he was young. He was essentially just a timid child, but he looked noble and timid, but he could still step through mountains of knives and seas of fire. When everyone had given up, he risked his life to appear in front of him. To save a person who looked down on him and had hurt him. What kind of kindness was this? What kind of courage did he need? Even though the young man looked no different from the other playboys on the surface, the courage and kindness that he displayed at the critical moment was not inferior to any soldier who protected his country. He had a heart that was more fearless and bright than anyone else. However, he did not receive the respect that he deserved. Everyone saw how good Ningyu was, but no one saw him. This was so unfair. The pain was like a hand clutching Brandon's heart. He looked at the young man's wary and fearful eyes. Although he wanted to step forward, he was afraid of scaring him. After a while, Brandon opened his mouth and revealed a rare stiff smile, trying to show that he wasn't angry. He slowly said, "I won't touch you." Jiling looked at Brandon's cold, hard, and hideous smile and felt even more terrified. He had never seen Brandon smile at him in his 2 lives. Brandon had always been a serious person and had always presented himself as a cold-blooded person. He rarely smiled at his friends and subordinates, let alone a playboy like him. Usually, it would be good enough if he could give a cold and disdainful look. Moreover, "Big brother, you're smiling as if you're sending me to the execution ground." Jiling swallowed his saliva and looked at him warily. Then what do you want to do?" Seeing that not only did he fail to pacify the little guy, but the other party became even more afraid and wary, Brandon's eyes were bitter. Most of the people he interacted with were his subordinates. The soldiers on the battlefield were all tough and could take a beating. It didn't matter how much he trained them. He never had to worry about their emotional feelings. His friends were all like-minded experts, so it was easy for him to get along with them. As for his enemies, he could just attack them directly and coldly. To him, comforting someone was something he had never come into contact with before. Especially comforting such a spoiled and frightened child. It was as if he could make him cry if he spoke a little louder. This was more difficult for Brandon than any other dangerous battle he had ever fought. Moreover, the other party obviously didn't trust him and was against him. Like a frightened little animal. Brandon smiled bitterly. He looked at Jiling and tried to speak in a gentle tone. "I know this wasn't your idea. Ding Dong was the one who came up with the gene disruptor, wasn't he?" Jiling looked at Brandon in bewilderment. He almost thought that Brandon had God's perspective. How did he know that Ding Dong was the one who came up with the gene disruptor? And the point was, why was he trying to absolve himself? What was with this strange tone that seemed to be comforting him? Jiling's body stiffened. For a moment, Ka Luosi's eyes made him feel that everything he had been hiding was exposed. But he quickly calmed down. At least up until now, he had been acting in line with his character. Even if there were some flaws that made Ka Luosi suspicious, he wouldn't be able to guess the truth. No matter how sophisticated and scheming Ka Luosi was, he was still a person of this world. How could he have known that he was actually in the Truman Show's world? This old fox might have keenly sensed a hint of emotion that he had revealed. It was fine as long as he refused to admit it. After a moment, Jiling blinked gently and said in an innocent voice, "How could that be?" Ka Luosi looked at him deeply. "Really?" Jiling's eyes were extremely sincere, and there seemed to be a hint of grievance from being misunderstood. "Of course, how could I hide from you?" The corners of Ka Luosi's lips curled up into a faint smile. The little guy was really trying his best to hide, but unfortunately, it wasn't perfect enough. He must have hidden secrets that he didn't want Ka Luosi to know. But as long as Jiling didn't want to say it now, Ka Luosi didn't intend to get to the bottom of it. Moreover, the little guy was very cute even when he was pretending to hide it. He hoped that the young man could be more presumptuous in front of him and be more unscrupulous, instead of being cautious with him like other people. Fortunately, he was patient enough to let the young man slowly open up to him. Kaluasi's fingertip gently rubbed Ji Ling's slightly red eyes, and his lips opened to let out a low teasing laugh. But, if I didn't happen to appear today, would you have thought of looking for me? Ji Ling opened his mouth, but he was speechless. Kaluasi looked at his embarrassed look, and after a while, he let out a soft sigh. I didn't mean to blame you, I was just worried about you. Kaluasi's eyes were full of worry, and he said, what if I didn't come today? I don't want you to be in danger like today. Do you understand? Ji Ling stared at him in a daze. His gaze fell into Ji Ling's deep brown eyes, which were filled with tenderness and sincerity, like a boundless ocean that contained everything about him. His good, his bad, his willfulness, Kaluasi never cared if what he did was right or if he would hurt others. He just stood behind her without hesitation, shielding her from everything. Ji Ling was in a trance for a moment. Although he was an evil, bloody, cold, and despicable villain, when he was willing to pretend to spoil someone unconditionally, it was really too confusing, and it was easy for people to unknowingly sink into it. It was a pity that Ji Ling was an upright young man, and his mind was very clear at the moment. If he could believe Kaluasi's words, why would he ask Kaluasi to help him deal with Ningyu? He probably didn't want to do this mission anymore. Ji Ling didn't mind, and said obediently, I'm sorry, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. I didn't think too much, and I didn't expect to meet Marshal Brandon, you. After a while, Kaluasi raised his hand and touched Ji Ling's head. His fingertips brushed past the soft golden hair, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. In order not to push him too hard, he hadn't appeared in front of the youth for a few days. However, he realized that being apart didn't reduce his longing for him, and that desire grew stronger. It was the first time he felt what it felt like to care about someone. He also clearly realized the unusual feelings he had for the youth. Even when Yen, that selfish and despicable guy, could often appear by the youth's side, watching and guarding him. But he couldn't. All of this made Kaluasi extremely jealous, and he almost couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart. He wanted to imprison the youth by his side at all costs, so that he couldn't leave his sight for even a second. He didn't want to hear the youth's words from others. Kaluasi tightened his grip on the youth. Ji Ling looked at Kaluasi's eyes that suddenly turned dark, as if the man in front of him was about to bare his ferocious fangs. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. There shouldn't be a problem with my answer just now, right? Why did my attitude change so suddenly? Why is the antagonist so temperamental? You've been pretending for so long, you must continue pretending. Ji Ling was a little nervous, and he stammered, Uncle Kaluasi. Just as Ji Ling was panicking, a black hover car suddenly stopped in front of the two of them. The car door slowly opened, and a handsome man with long silver hair wearing a long white robe stepped out. Step by step, he walked in front of Ji Ling, respectfully bowing his head. He said, Young master, I've come to take you home. Ji Ling was shocked and confused. In the huge central imperial city, apart from the majestic imperial palace, Duke Kaluasi's mansion occupied the most space. It was said that Duke Kaluasi's family was one of the oldest aristocratic families in the empire, dating back to the distant era of Earth. The family's wealth could not be measured with numbers, and it was extremely rich. All of this, in the hands of Kaluasi, not only did it not decline, but it also rose to the next level. His power and wealth were so great that countless aristocrats in the empire could not even hope to catch up to him. This was also the key reason why Kaluasi could fight with Jing Sui for an entire book. His power was indeed too great. However, Duke Jiting did not belong to Kaluasi's faction. He was unwilling to participate in the struggle between Kaluasi and Jing Sui. Therefore, Ji Ling and Kaluasi did not interact much. That was why Ji Ling had never been to this duke's mansion in his previous life. Although he also called Carlos uncle, it was probably equivalent to an ordinary elder that he was familiar with. Ji Ling curiously looked at the magnificent gate of the duke's mansion in front of him. He calmed himself down and got out of the car. Since Kaluasi dared to openly invite him, he naturally would not take his life. He must send him back in one piece. This was the real reason why Ji Ling dared to accept the invitation. Anyway, he would not die. What was there to be afraid of? Butler Anderson respectfully welcomed Ji Ling in. He had long been ordered by His Excellency the Duke to take good care of Ji Ling and treat him as the owner of the mansion. He could not let him feel the slightest bit unhappy. This was the first time His Excellency the Duke valued someone so much. Although Anderson was puzzled, he did not understand why a famous playboy like Ji Ling would be treated so seriously by His Excellency the Duke, but he still strictly carried out the order. Anderson brought Ji Ling to the Duke's residence and said respectfully, "His Excellency the Duke has something to attend to and is not back yet. You can rest here and wait for a while." Ji Ling looked at the lush and beautiful garden in front of him, surrounded by all kinds of rare plants and flowers. In the depths of the boulevard was a retro 3-story European-style building, which had an inexplicable sense of history. Compared to the steel jungle outside that was filled with the sci-fi feel of the interstellar era, coming here made people feel as if they had traveled through time. I didn't expect Ka Luosi to be such a nostalgic person." Ji Ling nodded. "All right." Anderson ordered the maids and servants to prepare exquisite tea and snacks for Ji Ling. He also ordered everyone to serve Ji Ling well before he turned and left. Ji Ling walked around, smelling the fragrance of the flowers. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky. What a beautiful scenery. He was admiring this place, but he didn't know that others were admiring him as well. The servants of the Duke's residence looked curiously at the handsome, elf-like youth walking among the green flowers. This was the famous hedonistic Ji Ling, the precious only son of Grand Duke Ji Ting. It was said that he was tyrannical and did all kinds of evil, extremely arrogant. So this was what he looked like. When he wasn't doing bad things, he looked so peaceful. So, an ugly person wasn't necessarily a bad person, and a good-looking person wasn't necessarily a good person. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Moreover, no one expected His Excellency the Duke to dote on him so much that he even let him come here. It should be known that the Duke's mansion was huge and had many areas. However, the area where Carlos lived was a forbidden area. Other than the occasional meeting with his confidants in the study, Ka Luosi had never allowed anyone else to set foot here, let alone let a hedonistic youth wander around freely. This was the first time the servants saw His Excellency the Duke entertain guests here. It was self-evident how special Ji Ling was, so everyone was extremely respectful to him, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Ji Ling didn't know what the servants were thinking. As he walked, he began to think about how he could find clues here. It would be better to see if he could find anything before Ka Luosi returned. So, Ji Ling turned around and entered the house. The building was not made of common metals, but of rare stone and precious wood. In the interstellar era, these materials were far more expensive than metals. In the spacious hall, there were all kinds of decorations, each of which was extraordinary. Everywhere, one could see low-key luxury. Ji Ling was amazed, but he wasn't here to admire Ka Luosi's wealth. His goal was to see if there were any clues about Rebirth in Ka Luosi's house, so he didn't stay in the hall for long and walked up the spiral staircase. When he reached the second floor, he saw a heavy solid wooden door at the end of the corridor. He wanted to go and take a look. However, before he could get close, he was stopped by a servant. The servant bowed respectfully and said, "This is His Excellency the Duke's study. You can't go in." Ji Ling's eyes lit up. So he couldn't go in here? Didn't he wander around here for half a day to see if there was anything unusual? Seeing the servant's nervous expression, he knew that people were usually not allowed to enter the study. That was why he stopped him. The study was usually a secret place. The more Ji Ling was not allowed to go, the more he wanted to go in. This was the place. Ji Ling immediately showed an unhappy expression and said coldly, "Move, how dare you stop me?" Ji Ling stayed in Carlos's mansion for a few days. Every day, he would think of all sorts of ways to commit all sorts of atrocities. Apart from killing the servants, which was something he couldn't do, he did all the other bad things he could think of. He used the rose petals from Ka Luosi's garden, which were carefully cultivated from the precious seeds of ancient earth, to make tea. He also accidentally broke a few of the precious cloud crystal statues from the Sartu galaxy in the hall, and accidentally burned down the entire garden when he was barbecuing. Every day, he would stay in Ka Luosi's study, sit on Ka Luosi's chair and read his precious ancient books. From time to time, he would order the servants to prepare delicacies from other distant galaxies, but Ka Luosi did not mind at all, from the beginning to the end, he did not show any signs of displeasure. He even said that he would ask the scholars from the Imperial Academy of Ancient Botany to cultivate more ancient roses to make tea for his little cutie. As for the cloud crystal from the Sartu galaxy, it was not even worth mentioning. He was afraid that it would hurt his little cutie's hand. What could Jiling do? He was in despair too. Moreover, he had been staying at Carlos's place for the past few days. He had checked every nook and cranny of the place, but he hadn't found anything. As for Carlos himself, it was even more watertight. He couldn't find anything other than doting on him. Jiling picked up the last rose and began to tear off the petals one by one. Kaluasi had been reborn. Kaluasi had not been reborn. Kaluasi had been reborn. Kaluasi had not been reborn. Kaluasi had been reborn. The system remembered what it had seen these past few days and said with pity, I have been playing games with my friends recently, but I have been losing due to bad luck. However, losing once or twice in games is not a big deal, as long as I can win in the end. Jiling held his breath and said in a muffled voice, What are you trying to say? The system saw that Jiling was finally willing to talk to it and quickly said, I want to tell you that failure is the mother of success. If 1 or 2 times are not enough, you can try 3 or 4 times. Jiling, it's already so difficult to do it once or twice, and you're telling me there will be 3 or 4? Why don't you just say it countless times? This way of comforting someone was really great. Jiling held back his anger. So, a long time has passed. Have you figured out whether they've been reborn or not? System, not yet, Jiling interrupted him with a smile, then why didn't you explode on the spot? The system was silent for a moment, then said, a person with character would not easily attack others. Jiling, I didn't attack you easily. I've been holding it in for a long time. It's not easy at all. Really, system, he must be out of his mind to comfort the host. Good intentions were not reciprocated, and a cold war was a cold war. This was destined to be a fruitless mutual harm. Jiling tore off the last petal in his hand after he was done cursing the system. Oh no, he had been too busy talking to the system just now. Where had he gotten to? He threw the bare flower branch on the ground with a dark expression and stepped on it. Then, he walked out of the door. When the servant waiting outside saw Jiling come out, he immediately said respectfully, Young Master Jiling, how may I help you? This servant was the one who had almost been killed when he tried to stop Jiling from entering the study. He looked at the handsome young man in front of him with respect from the bottom of his heart. Although the outside world said that Jiling was a hedonistic playboy, and the young man's behavior was indeed that of a hedonistic playboy, he had an inexplicable fondness for the young man in front of him. He had never thought that one day, someone would fearlessly face the bloody and terrifying Grand Duke Kaluasi and protect a lowly life like him. Rather than saying that the young man was a hedonistic playboy, it was better to say that he was a willful but brave and kind child. Moreover, with the young man's noble status, what was wrong with him being willful and arrogant? Jiling held his breath and hid behind a big tree. Before long, he saw Ningyu coming over. They hadn't seen each other for a few days, but Ningyu didn't seem to be affected by the kidnapping. He still looked handsome, and his green eyes were gentle and indifferent. Obviously, he knew Jing Sui. He walked over and nodded with a smile. Your Majesty. Jing Sui tilted her head to look at him and smiled. It's you. Jiling quietly watched the two of them talking. He was very excited, the plot was finally right, that's right, the way they met, talked, and behaved, were exactly the same as in his previous life. Jiling was so moved that he almost cried tears of joy. After facing so many crazy and deceptive villains, he finally met someone who was willing to follow the plot. Sure enough, the main character was the most reliable. You are my hope to go home. You are my dearest friend in this foreign country. On the other side, Jing Sui and Ningyu chatted cordially for a while and then left for some business. But it didn't matter. Jiling knew that Jing Sui would come back soon, and this was the stage for him to make a fuss. Perfect, in fact, the conversation between Jing Sui and Ningyu wasn't too ambiguous. As for liking him, it was just a bud at most. It was more of appreciation and praise. This scene was normal in the eyes of others. They would only think that Jing Sui was trying to win over people's hearts. But as a vicious cannon fodder, Jiling didn't need logic when he wanted to die. All he had to do was force himself to go offline and find trouble with anyone who had spoken to Jing Sui in a pleasant manner. As for whether his behavior would be hated by Jing Sui, sorry, it didn't matter. Jiling waited quietly for Jing Sui to leave. Then he adjusted his expression and walked valiantly to Ningyu under the tree. At the same time, he said angrily, "It's you again." Ningyu raised his head. When he saw that it was Jiling, he frowned slightly. Jiling glared at him fiercely and said in an aggressive tone, "You lowly commoner, who allowed you to come here? Don't even think about seducing His Majesty. His Majesty will never like you." Ningyu looked at Jiling, pursed his lips, and showed an unreasonable expression. He didn't want to waste time with Jiling, so he turned around and left. But Jiling finally got the chance. How could he let him leave? He reached out to grab Ningyu and shouted, "Where are you going? Stop right there." Ningyu's sleeves were held tightly by Jiling, so he could only stop and look back at the young man who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws at him. The young man was like a little beast baring its fangs and roaring at him, ignorant and fearless. Ningyu was so angry that he laughed. "Let go of me." Jiling glared at him. "I won't let go." Ningyu looked at him, and his expression became cold. Jiling wouldn't be frightened, and Ningyu couldn't do anything to him. He was in high spirits, showing a standard vicious and jealous look, and said loudly, "If you dare to get close to His Majesty again, I won't let you go. Next time, you won't be so lucky that someone will come to save you." Ningyu looked down at him, curled his lips, and said in a meaningful voice, "Really?" This voice was his usual gentle voice, but it was mixed with a trace of undetectable coldness, like the cold current hidden under the rising sun in the bottomless abyss. It made Jiling shiver involuntarily, and he felt a sense of terror from the bottom of his feet. This must be his illusion. How could an amiable, lovely, and upright protagonist like him make such a terrible sound? Jiling was a little absent-minded, and he almost forgot the following lines. Fortunately, at this time, Jing Sui appeared again. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiling saw Jing Sui coming over, and his expression froze. He came back to his senses, stopped talking, and raised his hand to slap Ningyu. At the same time, he shouted, "Know your place, and stay away from His Majesty." As expected, this slap didn't go through. Jiling felt his wrist being gripped tightly by a strong hand. When he raised his head, he saw a pair of cold golden eyes. The man's cold eyes looked at him indifferently, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. After so many setbacks, Jiling finally met such a cooperative and reliable character. He was so moved that his eyes turned red. Holding back tears of happiness, he said incoherently, Your Majesty." Jing Sui pursed his thin lips, and impatience flashed in his golden eyes. If it wasn't for Grand Duke Jiting, he wouldn't have tolerated Jiling anymore. He frowned and said sternly, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Jiling's eyes moved, and he seemed sad and shocked. He murmured, "Your Majesty, you blame me for a lowly person?" Jing Sui's eyes became colder, and he slightly tightened his grip. He looked down at Jiling's eyes, and his voice contained a hint of warning, indifferent and ruthless. "If you continue to fool around like this, I will tell Grand Duke Jiting and ask him to discipline you." Jiling looked at Kaluasi in a daze. "I didn't expect you to be such an honest person. It's really surprising. Of course, I know that Jing Sui doesn't like me. In fact, except for the original owner, everyone knows this. It's just that no one has pointed it out. It's just like the Emperor's new clothes. Everyone knows it, but no one says it out loud. But now, this secret has been revealed by Kaluasi." Jiling felt very awkward. As Jing Sui's #1 die-hard fan, hearing such cruel words, should he be heartbroken, or heartbroken? He blinked, and tears rolled down his cheeks. He reached out to hit Kaluasi's chest and cried, "You lied to me. I don't believe it. He. How can you say that he doesn't like me?" Kaluasi held Jiling's hand, and her fingertips brushed across his tear-stained cheeks. She looked at the young man's hazy eyes, and her voice was low, slow, and ruthless. "If he likes you even a little, why would he blame you for a lowly person?" Jiling thought to himself, "What you said is so King reasonable. It's so reasonable that I can't refute it. But I don't want to hear it now. I just want to play the role of my water army, get the reward, and go home. You will be ****. Not only did you trick me in your previous life, you even tried to stop me from pursuing my true love in this life. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt sad. As a big villain, why do you have to fight with a cannon fodder like me? Ji-Ling said with tears in his eyes. Please stop. Kaluasi looked at the young man's tearful eyes. The sadness and helplessness in those eyes were intertwined. Her heart sank, and for the first time, she realized that she could be soft-hearted. She couldn't bear to continue talking. However, if she didn't let Ji-Ling see the reality, he wouldn't give up even if he was injured by Jing Sui. Kaluasi suppressed the pity in her eyes and said word by word, why won't you see the reality? Everybody knows that. Ji-Ling was forced into a corner by Kaluasi and didn't know how to continue. He clenched his teeth and pushed Kaluasi away with all his might. His expression was one of disbelief and disbelief. He said fiercely, go away. It's none of your business. After saying that, he turned around and ran out. He ran out without looking back. After running for a long distance, he carefully looked back. Kaluasi did not follow them. Ji-Ling heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Fortunately, I was smart just now and thought of such a way to block Kaluasi's words. Otherwise, I would have been forced to expose myself. This old fox is too scary. It wasn't easy. A second time wasn't easy at all. Kaluasi watched quietly as the teenager ran away from him with teary eyes. But he didn't chase after him, nor did he stop him. He just stood there motionlessly. Everything in his previous life made him clearly understand how deep Ji-Ling's love for Jing Sui was. It was inevitable that Ji-Ling couldn't accept what he said just now. It didn't matter if he didn't believe it for now. He would understand the truth one day. Then, it would be time for him to return to his side. Kaluasi's eyes were dark and his thin lips were pressed into a straight line. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and turned to walk out. Anderson waited outside the palace. According to the usual practice, the banquet would end very late. But this time, to his surprise, Duke Luasi came out not long after he went in. He hurried forward and asked respectfully, why did you leave early? Did something happen? Kaluasi held his cane in his right hand and glanced at Anderson with his deep eyes. His elegant face seemed to be covered with a layer of coldness in the night. He said faintly, nothing. Anderson lowered his head and didn't dare to ask again. He had been by Kaluasi's side for many years and was good at reading people's expressions. He knew very well that Duke Luasi wasn't in a good mood. Duke Luasi went in with young Master Ji-Ling, but now he came out alone, thinking of how much Duke Luasi doted on young Master Ji-Ling and the person that young Master Ji-Ling loved. Anderson felt that he might have discovered a great secret. He didn't dare to say anything. He lowered his head and didn't even dare to look at Duke Luasi. He bent down and opened the door for Kaluasi. After Duke Luasi got in, he closed the door and drove out of the palace. Not long after, the hover car stopped at the Duke's mansion. Anderson said, if you don't have any other orders, I'll take my leave. Kaluasi turned around and looked at him. Wait. Anderson said, yes. Kaluasi's lips curved into a cold and treacherous smile. He said faintly, since His Majesty wants a good reputation, then let's help him. Anderson finally looked up in confusion. Wasn't Duke Luasi the most unwilling to see His Majesty gain the support of the commoners? This was very disadvantageous to Duke Luasi's plan. He had been secretly making things difficult for His Majesty, but now he wanted to help His Majesty gain a good reputation, but he didn't dare to ask too much. He replied respectfully, yes. Ji-Ling stared blankly at Jing Sui's cold golden pupils and listened to his cold words. He was so moved that he almost choked. What am I going to do? Of course I'm going to make trouble for Ningyu out of jealousy. Ji-Ling blinked his eyes and revealed a heartbroken expression. It seemed that he couldn't accept such an answer at all. He murmured, that's impossible. How could you like such a lowly person? Jing Sui raised the corner of his mouth and said slowly, why is it impossible? Hearing this, Ji-Ling was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. He asked in a flustered and exasperated tone, I like you so much. Why don't you like me? Jing Sui smiled. His voice was indifferent and his eyes were playful. Who said that I have to respond to someone who likes me? How many people should I like then? His smile was calm and without the slightest hint of contempt or disdain. It could even be said to be elegant and pleasing to the eye. Even the curve of his lips was perfect. However, the calmer and more indifferent he was, the more people felt that he didn't take him seriously. Ji Ling bit his lips with a pale face as if he couldn't accept the truth. It seemed that he had to get an answer. That lowly person Ningyu is not worthy of your love. How am I not as good as him? Jing Sui raised his eyebrows as if he had heard a funny joke. He looked deeply at Ji Ling and let out a chuckle. He said slowly and clearly, apart from your noble identity, how can you compare with him? Although he didn't have many thoughts about Ningyu, it didn't stop him from looking down on a playboy like Ji Ling. Playboys like Ji Ling who didn't know their own limitations were not a small number among the nobles of the empire. They led a befuddled life and had long forgotten that they were just weak human beings. They were obsessed with their current status and power and ignored that the weak people they looked down on actually had great potential and threat. Even though the empire seemed to be extremely powerful now, these corrupt and decadent nobles would eventually be the root cause of the empire's decline. Ji Ling agreed wholeheartedly, thinking that the male lead who followed the plot was the best. He happily thought that he finally had a reason to challenge Ningyu to a duel. This was an important plot that would serve as a foil to Ningyu's ability and promote the relationship between the two. Although he was extremely excited, his face revealed a humiliated expression. He said in disbelief, You think I'm inferior to him? Jing Sui looked at him indifferently, her golden pupils cold. Even though he didn't say a word, he felt as though he was an unreasonable piece of trash, a laughable joke, just by looking at those indifferent eyes. Ji Ling staggered 2 steps back, a heartbroken expression on his face. He reckoned that this was enough for today. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was suddenly grabbed by a strong hand from the side. That strong and sturdy arm wrapped around him tightly in a thick and hot embrace, so hard that he could barely breathe. He turned his head in astonishment and saw Brandon's face, which was as cold and sharp as a knife's edge. The man's gray pupils were filled with undisguised worry and pity. Ji Ling's face really turned pale. Bro, don't be like this, I'm panicking. Brandon came to the palace to see Jing Sui, to discuss with him about Ka Luosi's recent abnormal behavior. He suspected that Ka Luosi had also been reborn, and the reborn Ka Luosi was undoubtedly a huge threat to them. Things had reached a point where they couldn't delay any longer. But he didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as he came in. The young man took a step back in a trance, looking at Jing Sui's blue eyes. The despair and pain in them made one's heart clench. Brandon was very familiar with Jing Sui. Even if he didn't see what had happened, he could guess what had happened. He was angry and sad, feeling indignant for the young man. Although the young man wasn't strong enough, he was actually very brave. Although he was weak, he not only risked his life to save me, but he also risked his life to save you in danger, and even died in the hands of Ka Luosi for you in the end. What right do you have to look down on him and hurt him like this? When Brandon thought of this, he almost couldn't restrain his anger. He held Ji Ling tightly in his arms, looking at Jing Sui with cold and sharp eyes, and said coldly, What are you doing? Jing Sui frowned slightly. Last time at the banquet, he felt that there was something wrong with Brandon. Now that he saw Brandon protecting Ji Ling like this again, his eyes couldn't help but sink and his thin lips tightened. Seeing this scene, Ji Ling was a little dumbfounded, but he quickly came back to his senses. He was afraid that the reborn Brandon would continue to oppose Jing Sui and say something he shouldn't say, which would cause trouble for him in the plot. Finally, he showed a little anxious look. It doesn't matter if you're reborn, it doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. But don't ruin my business, don't lead my lovely main character astray. Ji Ling blinked with tears in his eyes, took a deep breath, and said loudly, Let go of me. Brandon was anxious and pitiful just now, so he subconsciously hugged Ji Ling. At this moment, seeing him struggling with red eyes, Brandon felt a pain in his heart and immediately let go. Ji Ling turned around and ran away. Brandon glared at Jing Sui, and then looked at Ji Ling who ran away. His eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he turned around and chased after him. Although it was the interstellar era, the tradition of duels had been preserved. For the powerful aristocrats of the empire, When there was a conflict that could not be resolved, a duel was the ultimate way to resolve the conflict and defend their honor. A duel initiated by the aristocrats was serious and protected by the empire's laws. Once it started, it could not be easily ended. It was incomparably sacred. Moreover, every duel would be broadcasted live on the internet. It was watched by the people of the empire. Therefore, although this tradition was preserved, the aristocrats would never initiate a duel unless there was a deep hatred between them. If they lost, they would lose their reputation, and if they lost, they would lose their lives. Even for the high and mighty aristocrats, it was a battle where their reputation and life were at stake. It was no small matter. With Ji Ling's noble status and bad reputation, he had challenged a commoner. Furthermore, a commoner idol with the title of a rising star. The impact of this on the internet was no less than a magnitude 10 tsunami. Firstly, in terms of status, he was bullying the weak. Secondly, in terms of strength, he was asking to be humiliated. Thinking back to the scandal between Jing Sui and Ning Yu, the love and hatred behind it were filled with hundreds of thousands of words. The process was full of twists and turns and was full of drama. It was a hot topic. Traffic and topics were constantly being refreshed. However, Ji Ling didn't care about that. When he saw Ning Yu's reply, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned off the internet and ignored the uproar outside. He happily prepared to serve his food. Although Ji Ling didn't care about the comments outside, it didn't mean that the people around him didn't care. The first to come to him were his parents. As soon as Mrs. Marina entered the door, she asked anxiously, "Baby, what are you doing?" Grand Duke Jiting's expression was solemn. He said in a deep voice, "Little Ling, you're too impulsive." Ji Ling lowered his head and didn't say anything. In fact, no matter what the original owner was like, at least his parents truly loved him. Although he was only following the plot of the original book, he still felt a little guilty seeing his parents like this. He couldn't hurt anyone by doing this. The only people he would hurt were his parents. Marina looked at her son's dejected appearance and felt extremely distressed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she said to her husband, "You are too serious. You are scaring my baby." Grand Duke Jiting's expression was ugly. For the first time, he didn't go along with his wife's words. Instead, he scolded in a low voice, "You've spoiled him rotten. That's why he doesn't know his limits." Ms. Marina glared at him with dissatisfaction. "Why don't you say that the peasant is too arrogant? What does he want? Why did he agree to the duel? Are you trying to step on our baby's reputation? I think he's ambitious." The Grand Duke of Jiting said helplessly, "It was little Ling who provoked him first. If he didn't agree, people would say that he was scared." Ms. Marina was even angrier. "I don't care, you tell me what to do now." Grand Duke Jiting pressed his forehead. He was distressed. It was impossible for his son to defeat Ning Yu, but it was also embarrassing to avoid the fight. Now that things had developed to such a state, it was truly difficult to clean up the mess. After all, this wasn't a small matter that could be used to oppress people. This was a holy and fair duel. Even though he was a Grand Duke, he had no right to stop it. Ji Ling looked at his parents, who were frowning. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and said with a persistent look in his eyes, "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I've made you worry. But no matter if I win or lose, I want to solve the problem with him face to face. Please forgive my stubbornness." Although he felt guilty, he had to do it. Grand Duke Jiting and Ms. Marina looked at him silently. In the end, Ms. Marina sighed and said, "Don't worry, Mom won't let anything happen to you." What could they do when their son was so persistent? In fact, they were most worried about Ji Ling's safety. They didn't care if his behavior would bring shame to the Ji family. He was their baby and they didn't want him to get hurt. As long as Ji Ling could come back safely, they could do whatever he wanted. Ji Ling almost swore to himself that he would be careful. After talking for a long time, he finally sent his parents away. He sighed heavily and looked at the door in a daze. Ji Ling, "System, what do you think they will do if I come home one day?" "System, I think you're thinking too much." Ji Ling, question mark. "System, as long as you can complete the mission and get the world back on track, everything will be fine. There will always be a way. But, Are you sure you can complete the mission? Ji Ling, what was wrong with him? Why did he have to confide in the system that mentioned his sore spot? The duel was set for 3 days later, but Ji Ling couldn't spend the next 3 days in peace. Ji Ling? He stared blankly at the godlike black mecha in front of him, smashing Ningyu's white mecha away with one punch. His mind was filled with question marks. Wasn't Jing Sui quite normal before? What's wrong with him? Why did he attack Ningyu? Don't tell me he's also having a seizure. You are the male lead. You must hold on. You are my only hope to go home, Ji Ling almost cried. Just as he was in a trance, a cold and majestic voice resounded in the arena. The winner has been decided. The duel is over. Although Ningyu's name was not mentioned, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before Ningyu defeated Ji Ling. There was no doubt that Ningyu had won this duel. But the arena was still silent. Even so, it was the first time in the history of the Empire that His Majesty personally piloted a mecha to interfere in the duel. As the Emperor, he made an exception and intervened in a fair duel. To protect an aristocratic playboy of the Empire. It was obviously unfair. The netizens were silent for a while, and then they began to express their dissatisfaction. I thought His Majesty was the fairest to the common people. I heard that he punished Ji Ling for Ningyu. I think he was just putting on an act. Only at the critical moment can we see who he is protecting. In the end, he is still protecting the interests of the aristocrats. He is just putting on an act for us to see. Do they think we are fools? Have the bootlickers woken up? As the Emperor, isn't it a bit too much to do this? Even if we admit that Ningyu won, so what? Ningyu could have won anyway. We shouldn't have put hope in these aristocrats. Of course, the Emperor is protecting the interests of the aristocrats. Ha ha ha. I feel sorry for our Ningyu. Take him away. Ji Ling didn't know that in just a few minutes, the wind on the internet had changed several times. Not only did he almost clear his name, but Jing Sui also took the blame and became the target of the netizens' dissatisfaction. He crawled out of the mech in a daze and looked at the huge black mech in front of him with a face full of dirt. What happened to Jing Sui, the most reliable friend of the people? Why are you like this too? Are you reborn, or have you been led astray by Brandon? Just as Ji Ling was losing all hope, he saw the hatch in the middle of the black mecha open. A tall and straight figure leapt down from the mecha that was tens of meters tall and landed on the ground as steady as a mountain. Jing Sui raised his head to reveal a peerlessly handsome face, his golden pupils gleaming with a cold light. He did not even glance at Ji Ling behind him, instead walking straight up to Ningyu's mecha. Grabbing the edge of the mecha's cockpit door, he reached out and pulled it open, instantly ripping off the damaged cockpit cover and pulling Ningyu out from inside. Ningyu's lips were pale. He seemed to be injured. He looked up at Jing Sui. His green eyes flickered and he said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty." Jing Sui said slowly, "Are you okay?" Ningyu shook his head. "It's nothing serious." Jing Sui controlled his strength when he attacked. He could tell that Ningyu wasn't injured just now. It was said that Ka Luosi had arranged people to stop him secretly. However, this wasn't the right time to talk about this. He paused, looked at Ningyu apologetically, and said in a gentle voice, "Just now, I made you feel wronged in a moment of desperation. Although it's a duel, since the outcome has been decided, it's better to make peace." "What do you think?" Ningyu gave an understanding smile and said, "You're right. I was too impulsive just now. I almost didn't hold back." Jing Sui smiled. "It's okay." Ji Ling was in a daze and was in despair. He almost thought that Jing Sui had been reborn. In the end, he saw that although Jing Sui suddenly saved him, she didn't even look at him. Instead, she ran to greet Ningyu and showed off their love in front of everyone. He started to doubt his thoughts again. Could it be that Jing Sui didn't come to help him? Ji Ling's eyes lit up. This was very possible. In this life, because of the butterfly effect, Ningyu didn't fall into his trap. Instead, he beat him up and ran away. He would definitely win this duel. There was no need for Jing Sui to save the damsel in distress. However, this might not be a good thing for Ningyu. Ji Ling stared at Jing Sui in a daze. His brain was in a state of complete shutdown. After a long while, he realized that Jing Sui had actually said sorry to him. He must be dreaming, the kind of nightmare. Jing Sui had actually said sorry to him. No, why did you say sorry to me? You did a good job. There's no need to say sorry to me. Please continue to be so cold and heartless, I don't need to say sorry at all. Ji Ling roared in his heart in despair. Jing Sui looked at Ji Ling's sorrowful and shocked eyes. An icy chill flowed through his veins, almost freezing his internal organs. Now that he had it all over again, he had personally witnessed the damage he had inflicted on the young man. It was countless times more vivid than what he remembered. The dense cracks in his heart, like a spider web, were once again on the verge of collapse. After a long time, Jing Sui spoke in a low voice. He looked gently into Ji Ling's eyes. You don't need to use this method to prove anything to me. In the future, don't do such dangerous things anymore, en? Ji Ling looked absent-mindedly at the man who had always been cold and indifferent in front of him. He stared at him with such a focused and gentle gaze. Finally, he felt sad. So, you bastard, you've really been reborn, haven't you? Why can't you hold on? As the male lead, you're in cahoots with those villains. Ji Ling was like a child who had suffered all kinds of grievances. Although he had encountered many difficulties before, he kept telling himself to be strong and to persevere. He didn't want to lose hope in life. However, fate still gave him a ruthless blow. At this moment, when he was comforted by Jing Sui, he finally couldn't hold back his tears and burst into tears. How could you do this? You're too much. Jing Sui looked at Ji Ling and suddenly burst into tears. His swaying eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. That accusing gaze was like a sharp knife that pierced straight into his heart. It turned out that the current him had already hurt him so deeply. How cold and heartless was he to cause a mere gentle sentence to cause the young man's emotions to be on the verge of collapse. The previous him had actually been so harsh to him. Why, didn't he come back earlier? This thought once again surfaced in his mind. God had given him a chance to be reborn. Perhaps it was to let him witness with his own eyes just how cruel his actions were. It made him hate his past self so much, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. I'm sorry. In the future, I won't make you sad anymore, okay? The light in Jing Sui's golden pupils dimmed slightly. He reached out and pulled the crying boy into his arms. His palm gently stroked the soft hair of the boy and whispered in his ear, "Don't cry." Being held in Jing Sui's arms and comforted by him, Ji Ling's heart was like dead ashes, and he almost gave up on himself. He felt the cold aura brought about by the man's approach, wrapping around him in a strong yet gentle manner, giving him a feeling that there was nowhere to escape. The final bottom line made him maintain his rationality. He couldn't accept Jing Sui. He was a straight man. His current public persona was infatuated with Jing Sui. It was reasonable to say that no matter how deeply hurt he was, as long as Jing Sui gave him a little bit of sweetness, he would immediately turn around and throw himself into her arms. As long as Jing Sui smiled at him, he would be deeply grateful, but he really couldn't do it. He was just a paid water army. It didn't matter if he liked someone, but if one day his idol suddenly turned around and told him, "Let's be together, I'll accept your feelings." After they were together, they might even kiss. Papa, Ji Ling's vision almost turned black. At the thought of being trapped in such a terrible world and facing the risk of being XXOO by a man, under such a desperate situation, a strong desire to survive finally made Ji Ling's little universe explode. He had to reject Jing Sui now. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite. Ji Ling pushed Jing Sui away abruptly, looked at him with red eyes, and said angrily, "Don't lie to me. You were just comforting Ningyu. You obviously like him, and you came here today because of him. You're just afraid that people will take revenge on him for hurting me, and you're afraid that I'll continue to cause trouble for him. I don't need your hypocrisy." Jing Sui was stunned. His arms were empty, and the pain in his eyes could hardly be suppressed. When he was reborn, the duel had already begun. The reason why he didn't make a move at the beginning was that he hoped to let Ji Ling redeem some of his reputation. And at the end, he didn't appear for Ningyu at all. If he had directly injured Ningyu and left with Ji Ling, the angry people would vent their anger on Ji Ling, making him the target of public criticism. So he deliberately pretended not to care about him, stayed at the scene to comfort Ningyu, and tried to reduce the negative impact caused by this incident. In this way, even if the people were a little dissatisfied, most of them would only blame him and ignore Ji Ling. But Ji Ling didn't understand. All he saw was the scene of him leaving him behind and talking to Ningyu. This child had always been so simple that it made people feel heartache and helpless. In his previous life, he was successfully slapped in the face and was grounded at home for a period of time. Jing Sui promised not to punish him on the condition that Grand Duke Ji Ting must discipline him. So, Grand Duke Ji Ting had to ground Ji Ling as an explanation to the angry emperor. Although he was not grounded in this life, Ji Ling was not in the mood to go out at all. He stayed at home every day and looked at the news on the internet all day long. He actually saw some exciting news. He thought that Jing Sui would protect him a lot after his rebirth and even save the damsel in distress in the duel. In this life, he and Ningyu would probably go in different directions. He should not continue to allow the media to hype up the scandal between him and Ningyu. However, to Ji Ling's surprise, this matter actually happened as usual. Moreover, the overwhelming scandal seemed to be even worse than the one in her previous life. He did not believe that there was no one pushing him behind the scenes. This made Ji Ling a little surprised and doubtful. He could not figure out Jing Sui's attitude. Logically speaking, Jing Sui should not do this. Didn't he show that he cared a lot about his feelings before? Was there something wrong with his previous guess? Did Jing Sui actually like Ningyu? This idea made Ji Ling very happy. He felt like he had been saved from a desperate situation. He did not expect that Jing Sui would still follow the plot after his rebirth. And he was even more serious about it than before. It seemed that he still did not give up using his relationship with Ningyu to win people's hearts. After all, for an emperor like him, compared with his great ambition, what was a little bit of guilt for a small cannon fodder? He had always been a reasonable person. No matter how he looked at it, being with Ningyu was more beneficial to him. Thinking about it this way, things were not that bad. Every day, Ji Ling happily watched the online water army hyping up the scandal between Jing Sui and Ningyu. This was simply his spiritual food. He enjoyed all kinds of gossip. When he was in the mood, he even put on a sock puppet to cheer for them. But before he could rejoice for a few days, another shocking event happened. He couldn't care less about the scandal between Jing Sui and Ningyu. In Wen Yan's first proposal after he was elected as the chairman, Jing Sui's proposal to lower the price of the gene evolution catalyst was passed without any obstruction. According to the contents of the proposal, within 3 years, the price of the elementary genetic evolution catalyst would be reduced by 100-fold, and it would be distributed to every administrative planet under the Empire's jurisdiction. In other words, the expensive genetic evolution catalyst that countless commoners couldn't afford in their entire lives would, in the near future, become a common item that anyone could obtain through hard work. Even if it was only the lowest grade ordinary gene evolution catalyst, for countless commoners, it was still a matter worthy of celebration. This represented a stronger physique and a longer lifespan. Moreover, now that the low-level ones had been opened up, would the high-level ones be far behind? Everyone was full of hope. Jing Sui's reputation soared to the peak, and the internet was filled with grateful voices. Anyone who dared to say a bad word about him would be attacked by countless people. His Majesty fulfilled his promise, and really opened up the genetic evolution catalyst that was previously completely controlled by the nobles. Those nobles who were dissatisfied with this were all suppressed by the terrifying public opinion and didn't dare to utter a word. Compared to this matter, the scandal between Jing Sui and Ningyu became insignificant. After all, it only concerned Ningyu alone, and the people who paid attention to it were just bystanders. However, this was a matter that truly changed the entire empire, benefiting countless people, and was related to everyone. It was enough to be recorded in the annals of history, and change the structure of the empire. Even Ji Ling could see that this matter would have a far-reaching impact on the empire. Countless nobles secretly gritted their teeth. But what really shocked him was not the huge impact of this matter, but the fact that in his previous life, Jing Sui's proposal was vetoed and not passed. Wen Yan and Ka Luosi colluded to control the majority of the seats in the parliament, but Wen Yan, as a commoner, betrayed them at the last minute, causing Jing Sui's proposal to be vetoed. Jing Sui was scolded for a long time because of this. Everyone said that he was a hypocritical emperor, and the so-called proposal was just a show. Although Ji Ling knew that the protagonist would definitely win in the end, Wen Yan and Ka Luoxi's collusion had indeed caused a lot of trouble for Jing Sui. But this time, Jing Sui succeeded. This meant that Wen Yan not only broke off with Ka Luoxi, but also stood on Jing Sui's side. How could this be? Wen Yan was indeed an unreliable two-faced person. Ji Ling paced back and forth in the room, his brows furrowed. The change in this matter made him feel even more uneasy than Jing Sui's rebirth, because this was no longer a small matter of love, but a major event that concerned the course of the entire world. Although this was a good thing for this world, the deviation from the plot was too serious, and it had already changed the direction of the entire world. Ji Ling asked the system anxiously, "What do you think of this matter?" This time, the system was also nervous, and did not dare to be careless. It said solemnly, "I have to go back to the headquarters to understand the situation. Is it okay for you to stay here alone for this period of time?" Ji Ling, what is this? You say it as if you are of any use staying here. System, Jing Sui came to see Earl Gerard. Although his proposal was successfully passed this time, there was still a long way to go to implement this policy. If there was a problem in any small link, it could lead to the final implementation of this policy. Gerard was a cunning old fox. He had important raw materials for the production of genetic evolution catalysts in his hands. He was wavering between him and Ka Luoxi. He was even more partial to Ka Luoxi. This was because he also didn't want to see a large number of genetic evolution catalysts being distributed to civilians. Therefore, Jing Sui decided to come in person. Earl Gerard was only interested in profit. As long as he used the carrot and stick approach, there was still hope for him to be under his command. These days, Jing Sui had been busy dealing with these nobles. He didn't even have time to see Ji Ling. However, he didn't expect to meet him here. Thinking about the last time they parted, Jing Sui's eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. He was about to go over when he saw Ji Ling turn around to avoid him. He was planning to slip away from here. He immediately called out to him, "Yi Ling." Ji Ling stood there stiffly. He saw that Jing Sui and Earl Gerard were together. They should be discussing business. He hoped that Jing Sui would focus on the big picture and ignore him. Who knew that he would be stopped by Jing Sui? When Dang Dong saw this, he excitedly said, "Young Master Ji. His Majesty. His Majesty took the initiative to call you." Ji Ling glanced at him with a blank expression. He gave him a cold death stare. This was the fate of a lackey who didn't know what to do. Dang Dong? Did he say something wrong? Jing Sui looked at Ji Ling's cold and unwilling expression and thought of the last time Ji Ling had sadly left his side. He was probably still holding a grudge against Jing Sui for what Jing Sui had said before and was still at loggerheads with him. Jing Sui sighed softly in his heart and walked over. He looked down at Ji Ling and said dotingly, "What? Are you still angry with me?" Ji Ling was going crazy. "I'm ignoring you. Don't you have any pride as the ruler of a country?" Why did he take the initiative to come over? He pretended to be angry, turned around, and tried to use his escape technique again, but this time, he was pulled back by Jing Sui. The man's slightly cold fingers gripped his wrist tightly, and with a gentle pull, Ji Ling was pulled into his arms. Ji Ling raised his head in panic and met the deep golden eyes. Jing Sui looked at him tenderly. "Why aren't you talking?" Ji Ling bit his lip stubbornly and glared at him. "I used my eyes to show him that I was still angry, still angry, still angry. I will never forgive you." Jing Sui looked at the stubborn anger in the young man's eyes, and his heart ached slightly. The regret and self-blame that had tortured him for countless years tore at his heart again, reminding him of the mistake he had made. In fact, he had thought it through. The reason why Ji Ling was so angry that day was because he still liked him and cared about him. She took every word she said to heart, which was why she was sad. This kind of young man. How could she not pity him? Didn't she want to spoil and coax him? Thinking of this, Jing Sui's eyes were filled with love. He raised his hand and gently stroked Ji Ling's cheek. His deep golden eyes stared at him, and his thin lips parted slightly, letting out a soft laugh. Seeing that Jing Sui would definitely not let him go if he didn't speak today, Ji Ling's heart was filled with despair. Once again, he stubbornly resisted and tried to escape from this place. Finally, he opened his mouth and spoke in an unhappy voice, "Let me go. I'm going back." He didn't want to get close to such a gentle Jing Sui at all. It was too dangerous. Jing Sui let out a soft sigh. It was all his fault for being too cold before, which made Ji Ling so wronged and angry. If it was in the past, he would have come over when he saw him. Why would he hide from him like this? He clearly cared about him, but he couldn't let go of his pride. In the past, you were always behind me, chasing me. This time, it's my turn to love you, okay? Jing Sui didn't mind Ji Ling's rudeness at all. He smiled and said, "Sit with me for a while. I'll personally send you back later. I think Grand Duke Ji Ting won't mind." Ji Ling was completely dumbfounded. "Brother, why did you suddenly become so persistent? You even used my father to pressure me. How could I answer you? Moreover, you've been so gentle and repeatedly inviting me. How could I refuse with my character?" Seeing that he was about to be pulled away by Jing Sui, Ji Ling was dazed and helpless. At this time, an elegant and soothing voice suddenly sounded. Ka Luosi, in a black suit, came over with a cane in his hand. His brown pupils looked at Jing Sui. His sharp eyes swept over Jing Sui's hand that was holding Ji Ling's. He smiled faintly and said, "His Majesty is also here." Jing Sui looked up at him, and a cold light flashed in his golden pupils. He thought, "You're also here for the resources in Earl Gerard's hands, aren't you?" He said lightly, "Yes." Ka Luosi smiled slightly, as if he didn't hear the coldness in Jing Sui's words. He sighed and said, "I heard that your Majesty has recently found your true love. It's really gratifying. Ningyu is very excellent. She's a perfect match for you." Jing Sui's eyes suddenly turned cold. Speaking of this, he didn't have time to settle the score with Ka Luosi. Last time, he only helped Ningyu once, but Ji Ling was so sad. Thinking of how sad Ji Ling would be when he saw the scandal between him and Ningyu, he didn't let the media continue to hype it up. However, Ka Luosi didn't suppress his reputation. Instead, he deliberately manipulated public opinion and spread the scandal between him and Ningyu. Ji Ling's body stiffened. He was kissed by a man just like that. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have lost his first kiss. Even though he was panicking and shocked, he suddenly woke up when he saw the doubt that flashed across Jing Sui's eyes. Oh no! He had instinctively dodged Jing Sui's kiss. Ji Ling stared blankly at Jing Sui. After a while, he revealed a trace of shame and anger, and stuttered in an aggrieved voice, You, who asked you to do that? I haven't forgiven you." After saying that, he desperately widened his eyes in an attempt to hide the panic in his heart. His face was burning hot. Jing Sui looked at Ji Ling's red cheeks. The youth's wide eyes were sparkling. That shocked and angry look. After a while, a trace of helplessness gradually appeared in her eyes. Even though she had already explained, this child still cared about the comments on the internet. Moreover, she didn't know that he had such a shy and bashful personality. Seeing him always chasing after her to confess to her, she thought that he was bold and unrestrained. In fact, he was just a naive child. Jing Sui looked at Ji Ling's red and bashful face. Not only was she not angry at him for avoiding her, but she also felt that he was even more adorable and adorable. She couldn't help but let out a low laugh. "I know." He looked deeply at the youth's red face. All he wanted to do was to rub the youth into his arms and bully him fiercely. He wanted to see more of that cute and bashful look, but now wasn't the right time. Jing Sui slowly turned her head and narrowed her eyes at the silver-haired man who was standing respectfully at the side. There was only a cold and indifferent look in her eyes. A few days ago, when Yan took the initiative to come to her and expressed his willingness to support her in the parliament, there was only one condition, for her to treat Ji Ling well. In order to gain her trust, Wen Yan even took the initiative to open up and admit that he had once teamed up with Ka Luosi. If it wasn't for the fact that Jing Sui was very clear about the nature of this person's wild ambition and how he betrayed and framed Ji Ling in his previous life, she would have almost believed that he was really thinking for Ji Ling's sake. Although he didn't trust Wen Yan, Jing Sui still agreed to his request in the end. He didn't care what motives others had to approach him, as long as they could be of use to him. If Wen Yan dared to come see him, then he dared to accept his surrender. As for whether or not there were other conspiracies, that would depend on whether or not he had the ability and courage to do so. As for Ji Ling, even if Wen Yan hadn't mentioned it, he would have treated him well. This time, you better keep up your performance, or else I'll let you know the price of hurting Ji Ling. Wen Yan raised his head and met Jing Sui's eyes, but it was as if he did not understand the warning in Jing Sui's eyes. He only said respectfully, "Your Majesty, young master." Ji Ling's heart was flustered and ashamed, and he couldn't care less about Wen Yan's presence. At this moment, he saw that Jing Sui had finally let go of him, glanced at him carefully, then turned and ran. Wen Yan bowed to Jing Sui, then chased after him. This time, Jing Sui didn't stop Ji Ling. He only stared fixedly at the back of Ji Ling's disappearing figure at the entrance of the Duke's mansion, a trace of deep persistence appearing in his eyes. Since he had already confirmed his feelings, it was impossible for him to let go. However, he couldn't push him too hard either. He had enough patience to wait for the youth to let go of his grudge and accept him again. Ji Ling ran back in a spurt of energy, not daring to look back. When he reached his own courtyard, he realized that Wen Yan had actually followed him without a word. His face once again became slightly hot. Just now, he had been so focused on escaping from Jing Sui that he hadn't had the time to pay attention to Wen Yan. Now that he had calmed down, he only felt incomparably ashamed. What was worse than a straight man being forcefully kissed? That meant there was an audience nearby. Moreover, Wen Yan's calmness and ease made Ji Ling feel that this fellow had no idea why he was laughing at him. "Can't you see that I'm embarrassed right now? Can't you see that I'm in an awkward situation?" Ji Ling felt even more embarrassed and annoyed. He faintly glanced at him and unhappily said, "What are you doing here?" Wen Yan raised his eyes to look at him. Those pitch-black eyes of his were like black holes that couldn't penetrate the night sky. In a hoarse voice, he said, "His Majesty seems to like you very much. Are you not happy?" Ji Ling, ruthless, this was a ruthless person. The moment he opened his mouth, he hit the nail on the head. "Forcing me to accept this." Ji Ling's eyes brimmed with tears as he said, "I'm happy." Wen Yan fixed his gaze on him, revealing a trace of worry as he said, "But you don't look very happy." Hearing this, Ji Ling couldn't help but feel sad. He could only make up some nonsense, revealing a sad and perturbed expression. He sighed and said, "His Majesty clearly didn't like me before. Why did he suddenly like me? Although I'm very happy, I can't believe it. Does he really like me? How long will he like me? Or will he not like me tomorrow?" The Empire's territory was vast. The NATO galaxy was a remote galaxy at the border of the Empire. It was barren, desolate, and dangerous. It was completely different from the prosperous, luxurious, and stable Imperial planet. Because the distance was too far, the starship had to go through multiple space warps to reach the NATO star system. Although Ji Ling was eager to show off his skills, he only had a grade C constitution, so he could only bitterly stay in his hibernation chamber during the space warps. He could only come out when they arrived. 10 days later, 2 huge starships finally appeared in the sky above the main planet of the NATO galaxy, Planet Fert. The leader of the local garrison, General Toka, was very happy to see the starships. This time, because of the Zerg Queen, they had a hard time resisting. They had been waiting for reinforcements. Now that His Majesty and the Marshal were here, the battle should be over soon. Ji Ling rode on Brandon's starship. As for Jing Sui, she had her own royal starship, so they did not bump into each other on the way. Brandon and Jing Sui immediately got busy with business after they arrived, so no one paid attention to Ji Ling. Ji Ling crawled out of the hibernation pod and retched a few times. Dizzy, he stood up with the help of a servant. It was not a comfortable feeling. In order to get to the NATO system as fast as possible, the army had been warping non-stop. They did not stop for even a moment, and the distance between each warp was very long. For a low-level evolver like Ji Ling, this kind of continuous warping was not a small burden. Although not all the other soldiers were high-level evolved humans, and some of them were even lower than Ji Ling, they were still battle-hardened and well-trained soldiers. Their adaptability was far better than Ji Ling's. In the end, Ji Ling was indeed a delicate person. But this did not stop Ji Ling's fighting spirit. He rested in his room for a while and recovered some of his energy. Then, he went out for a stroll, looking for a chance to show off. At this time, the entire planet Furt base was in a state of preparation for war. No one paid attention to Ji Ling. All around him were soldiers in a hurry, all of them looking solemn. To be honest, as a teenager, Ji Ling did not want to trouble others at a time like this. It made him feel uneasy and guilty. It was fine to be a little extravagant on the imperial planet. After all, everyone lived like this every day. If you did not behave like this, you would seem unsociable. But here, things were different. Here, everyone was facing life and death battles. Life was hard and simple. If you were the only one who was extravagant and arrogant, you would be out of place and need a beating. Especially when the emperor and the marshal shared weal and woe with the soldiers. The whole iron base was gray in color, and the soldiers were wearing black uniforms. They were very disciplined. Marshal Brandon was a very disciplined and strict man, so his army was the same. Although Xianxia was the emperor, he had never been given special treatment in the army. He ate and lived with the soldiers and was respected by his example. Both of them were strict people. They disliked extravagance and the extravagance of the imperial planet. That was why, in his previous life, he had disliked playboys like Ji Ling. In fact, Ji Ling also felt that he was really asking for a beating sometimes. If he was a bystander, he might not be able to resist cursing at such a person. But to get the plot back on track, to let Brandon and Xianxia realize that he was not as perfect as they thought and that he was no different from other playboys, Ji Ling had to do it. After all, he could not harm anyone. At most, he would look annoying and affect their mood a little. In the end, he did not see Xianxia and the others. After some thought, Ji Ling went back to rest. He asked his servant to keep an eye on the situation outside. A few hours later, the servant told Ji Ling through the communicator that His Majesty and Ningyu were having a meal in the canteen. Ji Ling immediately rushed over in high spirits. This cafeteria was very large, enough to accommodate hundreds of people eating at the same time. In the spacious hall, there were neatly arranged metal tables and chairs. The soldiers sat in twos and threes. At this time, there were not many people, and there were quite a few empty seats. As the protagonists of this book, Xianxia and Ningyu's perfect appearance and dazzling brilliance couldn't be concealed at all. Ji Ling saw them at first glance. Xianxia was sitting at a table in the middle of the hall. It was empty around her. Ningyu was sitting near the door, eating with a comrade. Ji Ling rolled his eyes. He did not go directly to Xianxia. Instead, he walked toward Ningyu with his servant with his head held high and chest puffed out. Ningyu was talking to a comrade beside him. His handsome side profile was revealed, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his lips. Ji Ling walked straight over and put the plate handed to him by the servant on the metal table. He raised his eyebrows and said in a contemptuous voice, "Get out of the way. I want to sit here." As soon as he said that, Ningyu immediately turned around. He looked at him with his green eyes and slightly frowned. Ji Ling looked back at him with a provocative look. He was as arrogant as he could be. Ningyu did not respond, but his comrade beside him was furious. He said to Ji Ling angrily, "There are many empty seats here." Ji Ling sneered and raised his chin. "I like this seat. Can't I?" The soldier was a good friend of Ningyu. He knew some gossip about Ningyu, Ji Ling, and the emperor. After all, the duel had caused quite a stir. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with Ji Ling. He felt that his good friend had been targeted by this rubbish noble for no reason. He looked at Ji Ling's small arms and legs. His temper rose. He sneered and looked at him coldly. "We won't move." "What can you do?" Ji Ling was instantly angry. He slammed his hands on the table and shouted, "How dare you provoke me, you lowly commoner!" As soon as the word lowly commoner came out, the already hostile atmosphere became even more intense. The soldier looked at Ji Ling coldly. Huoran stood up and rolled up his sleeves. Ji Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. "I only said a few words and you're already rolling up your sleeves. Can you not be so rude?" His face turned pale and he almost gave in. His expression was stiff. At this time, Ningyu suddenly stood up and pressed his hand on the shoulder of his comrade. He turned around and looked at Ji Ling calmly. He said indifferently, "This seat is yours." Just as the whip was about to hit the dark-skinned youth, a strong hand grabbed the end of the whip at the critical moment. The tall man shielded the dark-skinned youth behind him and looked at Ji Ling with a frown. Ji Ling heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Brandon had successfully stopped him. However, his expression remained defiant as he said fiercely, "Get out of my way. What can you do about killing a civilian in front of so many people?" Brandon gripped the end of the whip tightly and pursed his lips as he looked at the handsome youth in front of him with a provocative expression. After a while, a trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. In fact, he had noticed Ji Ling long ago, which was why he had rushed over in time to stop him. However, it was also because of this, that he could tell at a glance that Ji Ling actually had no intention of hurting the youth. Ji Ling's whip avoided the youth's vital parts, and he was not fast enough or ruthless enough, which made it easy for the people around him to stop him. He had seen too many people, and a truly vicious person who regarded human life as worthless would not look like this, nor would his gaze be like this. The bright provocation in the youth's eyes was clearly directed at him. At the end of the day, this kind of trouble was just to attract his and Jing Sui's attention. He did not intend to hurt anyone. He was like a fierce kitten baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but upon a closer look, one would know that it was just a bluff. Ji Ling had been waiting for the marshal, who was rumored to be the most incorruptible and ruthless, to open his mouth to punish him. In the end, after waiting for a long time, all he saw was Brandon looking at him with a complicated expression. Brandon sighed softly with a doting and helpless expression. "Ji Ling, big brother, are you serious? What's wrong with you? I've already gone overboard, can't you at least show me something?" At this moment, Jing Sui also walked over slowly. He knew that Brandon was enough to stop Ji Ling and not put Ji Ling on the spot, so he walked at a moderate pace. What Brandon could understand, he could naturally understand as well. The young man had clearly sneaked a glance at him before making his move. Seriously, there was nothing he could do about it. They had just caused a ruckus yesterday. He just refused to stay still for even a moment. When Ji Ling saw Jing Sui's expression, he also felt that something was wrong. He thought to himself, "Oh no, wasn't my performance vicious enough?" But he really couldn't do anything more outrageous. Ji Ling tugged hard at the whip in his hand, but it didn't budge. He simply let go and threw it away. He glared at them and said, "What do you want?" However, before Ji Ling could find another opportunity to attack, Jing Sui picked him up, turned around, and strode away. Although he knew that the youth did not have any bad intentions, the youth's behavior just now had aroused the anger of the crowd. If he continued to stay, he would become the target of public criticism. Some words had to be said in private after leaving this place. He believed that Brandon would be able to handle the rest. Ji Ling didn't expect Jing Sui to carry him away without saying a word. He immediately struggled, but his strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of Jing Sui. His face turned red, but he couldn't push her away at all. Jing Sui directly brought him to his room. Only when he heard the sound of the metal door automatically closing behind him did he let go of Ji Ling. Because of the struggle, Ji Ling's hair was a little messy. He staggered a step back and looked at Jing Sui. The tall and slender man in front of him had a handsome face that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. His thin lips were pursed into a straight line. Ji Ling thought of his almost rude behavior just now. He was stunned for a moment, and a trace of surprise finally appeared in his heart. It seemed that he had made the right bet this time. Jing Sui was finally angry. He had to make persistent efforts and continue to be unreasonable. He had to strive to break Jing Sui's illusion of him and let him see his true nature. Ji Ling immediately raised his chin. His eyes were red, and he said to Jing Sui with dissatisfaction, "Your Majesty actually stopped me for a commoner. I think you don't care about me at all. You were just lying to me before, right?" Jing Sui looked at the youth's angry eyes. So, this child really still blamed him. He took a step forward. Ji Ling subconsciously took a step back, but before he could react, Jing Sui suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around his waist. With a light pull, he was pulled into his embrace. His warm breath brushed past his ear, and a low voice fell into his ear, "I'm sorry, I've neglected you, Ji Ling." He raised his head in a daze and met Jing Sui's eyes from a very close distance. He could clearly see the tenderness and pity gradually emerging in those golden pupils. Jing Sui held up Ji Ling's chin with one hand, and a helpless smile appeared on his lips. I've been too busy recently. I didn't mean to neglect you. Don't be angry. If you are angry, my heart will ache. Ji Ling instantly fell from heaven to hell. His eyes were filled with despair, and he was so angry that his hands were trembling. So, you weren't angry at all when I risked my life to torment you for so long. Instead, you felt that it was because you neglected me, and that I was throwing a tantrum at you? What happened to the cold and selfless emperor? What happened to the emperor who cared about the rights and interests of the commoners the most? You're still the male lead of the righteous camp. You're not a crazy villain like Kaluasi who has no morals. You're actually afraid that I'll be angry in the face of a playboy like me who kills commoners for no reason? Because of Jing Sui and Brandon's rebirth, the battle ended very smoothly, and there weren't many casualties. Because of this, Ningyu's performance was rather average. He didn't have the opportunity to shine like he did in his previous life, so he could only perform normally. From beginning to end, he didn't have much interaction with Jing Sui. This made Ji Ling very worried. In his previous life, Ningyu shone in this war and naturally established a relationship with Jing Sui. But in this life, they were just passers-by. Jing Sui's rebirth changed everything. Everyone took different paths. If this continued, the main character would gradually drift apart. How could they develop feelings for each other? Ji Ling's painstaking efforts to ruin his image had no effect at all. No matter what he did, Jing Sui felt that he was doing it to attract his attention, making him so angry that he couldn't do anything about it. He even suspected that he was digging a pit for himself. All of this caused Ji Ling to be extremely perplexed. Am I not hateful enough? How did it become so difficult to be hated by others? On the way back, Ji Ling no longer had the strength to court death. He began to doubt himself. The plot might not be salvageable. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he successfully courted death and was slapped in the face. On the way back, he left with his tail between his legs. In the end, he was betrayed by Kaluasi to the Resistance Army and encountered the terrifying Resistance Army commander Gabriel. This time, he was protected by everyone. Jing Sui couldn't wait to hold him in the palm of her hand. Moreover, he followed the army, so that incident obviously wouldn't happen again. From the looks of it, this was the only benefit of Jing Sui's rebirth. Although he knew that it was more daunting than dangerous, Ji Ling really didn't want to be kidnapped again in fear. It was better to return to the Imperial planet safely. As long as Jing Sui didn't always want to be intimate with him, he felt that everything was quite good. Jing Sui knew that Ji Ling's physique was not suitable for continuous high-intensity dimensional jumps, so she deliberately slowed down on the way back. Hence, this return trip was much longer than when she left. He spent more and more time with Jing Sui. Ji Ling felt a headache coming on. That morning, he got up and washed up. He carefully opened the door a little and poked his head out to take a look. Jing Sui was not there. Great! Ji Ling walked out quietly, preparing to have breakfast. The interior of the starship was very large, almost the size of a small city. Although Ji Ling was very low-key, he still attracted many curious gazes along the way. After the battle on Ferd, everyone knew that Ji Ling was His Majesty's favorite. His Majesty wanted to praise him to the heavens, so everyone was very curious about him. What was it about this idiot who was famous on the Imperial Star that made Her Majesty like him so much? Was it just because of his face? Ji Ling felt uncomfortable being stared at by everyone. He kept a straight face and didn't want to be stared at by so many people. It was all that B***starred Jing Sui's fault. Who wanted to be stared at like this? He went to the dining hall on the starship in a low mood. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Jing Sui waving at him. Ji Ling almost blacked out. Why couldn't he avoid him? Were you waiting here for him to come to you? Although he was half dead with anger, he looked at the handsome, golden-eyed man in front of him and met the other party's gentle eyes. After a while, he walked over timidly. Jing Sui reached out and pulled Ji Ling into her arms. She casually ran her fingers through his soft and messy golden hair. Looking at the young man's slightly flushed cheeks, she chuckled happily. I know you aren't used to eating nutritious food. Today, we will stop at the Fairy Cloud Star. The Fairy Cloud Star has always been famous for its scenery and food. You will definitely like it. Ling stiffened for a while, then said, "There's no need for that. It's too much of a detour." The fairy cloud star was not on their return route. He felt that he was already a femme fatale for taking a detour with a starship full of people just for him. He had to stop. Jing Sui didn't care about Ling's rejection at all. Instead, she felt that he was so kind and considerate. He was not domineering at all and was very sensible when it came to important matters. Her expression softened. "It's okay. We are not in a hurry." Most of the troops had already left with Brandon. He only brought a portion of the elites with him. Moreover, he had deliberately taken a detour to avoid risks. Although he was prepared this time, he had already checked the people in the army in advance and removed the spy planted by Kaluasi. However, he still had to prevent anyone from leaking the information. Jing Sui didn't want any accidents to happen. Ling wanted to refuse again, but Jing Sui had already made her decision. "That's it. Ling." The other party's silver metal mask glowed with a cold light, covering his entire face, only revealing a pair of indifferent black eyes. Although he had only seen him once in his previous life, Ling would never forget this person. As the man approached, the deepest memories buried in his heart, uneasiness, fear, doubt, confusion, trust, and other complex emotions surfaced again. At that time, he was kidnapped by the rebel army on his way back. When he was about to be killed by those villains who hated the nobles in despair, it was this person who suddenly appeared and stopped everything. He saved his life, but then coldly locked him up, making him suffer in fear and torture in that dark place. Although he returned alive in the end, he gradually understood that this person did not want to kill him, but that terrifying memory of constantly worrying about facing the threat of death, he really did not want to experience it again. At this moment, he raised his head and stared blankly at the legendary and incomparably mysterious commander of the resistance army in front of him, watching as he once again appeared in front of him. Ling wanted to cry but had no tears. "So the plot has already collapsed like this. Why are you still here? Big brother, are you following me?" None of the plots that he wanted to happen happened, but the only plot that he did not want to happen happened again. At this moment, Ling felt despair towards this world full of malice. Ling gritted his teeth, turned around and ran, constantly chanting in his heart, "Jing Sui, save me," but before he could take a step, his waist was directly grabbed by a strong hand, followed by a pain at the back of his neck, and he immediately fainted. The entire mountain was shaking. Jing Sui sensed the commotion and quickly rushed back, but Ling's figure was already nowhere to be seen. He smashed the wall with a heavy punch, his eyes incomparably cold as he looked at the meteor falling from the sky. "These damned resistance army." Jing Sui pressed the communicator, notifying the secretary on the starship, and coldly ordered, "Send troops down, even if it means flattening this planet. Find Ling for me." On the faraway Imperial planet, Kaluasi was sitting in the study when he suddenly heard a commotion outside, followed by the door being pushed open. Anderson's face was full of anxiety. He stopped Wenyan and said, "Sir Wenyan, you can't go in." Kaluasi raised her eyebrows and looked at Anderson's cold eyes. She raised her hand to stop Anderson and said faintly, "Let him in." Anderson wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead before stepping aside and retreating with a bow. Kaluasi looked at Wenyan thoughtfully. He raised the corners of his lips and said in a low, mocking voice, "What a rare guest. I thought you would never come to see me again." Wenyan stared coldly at Kaluasi, unable to contain the anger in his heart. He had naively thought that Kaluasi would change in this life and would no longer hurt Ling. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This person would never change. All his previous forbearance was all for this moment, wasn't it? He betrayed Ling again. Wenyan's voice was cold. "Where is Ling now?" Kaluasi frowned and said, "I don't know what you mean. Ling should be with Her Majesty now." Wenyan laughed coldly. "He was captured by the resistance army on the fairy cloud planet. You should know this very well." Kaluasi's pupils shrank and his expression finally changed. He said in a low voice, "I don't know." Wenyan was able to climb to his current position because he had many connections and was extremely well informed. He had always been paying attention to the situation on Ling's side, so when he received the news, he immediately rushed over. However, he did not expect Carlos to deny it. Wen Yan recalled what happened in his previous life and said in a cold tone, "You don't know? Weren't you the one who leaked the news to the resistance army?" Hearing his voice, Ka Luoxi's eyes gradually filled with anger. He said word by word, "No, it was me." Wen Yan looked directly into Ka Luoxi's eyes but could not see anything. Since this person was unwilling to admit it, he would not give him any clues. Wen Yan only hated himself for not being capable enough. Otherwise, he would have killed this person directly. Although he had broken off relations with Ka Luoxi previously, Wen Yan did not want to become enemies with Ka Luoxi. Hence, he only distanced himself from him. But this time was different. He would not allow anyone to hurt Ji Ling. He would not allow anyone to sacrifice Ji Ling as a pawn. Wen Yan's chest rose and fell slightly. He looked deeply at Ka Luoxi and said in a cold voice, "If anything happens to him, I will not let you off." Ji Ling's eyes were filled with surprise. Jing Sui had actually come to save him. He had never hoped to see him as much as he did now. However, the man behind him tightened his grip on his throat, almost suffocating him. The surprise in Ji Ling's eyes was instantly replaced by despair. The threat of death was so close to him for the first time. Was Gabriel going to silence them? If he wanted to kill him, it would take less than a second. He wouldn't even be able to wait for Jing Sui to come. Gabriel clutched the youth's throat. The neck was so fragile and slender that it seemed like it would snap with a little force. He looked at the youth's eyes, which were trembling with fear. Those beautiful blue eyes were now filled with fear and unease. It was really pitiful, and he actually did not want to let go. He whispered in his ear, "It seems like the Emperor really likes you." He came faster than I expected. Ji Ling's lips trembled slightly. Just as he was about to lose all hope, he suddenly felt the grip on his neck loosen. The man's aura suddenly went far away, leaving only a chuckle in his ear. "Don't forget me, I'll be back." In the next second, the ground cracked open, and Gabriel leaped down. Ji Ling sat on the ground in a daze. This change was too sudden, he didn't even have time to react. Then, the ground shook like an earthquake, and the surrounding ground began to collapse. A huge silver mech rose from the depths of the ground, bringing him up continuously. The cold wind blew against his face, making it hard for Ji Ling to open his eyes. He instinctively grabbed the metal ground with his hands. No, this was not a metal ground. He was in the hands of this mech. Ji Ling raised his head, staring blankly at the huge silver mech in front of him. It was as though he could see through the cold light and see the cold, terrifying and cruel man sitting inside. Suddenly, he felt weightless, and he began to fall. The silver mech loosened its grip and threw Ji Ling out of the mech. At this moment, Ji Ling should have been extremely terrified, but the continuous changes made him lose the ability to react. He continued to fall, watching the silver mech get further and further away from him, until his back bumped into something hard. His descent came to an abrupt halt. The black mech spread its wings like a streak of light, rushing over to catch him without hesitation. Then, he raised his hand to block the wind and waves around him and slowly landed on the ground. He knelt down on one knee and carefully opened his palm to put Ji Ling down. Jing Sui did not go to help Gabriel. Gabriel knew that he would not ignore Ji Ling's life, so he purposely threw Ji Ling out to stop him. Ji Ling sat on the ground in a daze. Only then did he realize that the tears on his face had been blown away by the wind. He looked up and saw the hatch of the black mech open. The black-haired, golden-eyed man jumped down from above and walked towards him. He pulled Ji Ling into a tight embrace. Feeling the strong and warm embrace of the man, the blood that had frozen due to fear began to flow again. She didn't know why, but she felt her eyes were extremely sore. She suddenly cried again, very loudly. He thought he was going to die. He had been so scared. What emperor, what male lead, *ck them all. Ji Ling hugged Jing Sui's neck and cried until he was out of breath. He never wanted to leave the imperial planet again. The outside world was too scary, too dangerous. Jing Sui wrapped his arms around the young man's trembling body, allowing him to hug his neck and cry. He remained motionless. The tears soaked his clothes. The young man's trembling warmth seeped into his body bit by bit. It was so warm and soft, but it was like the sharpest knife, ignoring all obstacles and directly cutting into his heart. It was only when Ji Ling was tired that Jing Sui raised his hand to wipe his tears. He said hoarsely, "I'm sorry, I'm late." He looked at the young man's tear-stained face. Pain and remorse almost drowned him. He closed his eyes and recalled the scene of Gabriel throwing the young man down from the sky. It made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. As long as he thought about the possibility of losing the young man again and watching him die in front of him again, the pain was like a hand clutching his heart tightly. This was the first time he had tasted fear. So he could care about someone like this. He couldn't lose him again. Jiling burped and finally recovered from the fear and confusion. Then, she abruptly let go of Jing Sui and averted her eyes in embarrassment. Oh no, she was so scared that she actually hugged Jing Sui and cried. Did this scoundrel misunderstand that she was interested in him again? Jiling felt his teeth hurt. Although he was grateful that Jing Sui had come to save him without hesitation, he felt complicated. If it wasn't for Jing Sui, he wouldn't have been caught. Kaluasi looked at Jing Sui coldly and said in a cold voice, "What do you mean by that, Your Majesty?" The killing intent in Jing Sui's eyes was not concealed at all. He slowly said, "Isn't it you who put him in danger?" As expected, Carlos was infuriated. Jing Sui, in order to retaliate against him for using the scandal to attack him, actually put this dirty water on him. Anger was hidden in his voice as he shouted in a deep voice, "I can't wait to protect him, so how can I let him encounter danger?" Jing Sui sneered, "You know whether or not it's you." Kaluasi sneered, "Nonsense." He no longer paid attention to Jing Sui. Instead, he looked at Jiling. His eyes were solemn as he said, "Yiling, don't believe those words. I will never hurt you." Jiling thought to himself, "I don't believe you. You're such a bad old man." Gabriel said it himself. "Do you think he would frame you? Furthermore, it's not the first time you've done something like this." He blinked and suddenly revealed a sad and disappointed expression as he said, "I don't want to believe it either. However, that person. He told me that it was you." Kaluasi froze for a moment. Then, he finally revealed a surprised expression, "Gabriel?" Jiling cautiously nodded his head. It was as if he was unwilling to believe this fact. There were faint tears in his eyes as he said, "Uncle Kaluasi. Is it really you?" Kaluasi looked into Jiling's eyes. The teenager's eyes were sad and sad. However, he still had a tiny bit of hope. He asked him, "Is it really you?" At this moment, he couldn't even think about why Gabriel wanted to frame him. A sudden dull pain struck his heart. It instantly brought him back to that dark and lonely night in his previous life. The scene of the teenager questioning him was filled with despair and he was unwilling to give up his last hope. At that time, he couldn't tell him that it wasn't him. That was the thing that he regretted the most. However, this time, he could answer him with certainty. Kaluasi said slowly, "Not me." He extended his hand towards Jiling, his brown eyes filled with an incomparably deep and serious expression. He repeated word by word, "No. It's me." But, this time, the youth did not respond. Because this time, he was protected in Jing Sui's arms. Pain finally surfaced in Kaluasi's eyes. The dark jealousy in his heart was like a venomous snake biting into his heart. The venom caused his blood to turn cold. He had been reborn, but even though he had done so much, could he not change the outcome? Couldn't he get the only person he wanted? He would not allow such an outcome. Kaluasi tightened his grip on his cane, and the aura around him suddenly became terrifying. His eyes turned cold, and he moved slightly. However, just as he raised his arm, a cold gust of wind brushed past his cheek. Kaluasi tilted his head and took a step back to avoid Brandon's fist. That tall and cold man stood in front of him like a god of war, looking at him with undisguised hostility in his gray eyes. Wen Yan had also taken a step forward at some point in time, and the cold light in his phoenix eyes fell on him without blinking. Kaluasi took a deep breath. His gaze went past Brandon and Wen Yan, and finally landed on Jiling, who was protected by Jing Sui. He suppressed the ruthlessness in his eyes. Now is not the right time. But do you think you can get away with this? Don't be happy too early. Kaluasi's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly turned around and left without any hesitation. Seeing that Kaluasi had finally left, Jiling breathed a sigh of relief. His face was slightly pale. Ka Luosi had always pretended to be an elegant and gentle gentleman in front of him, so much so that he had almost forgotten Ka Luosi's true nature. Just now, the ruthlessness that Ka Luosi suddenly revealed really scared him. And although it was only for a moment when Brandon and Ka Luosi exchanged blows, the terrifying aura it brought about still made him tremble in fear. Too scary. Are these people still human? Aren't they a group of monsters in human skin? It's not an exaggeration to say that they can kill me with one punch. Go home, I must go home. Ji Ling crawled out from Jing Sui's arms, and was thinking about how to bid farewell to Jing Sui when Wen Yin, who had been silent all this while, stood up. He bowed respectfully to Ji Ling and said, "Young master, I've come to pick you up." Ji Ling let out a low whimper from the kiss. The man in front of him was so powerful and terrifying. He was like a beast that tore apart his gentle disguise and didn't give him any room to resist. The hands that restrained him were as unshakable as steel. He was forced to surrender to the other party. He felt the man's unscrupulous kiss and couldn't help but tremble slightly. He instinctively wanted to escape, but his last bit of rationality stopped him. At first, he forgot to struggle, but later, he didn't dare to struggle. Although Jing Sui seemed to like him, no matter how gentle and doting he was, Ji Ling would never forget the fact that he wasn't the original Ji Ling. He didn't love this man, and he didn't really give up his life for him. In fact, he didn't give up anything. He deceived this terrifying ruler of a country, used the identity of an outsider, and started a scam to obtain the other party's love. Even though this wasn't his intention. He didn't want Jing Sui to love him, but, when things finally went out of control to this point, he had no choice but to continue playing his role. Ji Ling endured the intense fear and was forced to open his mouth to accept the other party. He felt it difficult to breathe. Fear, panic, uneasiness. He was being kissed by a man. Moreover, although he had the appearance of a human, he was actually more terrifying than a mythical monster. He looked gentle, but in fact, he could easily pinch a little liar to death. He felt as insignificant and powerless as an ant. Even if he had been carefully following the plot and tried his best to complete the mission, fate always played a bad joke on him. Tears welled up in Ji Ling's eyes again. He felt extremely wronged. Who told you to like me? Why do you like me? Haven't I behaved badly enough? I've already tried very hard not to be liked by anyone. I just want to finish the plot and go home. Jing Sui felt the young man's body tremble in his arms, but this time, he unexpectedly didn't avoid him. So he slowly let go of the young man's chin. His fingertips gently brushed across his cheeks. Feeling the sweetness on his lips, he couldn't help but deepen the kiss. Ever since his rebirth, he had been trying hard to control himself. He told himself not to scare the young man. He had to take it slow, so he had allowed the young man to escape. It was only at this moment that he finally kissed the person he loved. Jing Sui gently hugged Ji Ling, looking at his flushed cheeks and wet eyes. She whimpered like a kitten. After a long time, she reluctantly lifted her head and let go of him. In the end, he didn't have the heart to frighten Ji Ling, so he stopped there and didn't continue. The youth always shyly avoided his approach. Sometimes it even gave him the illusion that the child actually did not want to get close to him. But how was that possible? He loved her so much, pursued her for so many years, and even gave up his life for her. If this wasn't love, what else could explain it? There was no reason for him to lie to himself. In the end, Jing Sui felt that the young man was still too shy. In the past, she had never seriously understood him, so the first thing she did after her rebirth was to collect all the information about the young man and understand his every move. Even when he was out with his friends, he would say words of admiration to her. Every time she saw it, she would feel happy for the whole day. Regardless of whether it was in front of her or not, the young man loved her deeply. And because he loved her deeply, he even rejected all the suitors. Jing Sui didn't know about this in her previous life. In this life, he realized that the young man had never had any other man or woman. His body and mind were completely reserved for herself. When Jing Sui first found out, he was in disbelief. He knew the extravagant and depraved style of the empire's aristocrats. Although he always knew that the young man liked her, he wouldn't be surprised if he went to seek pleasure. After all, it was just for show. Jing Sui had never seen such a person who was completely loyal to one person to the end. He thought he already knew the young man's love for her, but every time he dug a little more, he realized that he had underestimated the young man's feelings for her. Jiling seemed like a domineering playboy, but he was more loyal and conservative than anyone else. He loved her so much that he could reject any other temptation. It was unbelievable, but it was the truth. This seemed to explain the young man's shyness. Because in this aspect, he was a blank. He didn't know anything. Even this kiss was his first kiss. He only knew how to say that he liked her, but he didn't know what to do with the person he liked. That was why when she suddenly accepted him and approached him, he felt at a loss and subconsciously avoided her. Thinking of this, Jing Sui gradually let go of the doubts in her heart. Instead, she hugged Jiling even more tenderly. This child. There were still many things that she needed to teach him. But he had the patience to approach her slowly. Such a unique treasure, of course, could only be owned by him and discovered by himself. Jiling's existence was a gift from God. He must cherish him. Jiling looked at Kaluasi in shock. Fear made his scalp go numb. Why would Kaluasi appear in the palace? Jing Sui could not have invited him. What did he want to do? Kaluasi looked at the young man's fearful eyes. His heart was cold and painful, but he showed a gentle expression and said to Jiling softly, I just want to say a few words to you. Don't make a sound, and I will let you go, okay? Jiling listened to his gentle and soft words and suddenly calmed down. Since Carlos was still willing to play with her, he definitely wouldn't hurt her. She wanted to hear what he was going to say, so she blinked her eyes, indicating that she was willing to listen to what he had to say. Kaluasi let go of him. His gaze fell on Jiling's red lips. He suppressed the anger and jealousy in his heart and looked at Jiling with sad eyes. He said in a hoarse voice, Do you still blame me? Jiling looked at him with alienation, as if he did not trust him at all. Kaluasi said, I missed you very much. Jiling lowered his voice and said coldly, I almost died on the fairy cloud planet. You know that, right? Kaluasi's eyes showed pain. After a while, he laughed bitterly and said, I know what Her Majesty told you, but it was not true. I would never betray you. How could Jiling believe Kaluasi? He looked at Kaluasi with disappointed eyes and shook his head. Her Majesty was afraid that I would be sad, so she did not say anything. It was Gabriel who said it. He said that you told him about me. Uncle Kaluasi, you. When Carlos saw the disappointment and sadness in the youth's eyes, he hated Gabriel even more. Later, he went back and thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out Gabriel's purpose for doing this, nor why he would frame him in front of Jiling. What did this person want this time? Even if he couldn't figure out Gabriel's motive, it didn't stop him from talking to Jiling today. Kaluasi said in a deep voice, what Gabriel said might not be true. And are you sure that he's the real Gabriel? Jiling was stunned, not knowing what he meant. Kaluasi said calmly, everyone knows that Gabriel has black hair, black eyes, and wears a silver mask, but no one knows what he really looks like. Isn't it easy for someone wearing a mask to disguise as him? Jiling said in surprise, you mean he's not the real Gabriel? That was impossible. He had interacted with Gabriel in his past life, and he was very sure that it wasn't someone else's disguise. He looked at Kaluasi suspiciously, wanting to see what he was going to say next. Kaluasi looked at Jiling, his eyes suddenly sharp and dark, the coldness in them frightening. He said slowly and clearly, if I asked Gabriel to kill someone, I would never let that person come back alive. Jiling was startled by the sudden coldness in his voice. He leaned against the tree behind him, his face pale. He didn't know why Kaluasi's face changed so suddenly. Didn't he always pretend to be harmless in front of him? Kaluasi looked straight into Jiling's frightened eyes, his deep eyes calm and frighteningly cold. If I really asked Gabriel to kidnap you, how could I have made him say my name and let you back safe and sound? Jiling was speechless. Damn, he actually felt that this old guy's words made sense. But that was indeed Gabriel. Jiling racked his brains to think. Maybe it was the same as in his past life. You betrayed me, but Gabriel still didn't want to kill me. As for saying your name, was it purely an accident? He really didn't know how to find a reason for Gabriel to continue doing this. Kaluasi raised his hand and pressed it on Jiling's shoulder. The coldness in his eyes was covered by worry and concern again. He sighed helplessly. That person might not be the real Gabriel. He kidnapped you and then let you go to frame me, do you understand? Jiling didn't believe a word, but his eyes pretended to be shaken. He asked blankly, why did he do that? Ka Luosi sighed. Think about it, who is the biggest beneficiary? Jiling, it seems that no one else benefits except you? Although I don't know why Gabriel wants to frame you in this life, maybe he just doesn't like you. After all, Jing Sui's political views are more in line with his interests. Ka Luosi looked at the young man's blank eyes. He didn't understand at all. He showed pity and helplessness. He said in a low voice, I would rather you hate me than tell you the truth, but I really can't bear to see you being hurt and used. Jiling, Ka Luosi's eyes were full of regret. He finally said slowly, it's His Majesty. He is the biggest beneficiary. Jiling widened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't know how Ka Luosi got around this. Carlos focused on the youth's face. His tone was sincere as he slowly said, His Majesty has always been indifferent and dismissive of you in the past. Everyone knows that he doesn't like you, but his attitude changed drastically overnight. He dotes on and indulges you so much. Have you never wondered if there was something wrong with this? Jiling thought to himself, I know the reason. It's because he's reborn. But you guys definitely won't tell me this secret. Putting this aside, there does seem to be something wrong. Jing Sui stood there, feeling the stinging pain in his mouth and the lingering smell of blood. His whole body was cold. There was no longer any shyness or love in the young man's beautiful blue eyes. There was only a strange cold hatred. He said in a ruthless voice, don't touch me. The densely packed cracks on his chest began to expand continuously, as if they were about to tear his heart into pieces. Jing Sui wanted to open his mouth to speak, but something was stuck in his throat. His right hand clenched so tightly that it almost pierced his palm. Then he heard the youth he loved say in a sorrowful voice, I would rather that you never liked me. He didn't believe that he loved him. He thought that he was deceiving him, using him. He hated him. He hated his ruthlessness, hated his deceit. This time, he saw the young man walk away from him. He wanted to reach out to grab him, but he couldn't move. He couldn't even touch the corner of the young man's clothes. Because he really lied to him. He tried to erase what happened in his previous life and despicably and selfishly owned the young man again. So this was his retribution. Jing Sui closed his eyes in pain. Ka Luosi. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. Jiling escaped from the palace in one go. Even when he walked on the empty street outside, he still felt that it was unreal. He actually left Jing Sui's place just like that. He had finally managed to escape from death. However, Jing Sui seemed to be sad and angry. Jiling felt a little uneasy. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he actually didn't want to hurt Jing Sui. But, was he really that important to him? Jiling couldn't help but recall what happened in his previous life. He thought of Jing Sui's terrifying coldness and ruthlessness. Even though he knew that he was infatuated with him, he still had the heart to exile him. He also felt that it would be unbelievable if someone like him really fell in love with him. Jiling sighed and returned to his home in a daze. Although the Earth teenager really wanted to protect himself, he began to feel conflicted and self-reproach. From the beginning to the end, he only wanted to complete the mission and did not want to hurt anyone. This was also why when he was playing the role of the evil male supporting lead, he only pretended to be fierce and vicious. Every time he was stopped and slapped in the face, he felt very gratified. When he first accepted this mission, he really didn't expect it to be so difficult. He thought he could complete it step by step. When Mrs. Marina saw her son come back in the middle of the night, she was very surprised. Looking at her son's absent-minded appearance, she anxiously asked, Baby, what's wrong with you? Jiling didn't want to talk and didn't want his mother to worry, so he just said, Mom, I'm fine. Mrs. Marina didn't believe it at all. She looked at the tear stains on Jiling's face that hadn't dried up yet. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Jing Sui bullied her baby again? She had always known that Jing Sui was lukewarm to Jiling, but Jiling loved Jing Sui. So when she suddenly heard from Mrs. Sharman that Jing Sui wanted to let Ji Ling stay in the palace for a few days because he liked Ji Ling. She was very happy for her son and did not hesitate to let her son stay. If her son could be with Jing Sui and get what he wanted, she would be relieved. But now it seemed that Jing Sui was not sincere. Did he make her son sad again? Thinking of this, Mrs. Marina was very angry. If Jing Sui pretended to like Ji Ling and hurt him, this time she would go to the palace to ask for justice. But now she didn't dare to provoke Ji Ling. She could only bear with the heartache and said softly, "It's good that you are okay. Go and wash up. Look at your face." Ji Ling was very glad that Mrs. Marina didn't ask further. At this moment, he didn't want to stay for a moment longer and left in embarrassment. Mrs. Marina looked at her son's back and then her eyes darkened. She turned around and went out of the house. Ji Ling returned to his familiar room and found that he still liked it the most. Although it was not his real home, it could give him a little sense of security and comfort in this strange world. If only he could go back to his real home. Ji Ling rubbed his eyes. He didn't know how sad his parents on earth were now. Thinking of this, Ji Ling's heart was extremely sour, and his chest was so tight that he couldn't breathe. He didn't dare to think too much, pretending to be strong. He just desperately wanted to finish the task as soon as possible. However, even though he had worked so hard and done everything he was supposed to do, the completion of the mission was still far from completion. When he faced setbacks again and again, it was not that he had never been weak and wanted to give up, but he couldn't. He couldn't give up. If he gave up, there would be no hope at all. Ji Ling began to lock himself in his house and didn't go out. His actions obviously angered Jing Sui. Although he guessed that Jing Sui wouldn't target him, even if he didn't say it, he would definitely guess that it was Ka Luosi who sowed discord behind him. But as long as he recalled Jing Sui's scary eyes at that time, Ji Ling still had a lingering fear and a complicated feeling. Ji Ling looked at Ka Luosi, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him. He looked at his elegant and dignified face and his deep brown eyes. His fingers trembled uncontrollably. He really couldn't continue this show. Even though he had the script in his hand and had God's perspective, he was still dumbfounded by Ka Luosi's sudden marriage proposal. What kind of plot was this? I'm not dreaming, right? The love-brain Jing Sui was enough to make him worry. Now, the scariest villain in the whole novel was proposing to him. This question was really out of his league. Would he be killed if he answered incorrectly? Ka Luosi looked at the young man's pale face, but his eyes were very calm. He knew that the young man had always regarded him as a reliable elder. Of course, he would be shocked and surprised by his marriage proposal. He would slowly dispel the young man's wariness, take him under his wing, and imprison him by his side. Carlos had a gentle and worried look in his eyes as he said patiently, "His Majesty is a person who will do anything to achieve his goals. Since he can even do such a thing, he will not let you off easily until you are forced into a dead end. In the end, you can only choose him. Although I really want to help you, I don't have a legitimate reason to do so. How can I stop His Majesty from pursuing you? But if you are my wife, it will be different." He paused and slowly said, "If you are my wife, I can protect you so that he will completely give up and stop pestering you." Ji Ling was speechless. Seeing that Ji Ling was still in a trance, Ka Luosi added slowly, "I know this proposal is a bit absurd, but it is the only way I can protect you from His Majesty. You don't have to worry, this is just a name. We won't really get married, and I won't touch you. As long as His Majesty is willing to give up, we can break off the engagement at any time. You are free." His gaze was so gentle, as if it was completely for Ji Ling's sake. Ji Ling almost believed him. But that was impossible. If Ka Luosi had such an affectionate persona, the sun would rise from the west. What a cunning old fox. Ji Ling gradually understood that Ka Luosi was doing this to go against Jing Sui. In his previous life, when Jing Sui and Ningyu had an affair, didn't Ka Luosi also stir things up? He did not put Ningyu in his eyes at all, but he deliberately sowed discord between them. Although he did not do something as crazy as proposing to her, he did express his goodwill. He tried to pull Ningyu into his camp and destroy the friendly situation that Jing Sui had carefully created. In this life, Jing Sui confessed her love to him in public. Obviously, she was determined to win him over. Therefore, Kaluasi, the old fox, used an even more despicable move. He proposed to him. If she really agreed to his proposal, wouldn't it be a slap to Jing Sui's face in public? Was it so fun to go against Jing Sui? He was so despicable. Not to mention that he was full of evil tricks. Just because he was a man, I would be crazy to marry him. Jiling pulled his hand out of Kaluasi's hand as if he was on fire. He showed a surprised and uneasy expression and looked away. No, you don't have to do this. I'm fine. You really don't have to do this. Kaluasi looked at the young man's incoherent look and showed a helpless smile. He stood up and gently stroked the young man's head. This engagement is just an excuse to reject Her Majesty and to protect you from harm. Once this matter is over, we can end this relationship at any time. You don't have to feel any burden at all. Jiling still refused to accept it. He even avoided Kaluasi's hand and bit his lip. But I can't promise you. Kaluasi was not angry. Instead, he smiled gently and said, it's okay. You can think about it again. As long as you need me, you can tell me at any time. Jiling thought to himself. Dream on. I'll say it here today. If I'm willing to marry you, I'll eat my own head. Jiling showed an expression as if his heart belonged to someone else. You don't have to say any more. Kaluasi sighed softly and looked at him lovingly. Have a good rest. I'll come to see you another day. After that, he turned and left. He did not expect to get the answer today. As long as the young man slowly let down his guard, one day he would willingly walk into his trap. As long as he could get him, even if the young man loved someone else, it didn't matter. Jiling sent Kaluasi away and sighed sadly. The butterfly effect brought about by Jing Sui's change had already occurred. In this life, even the target of Kaluasi's competition had become him. He even said something as crazy as a marriage proposal. A normal person like him could never guess the mind of a villain. This was indeed not a normal world, and as the gossip of that night spread, the public opinion on the internet gradually developed in a more and more uncontrollable direction. Jiling publicly denied his relationship with His Majesty. The scene of Kaluasi's gentle concern for Jiling was embellished. His Majesty the Emperor was cuckolded by someone, and the person who cuckolded him was Grand Duke Kaluasi, who had always been at odds with him. The netizens were so shocked that they dropped their melons. Many people could not believe it and thought it was too ridiculous, but soon, new news came out. It was said that someone met Kaluasi by chance and asked about it. Kaluasi said that she liked Jiling and had already proposed to Jiling. This news swept the internet like a hurricane, and the popularity rose every day. What kind of love triangle was this? Previously, people thought it was a beautiful love between His Majesty the Emperor and a useless playboy. So it was actually a melodramatic drama of the rich and the royal family? Grand Duke Jiting and Mrs. Marina were sitting in the living room. They looked at the mature and elegant middle-aged man in front of them. Their expressions were a bit uncomfortable and awkward. Mrs. Marina thought about what had happened recently and there was a hint of hostility in her eyes. However, even though they were dissatisfied, they still had to pretend to be polite in front of Grand Duke Kaluasi. Grand Duke Jiting was silent for a moment and then said, Your Excellency Kaluasi, I know why you're here. However, please forgive us for not being able to agree to your request. Mrs. Marina also revealed a smile that was against her will. Yiling is just a naughty and immature child. It's his honor to be liked by you. However, I'm afraid he's not suitable to be your wife. Please understand. What a joke, how could they marry their only precious son to the terrifying Grand Duke Kaluasi? They knew much more about Carlos than Jiling, so they were even more aware of this man's cruelty, terror, and shrewdness. If Jiling really married him, she would only be toyed within the palm of his hand. Most importantly, they didn't think that Kaluasi truly liked Jiling. They were afraid that he made such a request in order to compete with His Majesty. His real purpose was to drag the Ji family into the battle. No matter what, they couldn't marry their son to Kaluasi. If it wasn't for his provocation, their son would probably be together with His Majesty. Mrs. Marina felt even more unhappy when she thought of her son's depressed appearance. However, she couldn't vent her anger on Kaluasi. She felt depressed and had to force a smile. Kaluasi looked at the wary and distant Mr. and Mrs. Jiting. He revealed an elegant and decent smile. His eyes were sincere as he said, I can understand your concerns about this marriage. However, I came here with great sincerity. I sincerely want to marry Ji Ling and I promise that he will always be my only lover. If I can't do that, I'm willing to give him half of the Kaluasi family's assets as compensation. Hearing this, Grand Duke Ji Ting and Mrs. Marina looked at Kaluasi in shock. Was he crazy? Why would he say such a thing? The Kaluasi family was huge and had a long history. They were involved in industries all over the empire. They were a behemoth that could influence the empire's economy. Even half of the family's assets was immeasurable. Since he dared to make such a promise, he wouldn't treat his family lightly. Whether he was sincere or not, he would treat his son well. However, this was too surprising. Was it really necessary? The nobles of the empire had always been open-minded about their private lives. It was common for people to have lovers or divorce after marriage. Some people even played their own games. It wasn't a big deal at all. They were only worried that Kaluasi would use him to hurt Ji Ling. They weren't worried that Kaluasi would have someone else in the future. If they didn't get along, they could just break up. They didn't expect him to make such a promise. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Jiting were in a trance. Did Kaluasi really fall in love with their silly son? How was that possible? Grand Duke Jiting hesitated for a moment. Although he started to believe Kaluasi's sincerity, he didn't want to take the risk. He smiled and said, we know your sincerity. However, Yiling is stubborn and mischievous. I'm afraid he's not suitable. Therefore, there's no need. Kaluasi smiled and said, I like him like this. Naturally, I can accept everything about him. Furthermore, I can guarantee that my marriage with him has nothing to do with anything else. He looked straight into the eyes of Grand Duke Jiting and his wife. His eyes were deep and sharp. Then, he slowly said, I won't ask anything of the Ji family because of this. What he meant was that he only wanted Ji Ling. He promised that he wouldn't drag the Ji family into the battle between him and the emperor. He knew what they were worried about. Grand Duke Jiting fell silent again. This time, even Mrs. Marina was silent. Kaluasi had easily resolved everything that they were worried about. They couldn't find any excuse to refuse. The two of them quietly looked at each other. They didn't expect things to develop to this point. In order to marry Ji Ling, Kaluasi would go to such lengths. This was completely beyond their expectations. However, no matter what, they still felt that this kind of person wasn't suitable for their son. Mrs. Marina gritted her teeth and said, thank you for your love for Yiling. We believe that you're sincere. However, when it comes to marriage, the most important thing is the child's own feelings. Therefore, I'm sorry. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the side. I do. Mrs. Marina looked up in astonishment. She saw Ji Ling wearing a small white dress. His soft blonde hair casually fell on his forehead. When he looked up, he revealed a beautiful and delicate face. His blue eyes were calm and indifferent. He walked over step by step. His eyes swept over Kaluasi. Then, he slowly and clearly said to his parents, I'm willing to marry Uncle Kaluasi. Grand Duke Jiting and Mrs. Marina were shocked. Didn't their son always like His Majesty? Even if there were some misunderstandings and unhappiness in the past, he shouldn't like Kaluasi because of this. They knew very well that Ji Ling had always regarded Kaluasi as an elder. Mrs. Marina held her son's hand and said in a low voice, Yiling, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you always like His Majesty? Ji Ling raised the corner of his mouth and smiled before saying, I don't like him anymore. Mrs. Marina wanted to persuade him again, but Ji Ling interrupted her and said in a faint voice, I used to like His Majesty. However, who says that I have to like him all the time and can't like others? Grand Duke Jiting couldn't help but say, don't say things out of anger. Ji Ling's eyes were persistent as he said, I'm not saying things out of anger. I'm serious. I used to like His Majesty. However, I didn't know how to behave. I admired him. Now that I'm an adult, I know what true love is. Uncle Kaluasi has always been very good to me. I like him very much. I'm willing to marry him. Is that not okay? Grand Duke Jiting and Mrs. Marina. Jiling returned home in a daze. Oh, why did he agree to hold an engagement ceremony with Ka Luosi? Oh right, that old man said that if he didn't hold an engagement ceremony, Jing Sui would definitely realize that they were just fooling around and continue to pester him. When he got home and turned on the internet, there were still rumors about him, Jing Sui, and Ka Luosi. The netizens were arguing with each other every day, each taking their own side. Jiling really wanted to say, please let me go, I don't want any of them, really. But he couldn't say anything. Fortunately, he didn't have to maintain a smile. Seeing that the plot was running wild, Jiling didn't know if the plot could still be salvaged. It was better to salvage himself first. Since things had already come to this point, why should he still care about formalities? Wasn't it just an engagement ceremony? It wasn't even a real marriage. It was a good opportunity for Jing Sui to see it with her own eyes and give up earlier. Moreover, Ningyu seemed to have some feelings for Jing Sui. Maybe after Jing Sui was disheartened by him, she would remember Ningyu's kindness and rekindle their old love. Thinking of this, Jiling forced himself to cheer up. There was still a glimmer of hope for his mission. My good brother, Ningyu, now it's all up to you. The system saw its host go from being in a trance to being able to cheer up, and suddenly felt that it wasn't easy for the host. It comforted him. I think Ningyu likes Jing Sui. Come on, you can do it. For the first time, Jiling felt that the system was so good at talking. He couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for your kind words. The engagement ceremony was set to be held in Duke Ka Luosi's mansion 3 days later. At that time, all the celebrities and nobles of the upper class of the empire would attend. Ka Luosi even invited His Majesty the Emperor. This was a naked demonstration. On the surface, it seemed peaceful, but in fact, there was a turbulent undercurrent. Everyone was watching the situation nervously. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the engagement ceremony, Mrs. Marina woke up early to help her son dress up. Although she was reluctant about this marriage, Ka Luosi was very sincere, and her son was very loyal to him. Now that things had come to this, she could only follow her son's wishes and take things one step at a time. Today, Jiling was wearing a navy blue velvet suit with gold trim on the cuffs, which made him look exquisite and gorgeous. With his fair and handsome face and sky-blue eyes, he was so eye-catching that people couldn't take their eyes off him. Mrs. Marina held her son's hand. With tears in her eyes, she said reluctantly, "Baby, Mom can't bear to part with you." Jiling. Mom, it's just an engagement ceremony. He had no intention of getting married, but Mrs. Marina was still worried. Carlos was so attentive to his son, as if he really loved him. Now, his son had already been deceived into falling head over heels for him. Could it be that the engagement was still going to be a success, but on second thought, if he was sincere, why couldn't he always be good to his son? Mrs. Marina thought about it carefully. Maybe it was because that person was too deep and scary, and he always felt that he was not suitable for her son. It was inevitable that she was worried that her son would be hurt. Jiling didn't want to face his mother's worried eyes, so he bit the bullet and went out. He just wanted to finish the performance early and go home to rest. When he went out, Ka Luosi was already waiting outside. The elegant and mature man was dressed in a black suit today. His brown hair was meticulously combed to the back of his head. His handsome and deep face carried a faint smile. He wore white gloves and held a silver-black cane as he stood there. He held out his hand to Jiling like a gentleman, an elegant smile on his lips. "I'm here to pick you up." Jiling felt that the engagement was too shameful, so he avoided Ka Luosi's eyes and obediently let Ka Luosi lead him to the car. He said awkwardly, "Thank you, Uncle Ka Luosi." Ka Luosi sat next to Jiling and looked at the boy's red ears because of shyness. Thinking that he would be her legitimate lover in the future, her eyes darkened a little. She gently stroked Jiling's hair and let out a low laugh. "Don't call me uncle in the future." Jiling was stunned and raised his eyes in confusion. Ka Luosi lowered his head slightly and stared gently and seriously into Jiling's eyes. He smiled and said, "You will be my lover in the future. If you still call me uncle, won't you be a joke and arouse suspicion?" Jiling thought about it and felt that it made sense. Besides, it was just calling his name. It was not a big deal. You're the one who told me to say that, not me. I didn't say it myself, so I didn't offend you. Heh heh. Jiling readily changed his address. Kaluasi. Carlos looked at the young man's obedient appearance, his beautiful and clear eyes, his pale and soft lips slightly parted, and his clear and melodious voice calling out his name. His voice floated into his ears and landed on his heart. Suddenly, he felt his throat tighten. At this moment, it was as if some kind of impulse was almost uncontrollable. She didn't want to continue pretending to be polite. Instead, she wanted to press him under her and listen to him cry her name again and again. Kaluasi took a deep breath and hid the strange look in his eyes. He had never thought that one day, he would have such an impulse just because someone had simply called his name. Kaluasi closed his eyes. Although you only agreed to marry me because you were angry and I used despicable means to temporarily keep you by my side. Even so, you can forget about escaping from my palm. Jiling looked at this scene in a daze. After a while, surprise appeared in his eyes. He struggled to get rid of Jing Sui. However, the moment he moved, Jing Sui held his waist tightly and pressed him into his arms. The man's grip was so strong that it almost broke his waist. Jiling's face turned pale. He was so frightened that he did not dare to move. He could only look at Kaluasi with a pleading gaze, help. Kaluasi looked at Jiling's pale face and tearful eyes. His chest was filled with anger and pity. The anger was for Jing Sui and the pity was for Jiling. Although he wanted to go forward and kill Jing Sui at this moment, his remaining reason still prevailed. Fighting with Jing Sui now was undoubtedly an action that did not make up for the loss. It would make others laugh at him and scare the young man, making the young man afraid of alienating him. Kaluasi took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the cold murderous intent in his eyes. He opened his mouth and said in a cold voice, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Seeing that Kaluasi had come, Jing Sui did not let go. Instead, he unscrupulously confined the young man in his arms. He curled the corner of his lips and revealed a provocative smile. He said in a dull and teasing voice, "Didn't you see clearly what I was doing just now?" Kaluasi's tense face was almost uncontrollable anger. He fixed his eyes on Jing Sui and said word by word, "Let him go." Jing Sui looked at Kaluasi's furious expression, but he did not care and raised his eyebrows and chuckled. His fingers gently brushed across Jiling's neck. His hand that was holding him was frivolous, causing Jiling's face to burn with shame and anger. Then, he looked at Kaluasi and said slowly, "Jiling and I are in love with each other. What's wrong with doing something that lovers do? Why do you want to let go?" Kaluasi's face changed and his voice was cold. "Your lover? I'm afraid His Majesty has lost his mind." Jing Sui stared at Kaluasi with her piercingly cold golden eyes. She said faintly with a smile on her lips, "Jiling has always loved me. He only agreed to marry you because he was angry with me. He has never liked you. Even if you are his fiancé in name, I am his lover. This is an indisputable fact." He paused for a moment, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He lowered his head and gently bit Jiling's ear, feeling the young boy trembling in his arms. He looked up and said meaningfully, "And we have always been together like this. Compared to what you saw just now, we have done more intimate things. You should get used to it." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaluasi finally made his move. Grand Duke Carlos, who had never shown his emotions and had almost never personally taken action, did not conceal his anger at this moment. His usually refined and profound face was filled with a cold and gloomy expression that had never been seen before. His attack was like a thunderbolt. Jing Sui had expected it. She let go of Jiling and threw him away. She raised her hand to receive Kaluasi's attack. Jiling was pushed away and fell to the ground in a daze. He looked at the two men who fought in the blink of an eye. He was like a trembling little chick. The well-dressed man with brown hair punched the cold man with long black hair. Jing Sui raised his hand to block it. His feet sank deep into the ground and he kept retreating. Then, his golden eyes flashed. He stopped and clenched his fist and punched back. The aftermath of their casual attacks could break a big tree and make the lake splash more than 10 meters high. The two men completely tore apart their disguise. They wanted to kill each other, They were like two monsters in human form. Wait, did this indirectly prove that Ka Luosi was also an SSS-level evolved person? Because he and Jing Sui were equally matched, Ji Ling was lost in the battle. Suddenly, he heard a warning from the system, dodge. Ji Ling was stunned. Then, he saw a huge rock being lifted up by the aftermath of their battle. It was flying towards him. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He scrambled to the side to dodge it. The huge rock fell at his feet, just inches away from his feet. Ji Ling was still in shock. He was trembling all over. Would he be the first host in history to be accidentally killed by the aftermath of a fight between his pursuers? This kind of death was beyond words. Ji Ling crawled up from the ground. He just wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, the two men were too strong. The whole ground seemed to be shaking. Ka Luosi was punched into the lake by Jing Sui, but he quickly rushed out and pressed Jing Sui to the ground and beat him up. The two of them exchanged punches and kicks. There was no longer any dignity of an emperor and a grand duke. It was like new and old hatred surged in their hearts. They would kill each other at all costs. Ji Ling ran away in a panic. As a result, a branch flew past Ji Ling's neck like a sharp blade, burying deep into the ground. After a while, he came back to his senses. His legs began to weaken. He reached out to touch his body. His hand was covered in warm blood. Ji Ling's face was pale. He said numbly, "System, am I going to die?" "System, it's fine. It's just a scratch." "Ji Ling, what are they fighting?" "I think they might as well just kill me. That'll be the end of it." "System," Ji Ling's anger was rising. "You guys are always messing around. You're just a fish in the moat. I'm innocent, okay? If you want to fight, don't you know to move further away? I can't escape from these two crazy humanoid weapons anyway. I might as well accept it. At worst, I'll just load and start over. Who doesn't have a temper? I'm not running anymore. Do whatever you want. At worst, you guys can just kill me." However, to his surprise, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. The two people who were fighting fiercely just a moment ago suddenly stopped. "Ji Ling?" The way he called out brother Jing Sui with a hint of sorrow, this caused Carlos's movements to stop abruptly. His brown pupils were instantly covered with ice, and his eyes became gloomy and cold. His thin lips pressed into a line, his gaze fixated on the youngster's pale and pained face. The jealousy in his heart was like a venomous snake that wrapped tightly around his heart. The intense pain made it almost impossible for him to continue restraining himself. The desire and impulse that he had been desperately suppressing, wrapped in a cruel and ruthless intent, destroyed all his rationality like a hot knife through butter. So, even if you pretended that nothing had happened, even if you said you didn't like him, but in the dead of the night, in your dreams, when you threw away all your defenses, faced your true feelings, and instinctively called out that name. I know that you haven't let go of him at all. Not even a little bit. The pain in Ka Luosi's eyes was like a bottomless abyss, and he slowly tightened his grip. He calculated every step of the way, using all means possible to alienate the youngster and Jing Sui, making the youngster walk step by step into the cage that he had meticulously built for him, taking him under his wing. He even had the identity of the youngster's lover and name. All of this gave him an illusion that one day, he would be able to make the youngster willingly fall into his arms. Accept him. He thought he could wait for that day. But at this moment, the young man's unconscious whisper had easily shattered all of his confidence, turning all of his patience into a joke. He was utterly defeated. Even if Jing Sui hurt you like this and did those things to you, you still couldn't let go of him in the end. But in the end, the one you can't let go of is still him. Even if you say that you won't go back, the one you really care about in your heart is still that man. Just like in her previous life, even if she had fallen to such a state, she still stood in front of him at all costs, sacrificing her life. So you just can't stop loving that person, right? Carlos closed his eyes in pain. A look of intense struggle appeared on his face, and his jaw tightened. If he was destined to not be able to warm up this heart, and he was destined to be unable to make the young man willingly accept him, then all of his restraint and forbearance. What was the point? It was better to have him directly and imprison him by his side. Let him completely belong to me. Ka Luosi exhaled slowly. His chest rose and fell slightly, and he opened his eyes again. He lifted his hand and pinched the young man's chin. He lowered his head and stared at the young man's lips. Desire surged in his eyes. The young man was now in his hands, and he could do anything to him. He couldn't resist, couldn't escape, and even if he cried and begged, it was useless. He could have done this a long time ago. He had many opportunities to do so, but why didn't he do that? Why did she let go of him time and time again, watched him leave, and even allowed him to stay by another man's side? Kaluasi stared at the young man who was sleeping soundly on the bed. After a long time, a helpless and sorrowful look appeared in her eyes, and she let go of him dejectedly. There was only one reason why he did not do that. He loved him. It wasn't just because of his possessiveness, not just because he was controlled by his desires, and not just because he was on a whim. Just because he loved him. That was why she had restrained herself, schemed against him, and acted cautiously. It was all because she didn't want the young man to be sad. He couldn't bear to hurt him. Jiling's eyes were filled with fear as he watched the man kiss him fiercely. He struggled with all his might, but the man's hands were like iron, like a ruthless tyrant. He felt so weak and insignificant, not giving him any chance to resist or escape. Jiling thought to himself, no. Am I going to be F***ked just like this? He tried his best to avoid Jing Sui, but he couldn't avoid Kaluasi. The man's kiss landed on his neck bit by bit, the cold water rippling gently, making his blood feel like it was about to freeze. He seemed to have returned to his previous life. At that time, this terrifying man had descended from the sky and appeared in front of him, walking towards him step by step. The man's body was still covered in fresh blood, his eyes were cold and devoid of warmth. At that moment, he had clearly realized that he was going to die because he had appeared in a place he shouldn't have been, and seen someone he shouldn't have seen. At that critical moment, he had staked everything on one throw, choosing to take the initiative. That time, he had made the right bet. Jiling's body trembled slightly, his eyelashes were wet, and he opened his mouth to call out in a low voice, "Uncle Kaluasi." This call with a trembling voice caused the man's movements to pause slightly. He raised his head, revealing a pair of ruthless eyes. The young man's blue eyes were filled with tears, and tears flowed down his cheeks. He was so sad and helpless, like a helpless child who had lost his last trust and support. That kind of despair, but also indignation, he looked at him with his last hopeful gaze. "You are the person I trust the most, why do you have to do this to me?" It was clearly a light sentence, but when it fell into Kaluasi's ears, it seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 caddies, instantly suppressing the ruthless jealousy and lust in Kaluasi's chest, leaving only a heart-wrenching pain. Kaluasi stared at the young man. It was as if he had returned to his previous life, that barren and lonely planet. The young man stood in a place filled with darkness, looking at him sadly, asking him, "Is that really you, Uncle Kaluasi?" That was a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life, and it accompanied him until the moment of his death. What was he doing just now? He had once sworn that he would protect the young man for the rest of his life and never let him get hurt again. He had risked everything to lure the young man to his side in order to love him better, not to hurt him. He should have been more patient. But now, just because the young man gave him a negative answer, he didn't want to continue tolerating it. He wanted to possess him, hurt him, and destroy the trust the young man had in him. He actually had such a cruel thought. After an unknown period of time, Kaluasi slowly loosened her grip and hid the pain in her eyes. She said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry, I just love you too much." Jiling didn't answer him. It seemed that he was extremely disappointed. He staggered out of the lake and turned around to leave. Kaluasi took a step forward, wanting to hold the boy's hand, but the boy, who had always been docile and obedient, avoided him this time. He bit his lips and refused to look at him. Kaluasi stared at his empty palm for a long time before the corners of his mouth twitched in self-mockery. Jiling didn't make a sound along the way. He curled up in a corner, letting his wet clothes stick to his body. He closed his eyes and didn't say a word to Kaluasi. When he reached home, he locked himself in his room without looking back. Today was too dangerous. Jiling took a deep breath and paced back and forth in the room anxiously. He had originally thought that the fake engagement with Kaluasi was to protect him, but now he realized that it was like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Ka Luosi also harbored evil intentions towards him. She didn't hesitate to do such a thing to him. Ji Ling was going crazy in this world where everyone was gay. Ji Ling, why do all men in this world want to sleep with other men? The system reminded weakly. This is the world of romance novels, Ji Ling. So, which trashy author wrote such a trashy novel? The system didn't dare to make a sound. This was probably the despair of a straight male host when he transmigrated into romance novels. Ji Ling stayed in his room all day. He didn't even eat with Ka Luosi. He actually wanted to go home, but if he did, he might be stopped by Jing Sui. It wasn't safe either. The blackened Jing Sui on the day of the engagement ceremony left Ji Ling with a lingering fear. If he went somewhere else, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Who knew if these two powerful perverts would stop him? After thinking about it, he had nowhere else to go other than Jing Sui and Ka Luosi. Ji Ling didn't know what happened after Jonah left. He just did it casually and didn't care if Jonah would be grateful to him or not. Compared to that episode, Ka Luosi's matter was more frustrating. It seemed that he couldn't continue like this. How long could he run away? When would Ka Luosi's patience run out? All of this was unknown. The system had gone back to submit the application for him and probably wouldn't be back for a while. Thinking of all kinds of troubles, Ji Ling couldn't help but sigh sadly. Earl Gerard and the others looked at Ji Ling's sad face and were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. It seemed that young Master Ji was not happy around Her Excellency Ka Luosi. Young Master Ji was clearly in love with His Majesty, so why did he marry Ka Luosi? Could it be that Ka Luosi threatened him? Everyone suddenly had hundreds of thousands of words of love and hatred in their minds, but they didn't know what was going on. They felt like there were 100 cats scratching their hearts, but they didn't dare to ask. It was so uncomfortable. It was getting late, and the people at the banquet began to leave. Ji Ling didn't want to go back. While he was struggling, there was a sudden silence, and then greetings came one after another. Her Excellency Ka Luosi. Ji Ling turned around and saw Ka Luosi walking towards him step by step. His expression changed slightly. Ever since he had the idea to force Ka Luosi to retreat, he had pretended to be very hurt and avoided Ka Luosi. Ka Luosi didn't force him to get close to her, and they had been living in harmony. Why did she suddenly come today? Ji Ling remembered that he almost got into trouble last time and suddenly felt a little panicked. Ka Luosi was wearing a double-breasted black suit, and her every movement was very elegant. She held a silver-black cane in her right hand and came to Ji Ling's side. Her brown eyes were gentle, and she smiled. "I'm here to take you back." Ji Ling complained in his heart, but the system wasn't by his side, so he didn't dare to anger Ka Luosi too much, so he put on a cold expression, looked away, and said in a low voice, "I can go back myself." Ka Luosi looked at the young man's cold and distant expression. His blue eyes dimmed, and his heart ached slightly. He was still blaming himself for his rude behavior last time. Because of the guilt in his heart, he had allowed the youth to run away from him during this period of time. However, he couldn't bear to really let go, so he kept tabs on the youth's daily whereabouts and every move. Only through this information could he know what his beloved youth was doing and whether he was happy or not. Therefore, the news that Ji Ling had saved that civilian reached Ka Luosi's ears immediately. He suddenly did not want to continue like this, so he decided to take the youth home. Because he wanted to see him. Ka Luosi looked at Ji Ling lovingly and said, "I know, but I happen to be on the way. It's late. Let's go back, okay?" Ji Ling still seemed to be unwilling to look at him, and the corners of his lips curled up coldly. Ka Luosi was not angry at all. He reached out and held the youth's hand tightly, not allowing him to break free. His voice was low and magnetic, and he said elegantly, "Don't be stubborn." Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. Was this still the terrifying and cold Grand Duke they were familiar with? Although His Excellency Ka Luosi looked like an elegant gentleman, they all knew that was just a facade. They knew how cold and ruthless this person was, and that was why everyone was in awe of him. Now, Ji Ling was obviously in love with His Majesty, and was cold and indifferent to him. But not only did Ka Luosi not mind, he even patiently coaxed him. It was simply ridiculous. They seemed to see the dazzling green light above His Excellency Ka Luosi's head shooting into the sky. Wait, what were they looking at? What did they see? Ji Ling was fine. Ji Ling could be stubborn. they wouldn't die, would they? How dare they watch Kaluasi make a fool of himself? They must be tired of living, so everyone looked terrified and lowered their eyes, not daring to look again. Everyone was trembling with fear. There was silence all around. Jiling's hand was held tightly by Kaluasi. The heat of the other's palms seemed to burn his skin. Although he was very reluctant, he could not go too far in front of everyone, so he could only leave with Kaluasi gloomily. When they returned home, Jiling broke free from Kaluasi's hand and said lightly, "I want to rest." Jiling was on the verge of tears as he was locked in the little black room. Why was he so unlucky? The system just happened to be not around, and he was caught again. Now he was in the dark, and there was no one he could turn to. What was worse was that he had implicated Ningyu. Thinking of how Ningyu had been injured in order to save him, Jiling was even more anxious. He did not know where Ningyu had been taken to and how he was doing now, but no matter how worried he was, there was nothing he could do. This was the first time he hated himself for being so weak. In this interstellar world where monsters were everywhere, he was simply a piece of trash. Jiling sat there in a daze. After a while, he realized that he could not go on like this. He groped his way to the door and banged on it desperately. "Hey! Is anyone there? Let me out." But after shouting for a long time, his throat had gone hoarse. Only his voice echoed in the room. He pressed his ear against the door reluctantly, but he could not hear anything outside. There was only a frightening silence. Jiling banged on the door angrily until his hand turned red. His eyes were filled with frustration and helplessness. Just as he was about to give up, there was a sudden click and the metal door was abruptly pushed open. Jiling was startled and staggered a step back. He looked up at the tall man in the silver mask in front of him and could not help but be startled. Then, a look of fear and wariness appeared in his eyes. This scene was really similar to the last time. That time, he was rescued by Jing Sui and vowed never to leave the Imperial planet again. He really did not want to fall into the hands of this elusive and terrifying rebel leader again. Even if he had saved him once in his previous life, Jiling was not a person who liked to take risks. He could not completely trust a terrifying enemy whose true face he did not even know. This person did not kill him at that time, but it did not mean that this person was safe and harmless. Although Jiling was very afraid, when he thought of Ningyu, whose life was uncertain, he still mustered up his courage and asked, "Where did you take Ningyu?" He thought for a moment. Although Ningyu was famous, what if Gabriel did not know him? So he added, "It's the person who was with me." As soon as Jiling finished his sentence, he saw the silver-masked man take a step forward. He immediately took a step back nervously, gritting his teeth and staring at the man stubbornly. Gabriel looked down at the young man who was clearly terrified, but still stubbornly looked straight at him. There seemed to be a strange light appearing in those pitch-black eyes. After a while, he opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse and ear-piercing voice, with a mocking smile, "Aren't you worried about your situation? You still have the mood to care about others?" Jiling stared blankly. Indeed, although he was extremely afraid of this person, he instinctively felt that he wouldn't harm him. He didn't know why he would have such strange and contradictory thoughts. Perhaps it was because whether it was in his past life or this life, this person had never really done anything to him, so after he was captured, he subconsciously ignored his own situation and was more worried about the injured Ningyu, but at this time, he didn't have the mood to care about such details. Gabriel was not the mission target, nor did he know him, nor did he know Jing Sui and the others. He was just a character that was briefly mentioned in the original novel. Moreover, who would care about such trivial things in a life-and-death situation? Of course, human lives were more important. Jiling bit his lip and said, "I know your target is me. He's innocent and a commoner. Don't hurt him." The young man's aqua blue eyes were clear and his beautiful and delicate face was slightly pale because of fear. Even though he was very afraid, he still begged him not to hurt the innocent. Gabriel suddenly let out a low laugh and raised his hand to pinch the young man's chin. His sharp eyes fell on his face, and his hoarse voice was filled with cruel laughter. "Although he's a commoner, he's willing to lower himself to cling to the powerful and become a lackey of nobles like you. This kind of traitor deserves to die." Jiling was stunned at first, then he felt a chill run through his body. He looked at the man in disbelief and was speechless. Was he going to kill someone? It couldn't be. He thought that Gabriel wouldn't do anything to Ningyu. Shouldn't a commoner hero like Ningyu be their pride? Gabriel had always killed nobles and never hurt commoners. That was why Ji Ling dared to beg him, thinking that Gabriel would definitely agree, but this terrifying man wanted his life the moment he opened his mouth. This answer was completely beyond his expectations, so the protagonist, Shou, was going to die inexplicably like this? Bah, even if Ningyu wasn't the protagonist, he couldn't just watch him be killed. And if Ningyu hadn't saved him, he wouldn't have been misunderstood. Ji Ling's chin was pinched by the man. The cold metal glove touched his skin, and the chill was like tiny thorns, making him shiver. He gritted his teeth in panic and said, Don't kill him. It's not what you see. He's never clung to the powerful and he's not my lackey. You've really misunderstood. Gabriel looked at the young man's anxious, pale face, and let out an ear-piercing low laugh. Oh? If that's the case, why did he save you just now? Ji Ling said without hesitation, he saved me because he's a good man. He's a responsible soldier. Even if he looks down on a playboy like me, he was still willing to save me. His eyelashes trembled, and he begged in a low voice, he's really not with me, don't hurt him. Gabriel stared into the young man's eyes, as if confirming whether he was speaking the truth or not. The young man's blue eyes were so clear and transparent, and he answered without hesitation. He actually, really thought so. So you've been talking for a long time, asking me to make a choice and making a decision, making the atmosphere so tense, making it so difficult for me to make a choice, but in the end, I don't have a choice? Whether I agree or not, you're going to f*ck me? Ji Ling's vision darkened, his hands trembled, and he almost fainted from anger. Gabriel lifted the young man's chin and looked at the anger in his beautiful eyes. He was finally angry. He smiled and said in a deep voice, So, have you made up your mind? Ji Ling was so angry that he was about to cry. He gritted his teeth, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. I agree, to you. What else was there to ask? Wasn't this all nonsense? Anyway, the result wouldn't change even if I didn't agree. I might as well agree, at least I can save one person. Ji Ling took a deep breath and looked at the man in front of him warily. He said coldly, but before that, I want to see Ningyu. This man was too evil. He was clearly teasing him just now. Ji Ling wasn't sure if he would keep his promise. He had to confirm Ningyu's safety with his own eyes. Gabriel looked at him deeply, paused, and said in a mocking tone, Okay. He took out a black ribbon and whispered in Ji Ling's ear, Don't move. Then he raised his hand and covered Ji Ling's eyes with the ribbon. Ji Ling stood there anxiously, allowing Gabriel to cover his eyes. His vision was pitch black, but because his vision was stolen, his senses became sharper. He could clearly hear the man's breathing, falling evenly on the side of his ears. The next moment, he suddenly felt weightless and couldn't help but let out a cry. He was being carried by the man. The man's hands went under his arms and knees, hugging him tightly and letting him lean against him. Then, he walked away. Ji Ling couldn't see anything, and he didn't know where the man was taking him. His entire body was tense. And he only knew that he should be out of the house. He kept counting the time in his heart. After about 10 minutes, the man finally put him down. He reached out to untie the ribbon covering his eyes and said, We're here. Ji Ling blinked his eyes and adjusted to the light. He saw that he was in a white metal room with a glass wall in front of him. He could see the young man who was imprisoned inside through the glass. He anxiously took a step forward, pressed his hands on the glass, and stared inside. Ningyu was sitting on a metal chair with his hands cuffed behind his back. He was still wearing the same military uniform that he had worn when he first met him. His shoulder, which had been shot by the laser gun, was badly mangled, and half of his body was dyed red. His head was drooping and he was unconscious. From this angle, Ji Ling could only see the side of his face, which was pale and bloodless. Gabriel's hoarse voice rang out from behind Ji Ling, He's still alive. Are you relieved? Rest assured? How could this be called being at ease? He was so seriously injured, but you didn't even stop the bleeding. Even if Ningyu was an S-class evolved being, he couldn't withstand such torture. Ji Ling turned around angrily, his eyes red. why didn't you treat him? He was so angry that he didn't notice the surprise that flashed through the man's eyes when he heard his words. After a moment, Gabriel said slowly, I only promised you that I wouldn't kill him. Treating his injuries is not part of our deal. However, Jiling didn't listen to this. He had already decided to make such a big sacrifice. How could he not fight for more benefits for Ningyu? That would be a great loss. He tried to put on a fierce expression and stared at Gabriel. I'll only agree if you treat him and promise not to hurt him. Otherwise, don't expect me to agree to any of your requests. After he finished speaking, he stared at Gabriel. This time, he saw that there seemed to be some emotion in the man's dark eyes that he could not understand. He looked at him with an inexplicable and frightening gaze. Jiling's heart was pounding. Suddenly, he heard Gabriel let out a chuckle. This man's laughter was cold, cruel, and mocking most of the time. But this time, even if it was such a hoarse and harsh voice, he seemed to be able to feel the man's joy. He smiled and said, okay. Jiling heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he was so nervous that his back was wet with sweat. Gabriel stepped forward again. The silver mask approached him, and the interest in his eyes became more and more intense. It seemed that he wanted to see through him completely. He raised his hand to cover Jiling's eyes and said hoarsely in his ear, then let me see what you are willing to do for him. Then he used the ribbon to cover Jiling's eyes again. Jiling felt the man carry him again. After walking for about 10 minutes, he gently placed him on a bed. He knew what was coming. His body couldn't help but tremble. Jiling's hands were tied behind his back. He couldn't see or move, so he allowed the man's cold fingers to brush past his neck and undo the buttons on his shirt. The slightly cold air touched his skin, causing his blood to turn cold. Fear made him instinctively want to escape, but when he thought of the unconscious Ningyu, he endured it and didn't move. His nervous fingers clenched tightly. Jiling was startled. He didn't know what he had said to provoke the man. He was kissed until tears welled up in his eyes. He felt wronged but could only endure it. After a long time, the man finally let him go. Jiling immediately gasped for breath. Just as Jiling was feeling very uneasy, the man said in a low voice, okay, this is your reward for being obedient. Jiling finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The man carefully helped him put on his clothes again, buttoned them up, and carried him out again. After about 10 minutes, the man put him down and untied the ribbon binding his hands. Then he heard the sound of footsteps going away. Although Jiling had regained his freedom, he still stood there obediently, not daring to move. He waited for the man to take him to see Ningyu. However, to his surprise, the man left for a long time and didn't come back. Where did he go? What did he do? Jiling stood there in a daze. At first, he was fine, but gradually he began to panic. Why did he feel that he had been left here? After a few more minutes, he couldn't help but be curious. He carefully pulled down the ribbon covering his eyes and peeked outside. It was a metal corridor with a door at the front and back of the corridor. It was quiet and there was no sound at all. He didn't know where Gabriel had gone. Jiling frowned and hesitated for a while. Finally, he summoned his courage and walked forward. Anyway, you left me here and you didn't come back for a long time. You can't blame me for running around. Jiling walked to the end of the corridor while thinking. He paused and reached out to push open the metal door in front of him. Behind the door was a narrow white room. It was empty, with only a bed, a table, and a chair. The black-haired, green-eyed young man was sitting on the chair. He was no longer in the military uniform, but a simple set of gray clothes. He looked a little thinner, but his complexion was not bad. He looked up and saw Jiling at the door. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes and he stood up from the chair. Jiling stared blankly at Ningyu. Looking at his familiar handsome face and his familiar gentle green eyes, he suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Jiling had been locked up here for the past few days. Apart from the terrifying masked man, he had not seen anyone else. Although the man did not seem to have any intention of harming him, Jiling still felt terrified and lonely. After being in the hands of the resistance army for so long, he finally saw someone familiar. It was like meeting his only friend in a strange and lonely country. Although they could not be considered as friends, Duanling Tian still felt that it was a good thing. Jiling held back his tears. He didn't want to cry in front of Ningyu. He sniffled hard and then subconsciously moved his gaze to Ningyu's shoulder. It had been more than 10 days, and he didn't know if Ningyu had recovered. It was really worrying. He wanted to ask about Ningyu's injuries, whether these people treated him well, and whether they tortured or hurt him. However, when he thought of his relationship with Ningyu, he found it difficult to ask. He didn't know how to ask. Ningyu looked at Jiling and slowly frowned. He walked up to him, his eyes filled with worry. He said in a low voice, "Are you okay? Did they hurt you?" When Jiling heard this, he was instantly touched. He blamed himself even more. Sob, 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 I clearly implicated you. Not only did you get captured to save me, but you were also willing to care about me, a bad playboy who always bullies you. How can there be such a good person in the world? Jiling lowered his eyes and bit his lips. He said softly, I'm fine, and, thank you. Ningyu paused. He seemed to realize what Jiling meant by thank you. His voice was gentle and indifferent. He said, you're welcome. Even if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have turned a blind eye to that kind of thing. Jiling wasn't surprised to hear this. This was because Ningyu was such a person. When he encountered danger, he would definitely stand up for injustice. It wasn't targeted at him, but he was still very grateful to him. Logically speaking, with their conflict, Ningyu could have just watched them die. Just when Jiling was indescribably touched, Ningyu gazed at Jiling and suddenly said again, if it were you, you would have done the same, wouldn't you? Jiling was stunned. He didn't understand why Ningyu would say this. Ningyu looked into his eyes and said slowly, he told me about Jonah. Jiling? Who was Jonah? Why couldn't he understand what they were talking about today? Ningyu looked at Jiling's bewildered face. After a long while, she gently sighed. Her eyes faintly revealed a hint of helplessness. Her voice was clear as she faintly said, the lover of Count Gerard's daughter. Jiling's eyes slowly widened. He remembered. Wasn't he the unlucky guy who was almost beaten to death after his love affair was exposed? He actually knew Ningyu, and he just happened to tell him about this? Could the world get any smaller? Jiling almost lost his composure. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately showed a disdainful look. He raised his chin and said, oh, it's him. I didn't do it for him. I saved him because of His Majesty. It was just a matter of a word. Ningyu looked at Jiling. His green eyes seemed gentle, but there was a hidden sharpness in them. He said, is that so? Jiling was left there, cold and uncomfortable. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. That bastard was too much today. Not only did he kiss me so hard, he even ran away after teasing me. At least let me go before you leave. He was indeed a pervert who couldn't be judged by common sense. He was depressed, but there was nothing he could do. While he was in a daze, he suddenly heard the door being pushed open with force. It seemed that someone had walked in. Thinking of how this person had gone too far, he instantly felt wronged. With tears in his eyes, he began to pretend to be pitiful. He must make this cold-blooded bastard realize his mistake, who knew that after waiting for a long time, there would be no response from the other party. Just as Jiling was starting to panic, he felt a piece of clothing gently covering his body. Then, his body fell into a warm embrace. The man's hoarse and painful voice rang in his ears. It's me. Jiling's expression froze. He was extremely shocked. This voice, it was Jing Sui. The next moment, the ribbon in front of him was pulled off and his bound hands were released. The man's handsome face appeared in front of him. The usually cold golden eyes were now filled with uncontrollable pain. The hands that were hugging him were trembling slightly. Jiling was speechless. A few seconds later, his face suddenly turned red. So embarrassing. So the person who came in just now was Jing Sui. At the thought of his shameful side being seen by Jing Sui, Jiling revealed a lifeless expression. It was bad enough that he was teased by that evil bastard. Why did he have to be seen by others? He had no face left. He wanted to die on the spot. Jing Sui took off his black jacket and carefully covered the youth's body, pulling him into his embrace. He watched as shock abruptly appeared in the youth's eyes, and then he shut his eyes tightly in shame. His face was flushed red, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. This scene was like countless sharp blades stabbing into his heart at the same time, slicing his heart along with his rationality into 1,000 pieces. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He tried his best to maintain the last bit of rationality and gently carried the weak and pale young man. Jiling leaned into Jing Sui's arms, too shy to make a sound. But when she thought about how Ningyu was still locked up here, she endured her shyness and opened her eyes. Her eyelashes were still wet, and she said in a low voice, "Ningyu, he was also captured because of me. Please save him." Jing Sui's eyes narrowed. He had long been suspicious of Ningyu. If it weren't for Ningyu asking Jiling out, Jiling wouldn't have been captured by the resistance army. However, when he saw the worried look in Jiling's eyes, he decided not to mention it and said, "Okay." Hearing this, Jiling closed his eyes and said nothing. Jing Sui hugged his arms and let the young man's head rest in his arms. He just wanted to bring him back immediately. As soon as he came out, he heard the fierce fighting outside. He squinted his eyes and looked over. Kaluasi was standing far away, and Brandon was blocking in front of him. The two of them stood there solemnly. Both of them saw the young man who was carried out by Jing Sui at the same time. Although the young man was wrapped in a black coat, it could be seen from his calves that were exposed that there was nothing inside. His fair and slender calves and ankles were full of love bites and finger marks. It was a cruel and merciless declaration of what had happened to his body. Kaluasi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His elegant and deep face was filled with incomparable anger. He was about to rush over. But Brandon went forward to stop him again. Brandon was also shocked and his heart was in pain, but he did not forget that he could not let Kaluasi snatch the young man away again today. Jing Sui looked coldly at Kaluasi from afar, then turned around and carried the young man into his warship. Kaluasi's eyes were burning with anger, but damn it, Brandon refused to let him go. Damn it, if he had found his way here first, he would not have let Jing Sui take Jiling away. Jiling did not care if there was a huge fight outside. To him, it did not matter if he was snatched back by Jing Sui or Kaluasi. Well, it did not matter anymore. They were all lunatics QAQ. He was hugged tightly by Jing Sui until they returned to the palace. Along the way, Jing Sui did not let go of him. Even though Jing Sui had been very careful, this scene was still seen by many people. Jiling's face was red with embarrassment, and the cancer of awkwardness was about to break out. What mistake did he make in his previous life that he would embarrass himself like this? Fortunately, this was not his original world, or else he would not dare to go out. Jiling was brought back to his palace by Jing Sui. He returned to that familiar room again. He did not expect that in such a short time, he would return to the place he wanted to escape from. The memory of him being forced to kiss Jing Sui every day when he lived here resurfaced. Every day, he had to put on an act to protect his life. Although Gabriel was very bad, at least he did not want to have sex with him, nor did he have that kind of intention towards him, but Jing Sui wanted to have sex with him. Jiling was terrified and uneasy. He had completely lost hope in this collapsing world. Jing Sui looked at the young man's frightened and pale face and listened to his crying and begging words. His heart seemed to be hit by something. After a long time, his chest slowly rose and fell. His golden pupils looked gentle as he comforted in a low and hoarse voice, "It's me. We're back. No one will hurt you anymore." However, the young man's expression was still horrified. He forcefully pushed away Jing Sui's hand and let out a shrill scream, "Don't touch me." Jing Sui's movement paused and his expression finally froze. Looking at Jing Sui's expression, Jiling seemed to realize what he had done. His expression instantly became incomparably trembling. He desperately leaned against the foot of the bed that he could no longer retreat to. Tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably as he begged in a low voice, I am sorry. I didn't mean it." Jing Sui looked at the scene in front of him. The pain mercilessly tore at his heart, making him almost unable to continue. However, he still forced himself to calm down and said hoarsely, "It's okay." After hesitating for a long time, he raised his arm again with difficulty and gently hugged the trembling young man. This time, the young man did not dodge or scream. He just closed his eyes abruptly. His body stiffened the moment Jing Sui's hand touched him, and then he obediently stopped moving. Jing Sui breathed a sigh of relief and gently stroked the young man's back to comfort him, letting him lean in his arms. "It's okay now." The young man's slender body trembled slightly in his arms. His eyes were tightly shut, and his long eyelashes were still stained with tears. His bloodless lips were slightly moving. Jing Sui could only hear the almost inaudible voice when he lowered his head. It was so soft that it was almost inaudible. I'm sorry. I don't dare to do it anymore. I beg you. I'll be obedient and never resist again." At this moment, the sorrow was like the endless vault of heaven. With an unbearable weight, it almost shattered Jing Sui's world. It made him unable to control his anger and want to destroy everything. He was a young man who was as innocent as a piece of white paper. He was shy even when kissing. He was a young man who had never been in contact with love. What kind of torture and treatment did he go through? Jing Sui didn't dare to think about it in detail, because if she thought about it even a little, she would feel suffocated. Those despicable existences did not dare to stand out in the open, nor did they dare to attack him. Instead, they hid in the shadows and harmed such an innocent child. Even though this child had never harmed anyone, he was treated so mercilessly just because he was a noble. In the past, Jing Sui didn't care about the existence of the resistance army. He even felt that he could make use of their actions because the policies he wanted to implement would inevitably be accompanied by blood and sacrifice. The nobles who were killed were destined to be sacrifices on this bloody path. But at this moment, for the first time, he began to doubt the things that he had persisted for 2 lifetimes. Was what he did right? Were those despicable and lowly existences really worthy of his tolerance? Or perhaps Ka Luosi had already seen through everything and knew that these people didn't deserve his pity because they didn't know how to be grateful, and they didn't know when to stop. They were like a group of uncivilized beasts, cruel and despicable, robbing everything they could and destroying everything to achieve their goals. Jing Sui closed his eyes, feeling the fear of the young man in his arms, but he didn't dare to struggle or move. After a long time, he let go with difficulty. He turned around and walked out of here. Jiling listened to the man's heavy footsteps getting further away and quietly opened his eyes. Jing Sui was no longer there. He waited carefully for a while, and when he was sure that Jing Sui wouldn't come back, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his performance just now had finally succeeded in making Jing Sui unable to bear to see him. Seeing that he was in such a miserable state, he definitely wouldn't have that kind of thoughts towards him anymore, right? Jiling sat up from the bed and looked down at his wrist. Other than the kiss marks on his fair wrist, there were also finger marks left by excessive force, which were slightly bruised. In fact, Gabriel had always been very gentle towards him, and most of the time she didn't go overboard. This was the first time she was so fierce. At that time, he was a little scared and angry, but now that he thought about it, it was as if she had deliberately created the illusion that he was hurt, to create an excuse for him to reject others. Jiling was stunned, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. That bastard wouldn't be so kind, he just wanted to make fun of him and embarrass him. And he would never forget that he used Ningyu to threaten and force himself on him. He would never forgive him, humph. She felt the man's gentle kiss. Jiling was so anxious that he cried. If he was asked what he was feeling now, it would be regret, especially regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken it easy when he was acting and occasionally gave Jing Sui some benefits. Then, he wouldn't have ended up like this. After all, based on Jing Sui's attitude towards her, he would definitely not bear to force her. The reason why he would do this was probably because of the idea that there could be no construction without destruction. He felt that he could only use this method to help her and let her accept the joy of doing this. But the problem was, nothing happened to him. He wasn't raped at all. If he really did it today, it would be his first time. And what made Jiling extremely terrified was that he actually felt super comfortable being kissed. He even wanted to give it a try. His body's instinct ran counter to his thoughts. What did Jing Sui do to him? Help me, was he really going to go down the road of love and never come back? He hadn't been in a pure relationship, hadn't held a girl's soft little hand, and now he was going to have sex with a man in one go. No, he couldn't give up. Jiling made the most ruthless decision in his life. He bit the tip of his tongue, and suddenly the pain made him cry. the pain pulled him back a little. He looked at Jing Sui with incomparable resentment and said with tears in his eyes, "Let me go." Jing Sui looked up and found that the young man's eyes were so desperate and sad, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Jing Sui's expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand and pinched the young man's chin, forcing him to open his mouth. His chest violently rose and fell, and he said sternly, "What are you doing?" The young man looked at him in despair, afraid, terrified, and determined. This gaze made the determination that Jing Sui had set with great difficulty instantly crumble, causing his hands to almost tremble. After a long time, he opened his mouth with difficulty. This supreme man who had always been strong and never showed weakness in front of anyone, at this moment, there was a hint of pleading in his voice, "Don't do this, I won't hurt you," but the youth turned his eyes away from him, his frail body trembling slightly. He was afraid of this. This fear was carved into his bones, so strong that he would rather mutilate himself than accept himself. The room was so quiet that only the young man's stifled breathing could be heard. After an unknown period of time, Jing Sui closed her eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "I won't touch you. Don't be afraid. It's fine now." After a few seconds of silence, he got up and carried the boy into the bathroom. When it was over, Ji Ling was still in tears and couldn't stop crying. Although he managed to keep his chastity with great difficulty, it was still taken out by the man's hand in the end. What made him feel the most ashamed and resentful was that he actually quite enjoyed it. Devil, Jing Sui is simply a devil. Ji Ling's face was full of despair. Jing Sui had already left, but he was still too weak to speak. Although he had temporarily gotten rid of the crisis, if Jing Sui insisted on using this method to help him get rid of the shadow, what should he do next time? After all, it was very difficult for him to resist today. Thinking of this, Ji Ling was extremely anxious. This time, he really couldn't eat anymore. The next day, when it was time for dinner, Mrs. Shaman came again. Obviously, she already knew what had happened last night. She looked at Ji Ling and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She just looked at Ji Ling and sighed. Ji Ling felt very bitter in his heart. He really felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. In a trance, he suddenly asked, "Aunt Shaman, does His Majesty really like me?" Seeing that Ji Ling was rarely willing to speak, Mrs. Shaman hurriedly showed a loving look and said with certainty, "It's true." Ji Ling lowered his head in disappointment. Now he also believed that it was true, but how could he face this feeling? Even if they didn't talk about the mission, he couldn't accept someone who didn't understand him at all. He didn't even dare to tell the truth, and he didn't want to fall in love with Jing Sui at all. Jing Sui looked at the young man in front of him. It was clearly a light sentence, but every word that fell into his ears easily threw him into the abyss. How could he forget these words? He would never forget them. No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be like this. Jing Sui opened his mouth with difficulty, his voice hoarse. "What did you say?" Ji Ling looked at Jing Sui coldly. He was a good young man who abided by the law since he was young. He respected the old and loved the young, but he died before he could even fall in love. Fortunately, God opened his eyes and gave him a chance to be resurrected. He cherished this opportunity very much and did his best to complete the task seriously, hoping that he could go home one day. But all of you want to go against me. Not only did you not follow the plot, but you also refused to let me go. I haven't even held a girl's hand before, but I'm going to be turned gay by all of you. Falling in love requires both parties to love each other. Can't you understand my rejection? Can't you not like me? Since that's the case, let's start over. Now that I remember everything and know everything, can you still continue to say that you love me as if nothing had happened? I want to let you know that I, Ji Ling, can also be ruthless. Humph, Jing Sui looked at the young man's cold and resolute eyes. His heart kept sinking, but he still tried to struggle in vain. He said bitterly, "I don't understand what you mean." Ji Ling smiled and said slowly and heartlessly, "Then let me remind your majesty of the last words I said to you in your previous life." He looked into Jing Sui's eyes and saw the expression in Jing Sui's eyes suddenly become extremely ugly. He said word by word, "I said, I won't pester you anymore. You and Ningyu must be good." The blood drained from Jing Sui's face. Although he had vaguely guessed something from the moment the young man opened his eyes, he was unwilling to believe it. Until this moment, there was no chance of luck. The young man finally remembered everything. He remembered how cold and heartless he had been in his previous life. He also remembered why he had died in his previous life. All of her mistakes could no longer be hidden and were laid bare in front of the young man. She could no longer try to hide the truth and pretend that nothing had happened. She greedily took possession of the young man who knew nothing and despicably obtained his perfect love. Xianxia closed his eyes in pain. At this moment, he didn't know what else he could say or how to quibble. Because any words would seem weak and powerless. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "I love you, it's true." Jiling looked at him faintly and laughed at himself. "I didn't understand why you liked me before, so I listened to Kaluasi's words. But now I believe that you love me. You don't need to use me, and you don't need to give the position of Empress to someone you don't like. I just can't believe that you actually like me." As he said, there was a faint sadness in his eyes. "In my previous life, I loved you so much, but I couldn't get you to look back at me. In this life, you actually fell in love with me. There's really nothing more ironic than this." Jingsui's lips moved slightly and he said, Jiling laughed softly, but the expression in his eyes was as cold as a dead glacier. "But so what? I don't like you anymore." Jingsui looked at him in disbelief. Jiling looked calm. "It doesn't matter whether you are feeling guilty or repaying me. I don't need your compensation, really." Jingsui said firmly, "It's not compensation. It's just because I like you." Jiling said, "Really? Then it's even more unnecessary." He looked into Jingsui's eyes, and his voice was ruthless and decisive. He said slowly and calmly, "Because from the moment I died, I have already let it go. Don't forget who ruthlessly exiled me, and who trampled on my heart again and again. I used to be stubborn, thinking that my sincerity could move you one day, but I was wrong. Until the last moment of my life, I didn't wait for that day. I have given you everything I can, my love, my life. Now, I have nothing more to give you. The person who loves you will only stay in the previous life, and he will not come back." Brandon said in a low voice, "I want to take him away from here. You're out of control and can't take care of him." Jingsui's expression finally changed. He looked at Brandon coldly, his eyes sinister. "Considering that we've been friends for so many years, I'll overlook what you said just now. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened." But Brandon clenched his fist and punched at Jingsui. Jingsui's eyes turned cold. He quickly raised his hand to block, but thinking that Ji Ling was behind him, he was afraid that he would accidentally hurt the youngster like last time. He couldn't let go of his hand and was pushed back by Brandon. Brandon didn't want to hurt Ji Ling, so he was very careful when he attacked. But he had to take Ji Ling away today. Jingsui was crazy. He would hurt him. Because Jingsui had so many misgivings, he was finally sent flying by Brandon's punch. He staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. There was a bloodstain on his chin, while Brandon shielded the youth behind him. Jingsui's eyes were extremely cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't mess around." Brandon looked at him. "You're the one who shouldn't mess around." He grabbed the youngster's hand and turned to walk out. Jingsui wanted to step forward to stop him. But when he met Ji Ling's cold eyes, he suddenly stopped. He seemed to be bound by something and couldn't move. After a long time, he closed his eyes in dejection. He didn't look at the backs of the two gradually leaving. Even if he pretended to be fine, he was very clear that he was going crazy. He was doing something that would hurt Ji Ling. He knew that he was in the wrong, but he couldn't control himself. He couldn't let go. For a selfish and arrogant person like him, this was the first time he knew how to love someone. But when he understood this, he was about to lose her. He didn't want to give up and he would do anything for it. But at this moment, he suddenly didn't have the courage to continue stopping him. Because the person he was trying to keep was no longer someone who loved him, but someone who didn't love him anymore and even hated him. "I already have no way of not loving you, but how can I keep a heart that insists on leaving?" Jingsui leaned against the tree. After a long time, he revealed a self-deprecating smile. "Maybe Brandon is right. Maybe you leaving with him is the right thing to do. At least he won't hurt you, right? Brandon took Jiling's hand and left the palace. Jiling stared at the tall silhouette of the man in front of him. He was as steady and reliable as a mountain. Jiling couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He didn't expect Brandon to save him in the end. Speaking of which, Brandon was also reborn. Actually, Jiling didn't have any feelings for Brandon. In fact, he felt like he was a stranger. In his previous life, other than purposely sending his face to be slapped a few times, he basically had no interaction with Brandon. Although he had saved Brandon in the NATO star system battle, Brandon still endured his annoyance and agreed to his excessive request even though he did not like the arrogant and despotic Brandon at the time. He was a very principled soldier. He didn't have any bad points, and he didn't do anything wrong to her. As for the fact that he didn't like her, according to her evil cannon fodder persona, liking him would be abnormal. Brandon's attitude toward him changed drastically after his rebirth. At first, Jiling was quite shocked. Rebirth was indeed a curse that couldn't be escaped. It could make a person who hated him feel remorse because of his death. Then, it became a filter and blinded his eyes, but Brandon didn't appear in front of him often. It was not important to his mission, so he gradually forgot about it and focused on dealing with Jing Sui and Kaluasi. Jiling sighed in his heart. Although he was grateful to Brandon for saving him at this time, he was also a reincarnated being. He couldn't expose himself now. He had to continue acting. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he and Brandon didn't have a harmonious relationship. Thinking of this, Jiling shook off Brandon's hand and said coldly, "Who asked you to care about me?" Brandon looked at the young man's pale face and indifferent eyes. He felt pain in his heart and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm worried that he will hurt you." Jiling smirked. "Don't pretend to be kind. Don't you hate me the most?" Brandon was stunned. Jiling sneered and said slowly, "If it's because you saved my life in your previous life, I don't think it's necessary. You have already repaid me. You don't owe me anything anymore." When Brandon heard this, he revealed an expression of disbelief. He stared into the youth's eyes. His previous doubts and puzzlement were all answered at this moment. He finally understood why Jing Sui wanted Jiling to stay at all costs. Jiling stared blankly at Kaluasi, unable to come back to his senses. Kaluasi looked at the young man's blank eyes and smiled. The curve of his lips was elegant, but the words that came out of his mouth were cruel. He opened his thin lips and said, "Since you remembered what happened in your past life, I can't lie to you anymore. I really don't love you, I'm just using you." Jiling, why isn't he playing by the rules system? Has he always been like this? Jiling was almost caught off guard by Kaluasi. He didn't have the time to think about whether what he said was true or not. No matter what, since Kaluasi said this, wasn't it a good opportunity for him to get rid of him? Maybe he really saw that he was reborn, so he gave up because he knew there was no hope. That's very possible. Jiling was secretly happy, but he showed a heartbroken expression on his face. He looked at Kaluasi in disbelief. "Uncle Kaluasi." Kaluasi looked at him gently and said, "Didn't you already guess the truth? Why do you look so surprised?" Jiling thought to himself, "I thought you were going to continue pretending. Who knew that you would turn against me just like that? Of course I'm surprised. But this is good. I was a little embarrassed at first, but now I don't have any psychological burden." Tears glistened in Jiling's eyes. He seemed to be very sad, but he was still stubborn. He looked away dejectedly and said, "What's so surprising about this? I should have seen through this in my past life. I'll ask my father to talk to you about canceling the engagement." Kaluasi looked at him deeply and suddenly laughed mockingly. Pity appeared in his eyes. "You're still so naive." Jiling frowned and pursed his lips. "What do you mean?" Kaluasi clasped his hands on his cane and sighed. "You can see that I'm just using you to go against His Majesty. You know that I'm lying to you. Why didn't you think that I was lying when I said I could cancel the engagement with you anytime?" Jiling's eyes slowly widened. The corners of Kaluasi's lips curled up, and he said slowly, "Entering into an engagement with you is just to drag your father's power down with me and provoke His Majesty. You are a very important chess piece to me, and now His Majesty can use your matter to slander me." Do you think I will do as you wish and break off the engagement at this time? Wouldn't that be admitting His Majesty's accusation against me and giving him something to use against me? Jiling looked at Kaluasi in shock. Good, so you were waiting for me here. In just a few words, he had experienced the feeling of a mountain road full of twists and turns. Simply put, you admit that you are lying to me, so you are even more unwilling to break off the engagement, because it is very disadvantageous to you. So, back to the original point, that is, you are unwilling to break off the engagement. How could he do that, not to mention that you are full of evil tricks, just based on what you said just now, whether it is true or false, I can't continue to maintain the engagement with you. Jiling believed that with Kaluasi's sinister and ruthless character, he would do anything. He was finally a little anxious. Back then, in order to get rid of Jing Sui, he had impulsively agreed to Kaluasi's conditions. At that time, he had naively thought that it was only between him and Kaluasi. Because the reborn Kaluasi really looked too good, he had unconsciously let down his guard. Moreover, no matter in his previous life or this life, no matter what Kaluasi did behind his back, he always pretended to be a gentle gentleman in front of him. So now that he had removed all the pretense and revealed his true face, for the first time, Jiling truly realized how terrifying this person was. He had underestimated how black-hearted he was. How could this kind of villain, who had no morals and regarded human life as nothing, be judged by common sense? Jiling was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He looked at him angrily. You, Kaluasi looked at the young man's angry and disappointed eyes. A cold chill flowed through his chest, as if his internal organs and lungs were about to be frozen into pieces. However, he still maintained a calm smile on his face and said slowly, but this matter is not completely hopeless. As long as you promise me one thing, I can agree to dissolve the engagement with you. Jiling's chest heaved up and down. He gritted his teeth and said, What is it? Kaluasi smiled faintly. Although I am using you, it is the resistance army that captured you this time, not me. I believe you know this in your heart. I want you to personally clarify the facts and prove that it is the resistance army that captured you. As long as you can do this, I can promise to dissolve the engagement with you. Jiling's expression changed slightly. He quickly understood Kaluasi's intention. He was indeed a key in this matter. Although it was the resistance army that captured him and framed Kaluasi, Jing Sui did not want to set off the suppression of the resistance army at this time because it was very disadvantageous to his promotion of the genetic evolution catalyst. So, he beat them at their own game and put the blame on Kaluasi. As a result, the current public opinion situation was very disadvantageous to Kaluasi. However, if he came forward and said the truth, then the contradiction would immediately turn to the resistance army. As long as Kaluasi exerted pressure, then Jing Sui would have no choice but to take action against the resistance army. Kaluasi would have enough reason to stop Jing Sui from promoting the genetic evolution catalyst and further suppress the rebellious civilians. There was a look of anxiety in Jiling's eyes. Although he didn't like that bastard Gabriel and would never forgive his excessive behavior, to be honest, the things that Gabriel didn't reach the level of a life-and-death grudge. At least in both lives, Gabriel had released him unscathed. If he had fallen into the hands of the other resistance army, he would have been tortured and killed countless times. And if it was only against Gabriel, Jiling would not care about him. He did not have that kind of unnecessary rotten kindness. However, this matter did not concern Gabriel alone. Jiling stared blankly at the substitute wearing his clothes and swaggering out. His face was full of shock. He really didn't expect that Carlos could even think of this kind of trick. How did he do it? The disguise device in this world was indeed very advanced. Jiling remembered that in his previous life, he had brought a disguise device to humiliate Ningyu. Instead, Ningyu had disguised himself and escaped. However, no matter how advanced this device was, it was just a smokescreen. If someone really tried to disguise himself with this method, he could only deceive unrelated people. It was almost impossible to not expose himself in his own home. That was why Jiling hadn't thought of this before. However, this person didn't use any disguise device. He really looked exactly like him. Kaluasi looked at the young man's shocked expression and kissed his hair lovingly. He chuckled. This is a biological replica that I specially made according to your appearance. His eyes, fingerprints, blood, and hair are all the same. It is enough to pass any test. However, he isn't a real person. He is controlled by a mechanical chip and can perfectly imitate any of your habits. Don't worry, he will replace you well. No one will find out that you have left. Jiling's eyes widened. Damn, there was such a thing? A biological robot? The reason why Kaluasi had waited so many days to make a move was to prepare this thing. He gently stuck the disguise device behind Jiling's ear and pressed on Jiling's neck to give him a shot. Jiling suddenly felt weak and couldn't speak. He could only fall into Kaluasi's arms. Kaluasi helped Jiling change his clothes, tidied his hair, and finally helped him put on his hat. He smiled. Let's go home. Jiling couldn't move at all. He could only stare at Kaluasi in anger. When he came out again, the people outside had all disappeared. They had all left with the biological robot, leaving him alone. Jiling almost cried. This was too ruthless. This was a ruthless person, Jiling. I feel like I'm going to fail QAQ. The system was also a little anxious, but it still comforted him. Don't worry. This isn't the first time you're about to fail. Maybe this time it will be more daunting than dangerous. Jiling, Kaluasi carried Jiling into the car. It didn't take long for them to stop at his manor. They went straight to the basement through the elevator in the study. They didn't hide anything from Jiling along the way. Obviously, they weren't worried that he would escape. Jiling looked around nervously. When the elevator door opened, he saw a spacious and luxurious underground palace. His jaw dropped in surprise. There was actually such a place under Carlos's house. There was a place like this under Kaluasi's house. Kaluasi saw his shock and explained with a smile, my family was one of the tycoons that controlled the genetic evolution catalyst back on Earth. Later, we followed the imperial family to build a new home here. At that time, the empire wasn't as powerful as it is now. We had to face attacks from countless other species and dangers from the universe, so we built an underground base like this. But now, it's no longer needed to defend against dangers. But for the sake of nostalgia and history, my parents renovated this place generation after generation. In the end, they built this place into a palace. Only the leader of the family has the right to enter this place. Jiling looked at him blankly. Why are you explaining this to me? This is your family's secret. Is it really appropriate to tell me? He was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that Kaluasi wasn't going to let him out again, was he? That's why he didn't hide the way he came in. He didn't even hide the origin of this place. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He was anxious and afraid. If looks could kill, he would definitely tear this old thing into pieces. Kaluasi looked at the young man's almost burning eyes, but he seemed to be in a good mood. He carried Jiling to a luxurious room and placed him on the soft bed. He took off the disguise device behind his ears and revealed a gentle smile. His voice was low and magnetic. Now, you only belong to me. Jiling had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Kaluasi was indeed the most ruthless villain in this novel. He locked him up in a small dark room just because he didn't agree with him. And now that he had a substitute outside, no one would know that he was missing and no one would think of coming to save him. By the way, what's wrong with you? I've been reborn. I definitely won't believe you anymore. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? By now, the effect of the drug had worn off and he could move. Jiling fiercely slapped Kaluasi's hand away and said coldly, I will not belong to you. Kaluasi wasn't angry. The elegant smile on his lips didn't change at all. He said, really? He looked at Jiling lovingly and said lightly, do you know what your substitute will do when he goes back? Jiling's expression changed slightly. In fact, this was what he was most worried about. Not only was he worried about his own situation, but he was also worried that the substitute would use his identity to fool around. In this way, his father and family would be completely in a passive position. Kaluasi definitely wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to use him to fight against Jing Sui. Despicable, too despicable, Kaluasi smiled slightly. When he goes back, He will tell His Excellency Jiting that you are completely disappointed with His Majesty's disregard for your feelings and the fact that he didn't pursue the real murderer. You are ready to marry me as soon as possible. When our relationship is recognized by the Empire's law and everyone knows that you are my lover, I will let you go, okay? Jiling? I don't want to say this, but brother, why are you so insistent on marrying me? You spent so much time and effort just to marry me, you made a substitute just for a title? You will make me think that you love me. Kaluasi stroked Jiling's head and looked into his eyes. His voice was gentle, but the words he said were cold and cruel. Silly boy, actually, there was no second proposal from the beginning. I will never break off the engagement with you. If I break off the engagement with you now, it will only allow His Majesty's conspiracy to succeed and confirm his accusation against me. How can I agree to it? You can't run away. Jiling, Kaluasi looked at the young man's dazed, shocked, and angry eyes. There was a smile on his lips, but he was already used to the cold pain in his heart. So what if I love you? You won't believe me and you won't accept it. Kaluasi came back from outside. He pushed the door open and saw Jiling sitting on the edge of the bed, hugging his knees and lowering his head. He looked like he was asleep. He walked over and sat down beside the young man. He reached out and pulled him into his arms. He kissed his hair and said softly, I heard you didn't have dinner tonight? Jiling didn't move. Kaluasi sighed softly and reached out to hold the young man's face. He saw that the young man's eyes were red and there were still traces of tears. He lowered his head and kissed him gently and lovingly. The young man's body stiffened slightly, as if he was unwilling, but surprisingly, he did not avoid it. He even obediently parted his lips and lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. It was the first time in so many days that the young man was so obedient. The darkness in Kaluasi's eyes deepened. He pressed the young man down and kissed his neck. The young man trembled subconsciously. Even though he had kissed him many times, he was still very sensitive. This reaction made Kaluasi's heart fill with love. After a while, he stopped and hugged Jiling. I'll let you off today. But if you don't eat again, you know what will happen, okay? Jiling was silent for a while. His eyelashes were still wet with tears. Suddenly, his lips moved and he said, There's no sunlight here. It's very stuffy. I want to go out and get some fresh air. Kaluasi paused. His gaze sharpened and fell on Jiling's face. After a while, his lips curled into a smile. Sure. He knew what the young man was thinking. He wanted to leave, but this idea was destined to be naive and useless. Even so, this was the first time Jiling made a request of him. Of course, he couldn't bear to reject him. Kaluasi reached out and carried Jiling. They left the place and took the elevator to the surface. Jiling had been living underground for a long time and had lost the concept of time. Now that he was outside, he realized that it was afternoon. The sun was shining brightly. He raised his hand to cover his eyes. He looked at the light that he hadn't seen in a long time. He was so touched that he almost cried. If he knew it was so easy to come out, he would have asked for it. He was a fool, really. Kaluasi looked at the young man's tearful eyes and felt a tinge of regret in his heart. However, he calmed himself down in the end. He asked Jiling to sit at the table in the garden and ordered the servants to prepare exquisite pastries. Jiling was starving because he hadn't eaten. When he saw how considerate Kaluasi was in preparing delicacies, he almost swallowed his saliva. However, he hadn't forgotten his plan with Wenyan. He would never be won over by Kaluasi's small favors. Jiling didn't touch the food in front of him. He raised his eyes and looked at Carlos with an extremely cold gaze. Word by word, he said, You're unscrupulous and didn't hesitate to marry a good-for-nothing like me. Is it really just to oppose His Majesty? What value do I have for you to do this? Kaluasi's eyes narrowed, and his gaze suddenly became dangerous and terrifying. His chest heaved slightly. This child, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Why, how do you want me to answer you? Don't ask me something like this. Don't ask me to tell you the truth. Even if I do, you won't accept it. So I won't say that I love you. That will only make you leave me. Kaluasi's thin lips curled up. Don't underestimate your own value, and don't try to guess my thoughts. Jiling looked at him and suddenly laughed bitterly. His blue eyes were dark and mocking. Yes, it's not because you love me. You won't love me at all. You're no different from His Majesty. I loved him so much in my previous life, but he didn't hesitate to exile me. In this life, I was captured by the rebel army, but he still let the real culprit go for his goal. He doesn't care what I've been through. Kaluasi's face darkened. He closed his eyes and said, even so, you're still unwilling to go against his wishes. You'd rather bear all of this yourself than tell the truth. If it were me, I wouldn't let go of anyone who hurts you. Jiling's tears suddenly flowed down. Enough, don't say it like you love me. Kaluasi paused. The cold pain in his heart flowed again. Jiling rubbed his eyes and said firmly, I won't tell the truth. Give up. Kaluasi stared at the young man. He wanted to reach out to comfort him, but in the end, he didn't. His hands slowly tightened. Actually, he never thought of asking Jiling to tell the truth. The so-called condition was just a reason to confuse him. He was sure that Jiling wouldn't agree. Even if Jiling really agreed, he wouldn't allow it because the whole world would know what had happened to him. Rumors, slander, and malicious slander would follow him for the rest of his life. This was the real reason why he had been slandered by Jing Sui all this time but had never gone out to defend himself. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but he couldn't bear to continue using Jiling as a sacrifice in their struggle. No matter how he and Jing Sui fought, he and Jing Sui had the same goal. They didn't want the truth to be known. Jiling looked at the respectful silver-haired man in front of him and finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he had planned this with Wen Yan, Jiling wasn't sure if it would work. Although Wen Yan was very powerful and was a reputable villain in the novel, he was slightly weaker than Kaluasi and Jing Sui in terms of strength and influence. In the Empire, where social classes were strict, the gap between birth and status was hard to make up for with hard work. However, Wen Yan was very good at playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. He knew that he couldn't fight Kaluasi head-on, so he joined forces with Brandon to save her and let Brandon stop Kaluasi. Then, he would fish in troubled waters and bring Wen Yan away. He was able to become the first chairman in history as a commoner, and it wasn't because of luck. Wen Yan looked respectfully at Jiling and said apologetically, You've been wrong during this time. I've already prepared a place to hide. I'll take you away now. Jiling nodded and said, okay. Wen Yan had purposely pretended to kidnap him in order to attract hatred, so that Kaluasi wouldn't vent his anger on him. He was very thoughtful. However, although Wen Yan had indeed helped him today, Jiling wouldn't let his guard down. He wouldn't treat Wen Yan as a humble subordinate. This person was just good at hiding and pretending. Jiling, who had the omniscient view, knew very well how ruthless Wen Yan was. From a certain perspective, he was the same type of person as Kaluasi. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he would never have chosen Wen Yan. Jiling thought of this and sighed sadly. In order to escape from Kaluasi's pursuit, Wen Yan had chosen a very advanced small spaceship. Not only could it perform a space jump, but it also had a very strong concealment ability. However, the spaceship wasn't big and space was limited. Jiling was always on guard against Wen Yan, so he always stayed in his room and didn't come out except to eat. He was really a little frightened by the mere twang of a bowstring. These people were all abnormal. Each of them looked like characters from a begonia novel, and they were all coveting his chrysanthemum. Fortunately, he was wearing Jin Jiangwen. Otherwise, who knew how many times he would have been slapped. However, Jiling slowly realized that even if there were no outsiders and it was just the two of them, Wen Yan would still be respectful as usual. He did not do anything out of line. The great chairman of the council seemed to be addicted to being a servant. Jiling didn't understand. He was born in the New China and grew up under the red flag. He had received the education of equality and friendship since he was young. Even if someone worked in the service industry, it was still a job, not a lower class. But sometimes, Wen Yan really gave him the feeling that he was willing to lower himself to the dust. If Wen Yan was really just a normal citizen of this world, then so be it. It could be understood that he had been brainwashed by this social system since he was young, but, Wen Yan was obviously not someone who would resign himself to fate. In order to climb up, he would do anything. From the way he eradicated those who disobeyed him, he did not feel that he was inferior to those nobles at all. On the contrary, he looked down on those high and mighty nobles. Who knew how much blood of those nobles had stained his hands? So, now that there were no outsiders and Ji Ling could not resist him, why would he continue to pretend to be respectful? Just because he liked Ji Ling couldn't help but think back. He wanted to know what he had done in his previous life that made Wen Yan like him so much, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of anything. For example, when he had just returned to the second server, he had stood up for Lord Richard when he was making things difficult for Wen Yan. But even if he didn't do that, Lord Richard could not do anything to Wen Yan. He might even get into trouble and lose his life in the end. Moreover, Ji Ling's behavior at that time was very arrogant and detestable, and he did not treat Wen Yan as an equal at all. If their roles were reversed, and someone said to him, "You should look at the owner before hitting a dog," not only would he not feel grateful, he would probably even fiercely retort. But Wen Yan thought that he was treating him well, he was probably a masochist. But if he really liked Ji Ling, why did he betray him in his previous life? Ji Ling had clearly done the same thing, but in this life, he thought that it was love. Or could it be that he had been thinking about Ji Ling since his previous life? It was really scary to think about it. It was like having a passerby that you didn't care about at all. You always thought that you and the passerby were living in harmony, but in the end, this passerby had been plotting against you for a long time. Ji Ling lamented to the system again, "These villains' thoughts are too deep, too deep. I can't see through them." System, no matter what, since Wen Yan did not mention anything about his previous life and was willing to continue pretending to be a respectful subordinate, Ji Ling naturally would not expose him. Although Wen Yan had indeed betrayed him in his previous life, Wen Yan's actions could not be said to be without reason. Both sides were at fault, and Ji Ling was just following the script step by step. Everything was within Wen Yan's expectations, so it was completely nonsense to talk about how much resentment he had towards Wen Yan. "As long as you don't try to have sex with me and continue to be a good subordinate, we can continue to be happy friends." Moreover, since the second refresh, Wen Yan could be said to be the most worry-free one. Other than the fact that he liked to make his presence known in front of Ji Ling, he never caused trouble or messed around. At critical moments, he was even willing to give up everything to save Ji Ling. It made people sigh with emotion at this inexplicable love. After half a month of space warp, the spaceship finally arrived at its destination, Moer Galaxy, planet North Peak. The Empire's territory was extremely vast. There were hundreds of galaxies, and each galaxy had many planets. Moer Galaxy was located in the southwest of the Empire. It was a relatively barren galaxy. Although resources were not developed enough and technology was lagging behind, there were many habitable planets with a high population. In the map of the powerful empire, it was considered a relatively backward region. The people who lived there were usually civilians. The high and mighty nobles of the empire usually disdained to come here. Therefore, this place was very suitable for hiding. Wen Yan looked into the youth's clear eyes, which shone with a determined light. He seemed a little nervous, but he stubbornly refused to back down and stared back at Wen Yan. Wen Yan didn't want to hurt the other. Slowly, Wen Yan suppressed the violent and bloodthirsty impulse in his heart and stared at the youth in front of him. He remembered the time on the Imperial Star when the youth had pretended to be arrogant and despotic but had protected him time and time again. He could even protect Wen Yan like this, so how could he bear to see Wen Yan hurt someone else? How could Wen Yan bear to go against his will? After a while, the coldness in Wen Yan's eyes dissipated and was replaced with warmth again. He said hoarsely, "It's good that you're fine." As Wen Yan said this, the entire space seemed to melt like ice. Judy let out a sigh of relief and anxiously picked up the boy and ran, afraid that this brat would cause more trouble. Ji Ling watched the two leave inside, then walked back resentfully. Wen Yan followed Ji Ling back and saw Ji Ling sit down on the bed. He silently walked over and knelt down on one knee to help the youth take off the soiled shoes. The boy's footprints were still on them, and it was obvious that the boy had stepped on them with great force. Wen Yan's eyes were filled with heartache. With Ji Ling's noble status, staying here was already a grievance, but not only was he not dissatisfied, he wasn't angry even though he was treated like this. Wen Yan's heart was filled with sadness and tenderness. The youth's kindness wasn't just directed at himself, he treated everyone the same way. Back on the Imperial Star, the young man had used arrogance and recklessness to hide his kindness, but here, he had finally let down his guard bit by bit and shed his disguise, revealing his true self. Such a young man was the real him, and also the person he loved. He loved him like this. In truth, Wen Yan's thoughts were also despicable. He had taken advantage of the youth when he was at his weakest and taken him away from the Imperial Star. This way, the youth would only have himself by his side. This was the person he had longed for since his previous life, but in his previous life, he did not love this person in the right way. In this life, he only hoped that the young man could be happy. His heart was so dark and despicable. To be able to have the young man alone like this, to be able to accompany the young man alone, he should be satisfied and not wish for more. Jiling looked down at the man who gently took off his shoes and held his ankle with his slender fingers. He felt very embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he withdrew his hand. He was afraid that Wen Yan would kiss him without saying a word like last time. If that happened, he would die of embarrassment. Wen Yan saw the young man shyly retract his foot and did not stop him. He paused for a moment, then stood up and said with his head lowered, "Then you rest, I'll leave first." Jiling stared at Wen Yan's departing figure. He tried to hold himself back, but in the end, he couldn't help but say, "Actually, you didn't have to do this. This isn't the Imperial planet, I'm not the kind of young master who needs you to serve me respectfully. Since we're already here, why bother with these formalities? I won't blame you even if you don't do these things." Jiling really did not understand what Wen Yan was insisting on. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Every time he was served, he felt especially embarrassed. Wen Yan raised his eyes, and a hint of gentleness appeared in the depths of his eyes. He said in a hoarse and respectful voice, "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be where I am now. I might have died in the hands of those nobles. You're my savior, so it's only right for me to do these things." Jiling, did I save him in a dream? System, maybe he thinks that you don't know anything and are an idiot? Jiling fell silent for a moment and pretended to be disheartened. He said, "But you also saved me this time, so you don't owe me anything. I'm begging you, please be a normal person." Wen Yan suddenly revealed a sad look, and sadness appeared in his deep eyes. He said in a hoarse voice, "Are you tired of me?" Jiling, forget it. Do whatever you want. You're a man who doesn't know how to respect himself. What else can I say? Do you think I'd dare to hold you by your neck and lecture you on the meaning of harmony, equality, freedom, and love? Seeing that Jiling did not reply, Wen Yan lowered his eyes again respectfully and said, "I'll take my leave." Jiling looked at Wen Yan's back as he left, sighed softly, and fell asleep. The next day, after Jiling had his breakfast, he strolled leisurely to the pond at the back of the mountain. Just as he was about to continue fishing, he suddenly saw a small figure slowly crawl out from behind a rock. The figure's large eyes were shining as it looked at him anxiously. Jiling looked at the little boy with a thoughtful expression. He thought to himself, should I lie down and take the beating, or should I lie down and take the beating? Masa wailed mournfully as blood splattered all over the ground from his right hand. But when he met Wen Yan's cold eyes, the wailing in his throat came to an abrupt stop. Fear made him lose the ability to react. He saw death. He had been a tyrant in Luanshui City for more than 10 years. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered other evolvers, but that he had always been cautious. That was why he had survived until now, but he knew that he wouldn't be so lucky today. Today, he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. If he made such a mistake once, there would be no chance for him to repent. But just as he was in despair, the terrifying man suddenly curved his lips and spoke to him in an almost gentle voice. "If I let you go back today, will you come looking for trouble again?" Masa looked at Wen Yan blankly, but then he was overjoyed and hopeful. Could it be that this person didn't intend to kill him? Wen Yan stared at him as if waiting for an answer. Masa didn't dare fuss over his broken hand. He endured the pain and promised, I definitely won't come again. "Don't worry, my lord." Wen Yan continued, "But her father took 10,000 star coins from you." Masa hurriedly said, That's her father's fault. It has nothing to do with her." We promise not to come looking for her again. I swear. Wen Yan seemed to be very satisfied with his tactfulness. He finally lifted his foot and said indifferently, "Go, don't let me see you again." Masa felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He didn't even want his broken hand on the ground. He and his companions supported each other and turned to flee. Jiling and Judy stood to the side, watching the scene in a daze. After a long while, Jiling finally recovered from the unforeseen event. He looked at Wen Yan with a complicated expression. If Wen Yan hadn't arrived in time, he might have died inexplicably. Wen Yan looked at the young man's pale face, his eyes filled with worry. He said hoarsely, "I saw that you weren't back yet, so I came to see. Fortunately, I ran into you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable." Jiling stammered, "Why yes." It had been terrifying just now. He had thought that he could chase those people away and had even gotten carried away. But he had underestimated those people's viciousness and despicableness. He had almost died. At this thought, Jiling lowered his head in disappointment. A dark emotion surfaced in Wen Yan's eyes as he recalled the thrilling scene just now. If he hadn't been following Jiling because he was worried, Jiling would have suffered a mishap. How could he have easily spared the lives of those villains? The reason why he let Masa go was because he didn't want the youth to see his dark and cruel side. Wen Yan suppressed the bloodlust in his heart and once again said gently to Jiling, "Let's go home." Judy also came back to her senses at this time. Although her heart was still shaken and her face was pale and sad, she still sincerely said to them, "Thank you for today." Wen Yan smiled slightly, "It was nothing." Judy looked at Wen Yan with an uneasy expression. Although Wen Yan had helped her, she still felt that Wen Yan was a bit scary. In front of him, she wouldn't be as relaxed as she was in front of Jiling. It was inevitable that she would be a bit reserved. Wen Yan held Jiling's hand and supported him by the arm as they boarded the carriage to return to their home in the city lord's mansion. Both of them were silent along the way. Wen Yan personally escorted Jiling back to his bedroom. Jiling thought about it. Afraid that Wen Yan would worry, he said, "I'm fine." "You don't have to," but before he could finish speaking, he saw Wen Yan suddenly grab his hand. His eyes looked sad and he said in a low voice, "Let me help you treat your wound." Jiling was stunned. He looked down and found that there was a trace of blood seeping out from the knuckles on the back of his hand. He must have accidentally hurt himself during the fight. After all, he only had a C-rank constitution. He wasn't invulnerable. But because his mind had been so tense, he hadn't noticed it. I didn't expect it to be a scratch." Seeing Wen Yan like this, if he didn't let him treat it, he would definitely overthink things. Jiling thought about it and obediently sat on the chair, letting Wen Yan treat his wound. Wen Yan brought disinfectant alcohol and gauze from the room next door. He said in a hoarse voice, "It will hurt a little. Please bear with it." Jiling nodded. When the alcohol fell on the back of his hand, it did hurt a little, but it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't bear it. He frowned slightly and pursed his lips, not saying anything. Wen Yan lowered his head, his movements gentle and focused, as if he was treating an incomparably precious treasure. After a while, he finished treating Jiling. He raised his head, his eyes filled with self-blame. He said slowly, "It was my negligence. I didn't protect you well." Jiling shook his head. "No one could have predicted this. How can I blame you? I should thank you for saving me today." Jiling was abruptly pressed against the wall. In a panic, he met those emerald green eyes. However, those eyes, which were always gentle and indifferent in his impression, were now filled with a cold and sharp light. They were like a sharp knife, suffused with a piercingly cold killing intent. This was the first time Jiling had seen such a terrifying sight of Ningyu. The man's body was suffused with a strong smell of blood, as if he could kill him at any time. Jiling was so scared that his face turned pale. He finally remembered that he was in disguise. Ningyu didn't know him. Judging from Ningyu's appearance, he was probably being hunted down. Was he going to kill him to silence him? Wait, why did he think that Ningyu would kill him to silence him? How could this be something that an upright and kind main character would do? However, Jiling didn't have time to think about it. His desire to live forced him to endure the numbing fear in his scalp, and he said in a trembling voice, I don't have any bad intentions." The man's face was cold and tense, his sharp gaze slowly moved down, passing over the young man's neck, and finally landing on the young man's slender wrist. The young man's fingers were white and slender, his wrist was delicate and smooth, and he could feel a slight tremor in his palm. Ningyu stared at this hand, and he paused for a few seconds. Suddenly, all the cold killing intent in his eyes faded, like an arrow at the end of its flight, losing the last bit of strength to support itself. He loosened his grip and fell to the ground, coughing softly, a trace of blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Jiling thought that he was going to be killed by mistake, but who knew that Ningyu would suddenly let go of his hand, and without warning, he fell weakly to the ground. His handsome face was pale and bloodless, but the color of blood was bright and beautiful, flowing across the corner of his mouth, outlining a coquettish and beautiful picture. Jiling couldn't help but be stunned. However, he didn't go forward again, but hesitated. Although Ningyu didn't seem to be able to make it, Jiling was still frightened by the terrifying side he had just shown. The injured Ningyu was like a wounded beast. He was hostile and wary of anyone who got close to him. He would subconsciously kill anyone who got close to him. Perhaps it was because he was too heavily injured that he hadn't killed him yet. If he continued to get closer, it would be very dangerous for him, but how could he just ignore it and leave the seriously injured Ningyu here, leaving him to fend for himself? Jiling couldn't do such a thing. He struggled for a long time. Forget it. Even if I ignore Ningyu's identity as the main character, I can't just leave him in the lurch just because he saved me before. However, he definitely couldn't lose his life to save someone. Jiling stood a few steps away from Ningyu cautiously, and said nervously, "Well, I don't mean any harm. I can take you home for treatment. You can nod if you want. If not, I'll leave. I'll pretend I never saw you." Ningyu looked at him deeply. The clear eyes of the young man were bright with fear and persistence. After a long time, he slowly nodded. Seeing that Ningyu finally nodded, Jiling was finally not so afraid. Now, Ningyu looked much more normal, more like the person he knew. He walked over, put Ningyu's arm on his shoulder, and helped him to stand up. The man didn't look strong. Wrapped in clothes, he had broad shoulders and narrow waist and was thin but strong. However, he was especially heavy on Jiling's shoulder, and Jiling almost lost his balance. Because he was very close, the smell of blood on the man hit him in the face. Jiling couldn't help but frown. Ningyu looked really seriously injured. He thought about it and decided to take Ningyu to Judy's house. It wasn't that he didn't trust Wenyan, but he didn't want to take risks. After all, Ningyu's identity was sensitive. Jiling didn't know how Wenyan would react if he saw him, so it was better to be safe. When he was about to leave, Jiling glanced around and found that the candy he bought was still on the ground. He had queued for 2 hours to buy it. It would be a pity to throw it away. Jiling was very reluctant, but it was already very difficult for him to support Ningyu with both hands. He couldn't free his hands to take the candy. After thinking about it, he turned to Ningyu and said tentatively, "Can you do me a favor?" Ningyu's handsome face was stained with blood. In the night, he looked pale and weak, but there was a hint of fierceness. He looked at Jiling and didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiling took it as a silent agreement. He put Ningyu against the wall again, and then walked over to pick up the candy on the ground. He carefully looked at Ningyu, and tied the bag of candy to Ningyu's wrist. He said seriously, "If you help me bring it back, I'll give you half." Ningyu, after saying that, Jiling felt a little embarrassed. His face was slightly hot. He didn't know why, but he felt like Ningyu was smiling. Jiling looked away and stopped looking at Ningyu. He helped Ningyu up again and slowly moved to Judy's house. Fortunately, Judy's house was nearby. 10 minutes later, Jiling was sweating profusely. He knocked on the door. Judy opened the door and turned pale with fright. "What's going on? Who is he?" Jiling felt sorry for troubling Judy, but other than Wenyan, he was the only good brother he could trust in Luanshui City. Oh, no, there was also Duan Xingxing. But Duan Xingxing couldn't help with this matter. Judy was more reliable. Jiling said embarrassedly, "He's injured. I want you to take him in for a few days." Ling's eyes slowly widened as he looked at Ningyu in horror. He felt like he was dreaming. How was this possible? But when he looked at Ningyu's serious eyes, he realized that what Ningyu said was true. Ningyu couldn't and didn't need to make such a joke. Telling a stranger about his identity as a member of the resistance army was obviously a very risky move. Ling froze on the spot and desperately called for the system in his mind. System. System. Ningyu said he was a member of the resistance army. Why didn't the book mention such an important plot? This doesn't make sense. The system was also confused. Indeed, Ling, didn't you know before? System, I really didn't. Ling was furious. You guys don't even know such important information? What is the time management office doing? How are we going to complete this mission? And this is a finished book, right? Since the book is finished, it's impossible not to fill in this hole. In my previous life, Ningyu didn't expose his identity at the end. If Ningyu's identity was exposed, how was he going to sleep with Jing Sui? This was an impossible mission. Wait, this matter didn't only concern Jing Sui, but also whether he could complete the mission. If Ningyu was a member of the resistance army, then what happened on the day when he and Ningyu were captured together? Could it be that Ningyu was deliberately framing him? Everything was a conspiracy? This thought made Ling shudder. It couldn't be. Ling struggled with a complicated expression. He didn't believe that Ningyu was that kind of person. In his previous life, he went against him, provoked him at every turn, and almost killed him several times. According to the plot, Ningyu never took revenge on him and only regarded him as a fleeting cloud. He was a genuine righteous, kind, and broad-minded White Lotus. A gentleman as gentle as jade. In this life, there were many things that he hadn't done yet. There was no deep hatred between them. Ningyu had no reason to frame him. Furthermore, when he risked his life to save her and got injured, it didn't seem like he was faking it. What was going on? Ling frowned as he pondered. Suddenly, he understood, this was all that bastard Gabriel's fault. It had nothing to do with Ningyu. Although Ningyu was part of the resistance army, who said that everyone in the resistance army was bad? They must hate the nobles? There were also many brave warriors who fought against fate. It was very likely that Ningyu couldn't bear to see Gabriel using her and bullying the weak. That was why he risked his life to save her, which led to Gabriel's anger and him being imprisoned. Gabriel once told him that Ningyu was a traitor who clung to the rich and powerful. He threatened to execute Ningyu. It must be because Ningyu, as a member of the resistance army, went to save him, a nobleman. This caused Gabriel to be very angry with Ningyu. Now that he thought about it, those words were simply full of deep meaning. That's right, that must be the case. Ling felt Huran in his heart. As a member of the resistance army, Ningyu was willing to protect him, a nobleman, in front of his companions. This caused him to almost be killed by Gabriel. He bore so much silently and never said a word to me. But Gabriel, that bastard, hid this from me. Instead, he used Ningyu's life to threaten me and tease me like that. Although they were all part of the resistance army, there was no such thing as a lunatic like Gabriel. There was also an upright and kind male god like Ningyu. Thinking about it this way, Gabriel was even worse than he had imagined. This only served to accentuate how precious Ningyu was. Ling's heart was touched, shocked, and complicated. He looked at Ningyu's green eyes and handsome face. Ningyu was looking at him warmly and attentively, but at the same time, he seemed a little uneasy, waiting for his answer. Ling had mixed feelings, but he was not afraid. From his previous life to this life, he had never been afraid of Ningyu. So what if he was part of the resistance army? What was there to be afraid of? Besides, you don't know my identity now. Ling slowly came back to his senses. He looked back at Ningyu's eyes seriously and said resolutely, I'm not afraid of you. You won't hurt me. Ningyu looked at the young man's eyes. They were bright, clear, and determined. There was also an unconcealable emotion and surprise, but there was no fear, disgust, or alienation. He really didn't care about his identity as a member of the resistance army at all. He didn't even think about, maybe I lied to you. Ningyu slightly lowered her eyes to hide the fluctuations in her expression, but the corners of her lips rose uncontrollably. She chuckled and sighed helplessly. So you trust me so much? Even if I tell you personally that I'm a member of the resistance army, you are still sure that I won't hurt you. Wen Yan looked coldly at the man in front of him. Although he had already left the Imperial planet, he still knew everything that had happened on the Imperial planet and its secrets. Although Jing Sui hadn't announced this to the public yet, Wen Yan already knew that Ningyu's identity had been exposed. Ningyu was Gabriel. Who would have guessed that the righteous and heroic civilian idol was actually the mysterious leader of the resistance army that struck fear into the hearts of countless nobles? Everyone had been fooled by him. Ningyu was the one who had hidden the deepest. It was this person who had despicably used Ji Ling's kindness and innocence to kidnap Ji Ling and put on a show to hurt Ji Ling. Wen Yan's heart was filled with murderous intent whenever he thought of how Ningyu had single-handedly caused Ji Ling to end up like this. You shouldn't have come here. Wen Yan spoke slowly, his eyes cold and his voice hoarse. You recognize Ji Ling, don't you? Ningyu met Wen Yan's cold and sharp gaze. He didn't answer yes or no. Instead, he said calmly, you want to kill me. Wen Yan's chest heaved slightly, his black eyes filled with murderous intent. He stared at Ningyu for a long time, then suddenly said, you should leave. Ningyu revealed a look of surprise. You don't want to kill me? Wen Yan's tone was calm as he said slowly, you are the leader of the resistance army, Gabriel. Based on your past achievements and information, you are an SSS rank powerhouse. Not long ago, you escaped from His Majesty and the Marshal's pursuit and fought with Kaluasi. Based on this, even though you are injured, the probability of me successfully killing you is still less than 7.8%. But once we fight, there is a 97.7% chance that our location will be exposed. His Majesty and Duke Kaluasi will discover this place. I don't care if you can successfully escape again, but I don't want young master to be forced to return to the Imperial planet again. Therefore, compared to the series of troubles caused by fighting with you, I hope that you can take the initiative to leave and not disturb our peaceful life. Ningyu's eyes gradually became solemn. She stared at Wen Yan as if she had just gotten to know him again today. After a long time, Ningyu's lips curled into a smile. You're very confident. If I remember correctly, you're only an S rank, but you still think you have a chance of winning against me. Wen Yan said lightly, everyone has a trump card, don't they? Ningyu chuckled, but his eyes were sharp and provocative. Your analysis seems reasonable, but you seem to have overlooked one thing. Why do you think I'm willing to leave? Wen Yan's smile didn't reach his eyes. He didn't ask why Ningyu had come or why he was staying. He just calmly stated the facts. Your identity has already been exposed. His Majesty and Grand Duke Carlos only want to find young master, but you, they want to kill you. If you insist on staying, then you won't just be facing His Majesty and Grand Duke Carlos. I will also attack you at all costs. If you face us at the same time, even if you are SSS rank, your chance of survival will be less than 3%. Ningyu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked at Wen Yan with an incomparably cold gaze. There's another possibility that you've left out. I can still kill you right now. That way, you won't have the chance to join forces with His Majesty to deal with me. Wen Yan gently stroked the silver ring on his finger. Is that so? Although I'm indeed not your match, are you really confident that you can kill me in a short time without giving me enough time to send out a message? Ningyu looked at him, his eyes cold. He was threatening him. Wen Yan was clearly telling him that if he insisted on staying, Wen Yan would kill him at all costs. Even if the result was mutual destruction, or even death. Once they faced each other, only one of them could stay. They all clearly understood this. And Wen Yan was certain that Ningyu wouldn't refuse his request. In reality, Ningyu wouldn't refuse. He couldn't refuse, but it wasn't because he had to weigh the pros and cons. Ningyu stared at Wen Yan, recalling the scenes of Ji Ling's life here. The happy, contented, relaxed smiles. The side of him that had never been shown on the Imperial Star. He had originally come to take Ji Ling away, but now he knew. The one who should leave was him. When Ji Ling returned home, he was surprised to find that Wen Yan wasn't home. He wasn't used to not greeting him as usual. You're back. Well, Wen Yan had his own life. He wasn't really Ningyu's full-time servant who had to follow him around all day. And it was good that Wen Yan wasn't home today. Ji Ling patted his face, which had cooled down with great difficulty. If Wen Yan was home, he would be worried that he would be exposed. The next morning, Jiling stretched, got up, and went out for breakfast. Jiling held Duan Xingxing's hand tightly. He lowered his head and hid in the crowd. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. He had already hidden in this corner, but he didn't expect Carlos to still find him. Ji Zhennan couldn't understand this kind of sick and persistent love. Was it hard to be a Grand Duke? Or was money and power not fun? Life was too comfortable, so he wanted to pursue true love. He was crazy. Can't he just let me go like I'm a fart? Jiling had a toothache. If he was gay, he wouldn't mind starting a life-or-death relationship with Ka Luosi and letting Ka Luosi and Jing Sui fight it out. But the problem was, he didn't want to be ganged up by a man. This kind of plot where the whole world falls in love with me would only happen in this kind of illogical, brainless YY romance. There would never be such a person in the real world. He missed his own world more and more. Because of Carlos' arrival, this peaceful and comfortable small planet that was like a paradise instantly fell into a terrifying tremor. Castellan Duan Hongshan hurriedly came out to welcome them. Expressionless armored soldiers entered the Castellan's mansion, as if they had replaced the owner of this place. Jiling was eager to see Wen Yan and see what he could do. After all, he was the one who helped him escape from Ka Luosi last time. Jiling didn't realize that he had already started to feel that Wen Yan was trustworthy and reliable. Jiling and Duan Xingxing sneaked in through the back door of the Castellan's mansion. Fortunately, they lived in a secluded backyard, so no one came over for the time being. He entered the house and found that Wen Yan wasn't at home. Jiling paced back and forth anxiously. Wen Yan must have gone out for something, but he must have seen this scene from outside and would probably come back to find him. It was best for him not to run around now, in case he encountered any unexpected danger and got separated from Wen Yan. Thinking of this, Jiling closed the door and said to Duan Xingxing in a low voice, "Take the candy and stay here, okay?" Duan Xingxing pursed his lips and said tearfully, "I want my father." Jiling said, "Your father is busy right now. Be good, I'll take you to him later, okay?" Duan Xingxing whimpered, "Boo-hoo, I want daddy." Jiling rubbed his forehead. He didn't expect the usually brash kid to be such a coward at such a critical moment. But Coward Ji was too embarrassed to look down on this coward. They were actually about the same? Jiling comforted her patiently, "Just wait for a while. I'll take you to your father, okay?" He had other things to do now. He had to tidy up his room so that if Carlos' men came, they wouldn't notice anything strange. He didn't have time to comfort Duan Xingxing. He quickly rushed into the house and stuffed all the unsuitable luxury items into the cellar. Jiling looked around carefully to make sure that there was nothing related to the Imperial Star. When he turned around, his expression changed. Where was Duan Xingxing? The candy was casually thrown on the sofa, and the child was nowhere to be seen. Did he go to find his father? Jiling was annoyed. He blamed himself for not keeping an eye on the child. Now Duan Hongshan must be dealing with Ka Luosi. It was too dangerous for Duan Xingxing to go there. He gritted his teeth. Remembering that he was in disguise, he still chased after the child. Soon, he heard crying in front of him. Jiling saw Duan Xingxing sitting on the ground. In front of him stood a soldier in a black uniform and a metal helmet. The soldier looked at him coldly and scolded, "Get lost." Jiling rushed over and hugged Duan Xingxing. He quickly said, "I'm sorry, we'll leave now." Duan Xingxing cried loudly and refused to let go. "I want to find my father." "Why won't they let me go?" "I want my father." The soldier looked at the child coldly. His gloved hand pressed on the laser weapon. He said in a cold, mechanical voice, "His Excellency Ka Luosi is discussing matters in front. Anyone who is not allowed to come near will be killed without mercy." Jiling broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't doubt this person's words at all. In their eyes, any commoner here was an ant that could be killed at any time. This wasn't a threat, it was just a statement of fact. He used to be a high and mighty noble on the Imperial Star. Regardless of whether those people were hypocritical or sincere, at least they were friendly and respectful to him. Jiling strode over. The soldier in front of him tried to stop him, but he scowled and shouted coldly, "Get lost. Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me?" The soldier was stunned. Then, he heard Kaluasi's calm voice. "Stand down." The soldiers hurriedly moved to the sides and bowed their heads respectfully. Kaluasi stood where he was, watching the young man walk towards him step by step. In those beautiful blue eyes, there was an anger that he had never seen before, but it was also bright and burning like a fire. So he hadn't been mistaken that day. It really was Jiling. "But even when I was right in front of you, you didn't want me to find out. You hated me like that. But now, you'd rather return to my side for this despicable person who betrayed you." Kaluasi's thin lips were tightly pursed, his eyes dark and gloomy. Jealousy was like a spitting venomous snake, wrapping around his heart tightly. Wen Yan looked at Jiling in shock. He struggled to stand up. Those eyes, which had remained calm even in the face of death, seemed to be surging with uncontrollable emotions, bitterness, pain, and sorrow. He opened his lips slightly and said in a low, pained voice, "You shouldn't have come back. It's not worth it to come back to save someone like me." Jiling stared at Wen Yan, his expression firm and eyes bright. He said word by word, "I don't need you to give up your life for me. I don't need anyone to give up their life for me." Wen Yan stared at him in a daze. His lips trembled and he didn't say anything for a long time. This was the young man he loved. Young men were always like this. Even if it was for someone like him, for someone who wasn't related to him, he would still bravely stand up for them. He couldn't face this kind of young man and persuade him to be more selfish and cold-blooded, because he knew it was futile, and it was an insult to the young man. Kaluasi watched this scene and suddenly curled his lips mockingly. "How touching." Jiling looked at him coldly. There was gentleness in Kaluasi's eyes, but there was a tinge of cruelty hidden within. He allowed jealousy to creep into his heart as he slowly said, "I really didn't expect you to be tricked by this despicable person so easily." "You're actually willing to come back for him," Jiling said. "What do you mean?" Kaluasi chuckled and her lips curled into a mocking smile. "Do you really naively think that it was an accident that you sent someone to assassinate Ningyu in your previous life?" Jiling was stunned. Wen Yan's expression abruptly changed as he yelled sternly, "Shut up." Kaluasi looked at Wen Yan, who had finally lost his composure, and laughed. It was this despicable liar who had taken advantage of the youth's kindness time and time again. It was the same in both his previous and current lives. He had clearly gone overboard and hurt the youth as well. What right did he have to obtain the youth's love and care? What if he would only be hated and feared? You should know this person's true colors. Kaluasi smiled and looked into the youth's eyes. He said slowly and heartlessly, with Wen Yan's scheming methods, how could he have made such a low-level mistake? He did it on purpose. He wanted a reason to pull you down from your high and mighty position of nobility. He wanted you to be hated and banished. He wanted you to be driven into a corner. Then, just like this time, he could take advantage of your weakness when you needed help the most and despicably take you for himself. He lowered his head and chuckled in Jiling's ear. He has always been lying to you. In order to obtain you, he didn't hesitate to betray and hurt you. This is the kind of person you saved. Jiling's eyes widened in shock. He had thought that Kaluasi was going to say something. So it was this stupid matter. I knew it a long time ago. Wait, the only thing I didn't understand was Wen Yan's reason for doing so. Now I know. So in the previous life, he did it to obtain me? F***ck, this kind of sick love is really chilling, but Jiling quickly calmed down. The Wen Yan of this life seemed to have turned over a new leaf. Look. They were both villains. He knew how to turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Why was he so stubborn? Jiling's heart ached when he thought of this. He sneered. How do I know what you're saying is true? It's not the first time you've lied to me. You're the one who has been lying to me, aren't you? Kaluasi pursed his thin lips and stared at Jiling. Jiling looked straight into Kaluasi's eyes and said word by word, even if what you said is true, I don't care anymore. Kaluasi paused and slowly raised his head. He saw the young man cowering at the foot of the bed, shivering as he looked at him. His face was pale and terrified, and his eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, the coldness completely extinguished his desire, and replaced it with a heart-wrenching chill. Are you that afraid of my touch, that you hate me so much? Or do you think that I will hurt you like those despicable rebels? Kaluasi looked at the young man's terrified eyes and slowly clenched his fists. In fact, at the beginning, he could feel the young man's obedience, but the more it was so, the more painful the young man's resistance made Kaluasi feel. Because the young man's reaction at this moment wasn't an act, but fear from the bottom of his heart, he tried hard, but he still couldn't do it. He couldn't accept this. Even if he used Wenyan's life to threaten him, he couldn't do it. A bitter smile slowly appeared on Kaluasi's face. It was like a hand was tearing his heart, and regret made his blood turn cold. So what was he doing? He clearly knew what the young man had experienced in the hands of the rebels, but just to satisfy his own desire, he disregarded the young man's will and wanted to forcefully possess him, causing him to recall the painful memories in his heart. That's right, in your eyes, I'm no different from the rebels who did beastly things to you, so, you're afraid of me. After a moment, Carlos stood up silently and slowly buttoned up his shirt. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a single word. Only his fingers, which were trembling slightly, showed that he was not calm and was even trying his best to suppress his inner feelings. Jiling didn't dare to look up at him. His face was pale, and fear lingered in his heart. They were both men, but why was Kaluasi so scary? Kaluasi looked down at the young man beside the bed, who was still in shock and had yet to walk out of his fear. Deep in his painful eyes, a cold murderous intent slowly emerged. Ningyu, who would have thought that the seemingly perfect and upright soldier who was worshipped by the commoners was actually the cold and cruel Gabriel? He could even do such despicable things to an innocent and weak young man. I will never let you go. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will take your life. Kaluasi took a deep breath. He wanted to reach out and hug the terrified boy, but in the end, he didn't move. His approach would only make the boy more afraid. Our wedding is in a week. Kaluasi's voice was low and hoarse. After saying that, he turned around and left. Only a somewhat heavy back was left behind. Jiling lowered his head and pricked up his ears to listen to Kaluasi's footsteps getting further and further away. When he was sure that Kaluasi had really left, he raised his head in a daze. 1 week, there was only 1 week left. Even though he had forced Kaluasi to retreat today, he couldn't escape the fate of being F***ed in a week. Thinking of this, Jiling didn't feel any joy from escaping death. Instead, he felt even more afraid and desperate. He was like a prisoner waiting to be executed. He said with a sad face, System, what should I do? I'm really going to die this time. System, Jiling, System, why aren't you talking? QAQ, System, my condolences? Jiling, this system was cold and heartless. It had no heart. It had no heart. It was already so miserable, and it was still mocking it. Jiling looked at Wenyan in shock, but Wenyan had already lifted his head, as though he hadn't said anything. His black eyes were calm and gentle as he looked at him. Jiling was slightly stunned, and then he instantly realized that Wenyan must have thought of a way to ask for help. Jiling's thoughts kept changing. Although he really wanted to ask a few more questions, he remembered that Kaluasi was waiting outside, so he turned and left. When he arrived at the door, he saw Kaluasi standing there quietly. Half of the man's body was shrouded in shadows. His deep facial features were outlined by the light and shadows, appearing even more chiseled and angular. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his dark brown pupils were filled with a silent and slightly cold light, like the moonlight pouring into the night. Jiling couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Although he was quite slow and ignorant about relationships, and he didn't understand why these people could love each other to death, at this moment, when he looked at Kaluasi, an inexplicable feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that Kaluasi was sad? This thought made Jiling feel incredulous. Would a person like Kaluasi be sad because of something? Jiling didn't even understand why Kaluasi liked him, and why she kept saying that she didn't like him. Jiling thought that his attitude was very clear, but Kaluasi never listened, and always acted as though he didn't care. It made people think that he didn't care whether he was rejected or not. Kaluasi's stubbornness, violence, and cruelty, and Kaluasi's completely different worldview, all of this made it impossible for Jiling to feel real. To put it simply, to Ji Ling, this world and these people were like NPCs that didn't exist in his real world, and yet they still did things that he found unreasonable, making it even harder for him to feel immersed in them. Other than running away, he couldn't feel any more emotions. But at this moment, Kaluasi suddenly made him feel that perhaps he was hurting a real person. He also had times when he was sad and weak. Ji Ling looked at Kaluasi in a daze, but the next moment, Kaluasi suddenly turned around and left. Ji Ling looked at Kaluasi's tall figure and sighed softly. What happened to him just now? How could he not bear to see Kaluasi? That must be an illusion, right? He hurriedly followed after her. When he returned to his room, Ji Ling was a little nervous at the thought of getting married the next day. He cautiously glanced at Kaluasi, thinking that Kaluasi had probably left since he hadn't been here for a few days. However, as soon as Ji Ling turned around, he felt his wrist being held. The man gently pulled him and he fell into the other party's arms. Ji Ling looked up in shock. He wanted to say something, but when he met Kaluasi's gaze, he suddenly choked and didn't know what to say. Kaluasi looked at the youngster in his arms. The youngster's blue eyes were filled with surprise and confusion, as well as a trace of confusion and uneasiness. He was always like this when he faced him. Ever since the lie in his previous life was exposed, ever since the cruel truth was told, the youngster had never looked at him with trust and reliance like before. He had never smiled at him without any precaution. No matter how hard he tried, the youngster was always getting further and further away from him. He recalled the scene of Wen Yen kissing the youngster. He thought of the youngster's tolerance and understanding towards Wen Yen. He sadly realized that he was actually jealous of Wen Yen. He was jealous that he could be forgiven and loved, but he couldn't, only he couldn't. He used to think that he didn't care. He was used to snatching whatever he wanted, used to scheming to achieve his goals. To him, the process wasn't important. All he cared about was the result. Even if it was the only person he loved, he still instinctively chose to use this method to obtain her. Deception, coercion, control. This was what he was good at. He used all kinds of methods, but the only thing he never thought about was using sincerity to obtain forgiveness. Actually, he was the most timid one. From the beginning to the end, he didn't dare to easily give up his heart. His heart was wrapped in layers of shell. It was placed in the deepest and safest place. He refused to let anyone get close to him. After a long time, he even thought that he didn't have a heart. He didn't know how to love someone. He only knew how to make others submit to him and fear him. So when he finally wanted someone's love and he wanted to be loved, he couldn't get it no matter what. Even a gentle look from that person was something that he could only dream of. And thus, he could only tell himself over and over again that he didn't care. He didn't need those things. He just needed this person. However, was this true? That's probably not the case. Kaluasi raised his hand and gently stroked the youngster's face. He looked into his eyes and slowly said in a low and hoarse voice, "Yiling, I will treat you well. I won't hurt you. I can even be like him. So, can you be my lover? I can also change for you. I can change for you. So, can you have some pity for me?" Ji Ling stared into Kaluasi's eyes. How was this possible? The extreme shock caused Ji Ling to completely forget to react. In the next second, the man suddenly jumped into the cockpit, piloting the mech to soar into the sky. Jing Sui and Kaluasi wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Ji Ling fell to the side of the cockpit, staring at the man's side profile absent-mindedly. The man's handsome face was now tense, his black eyes incomparably focused, skillfully piloting the mech to dodge the attacks, not even looking at him. It was so familiar, yet so strange. After a long time, Ji Ling slowly recovered his thoughts, looking at the man with incomparably complex emotions. Gabriel was actually Ningyu. This fact impacted his knowledge. After coming to this world for so long, this was the first time he felt at a loss, as well as a strong anger of being deceived. Ji Ling's voice was calm because of his anger. "System, do you have anything to say about this?" The system was very uneasy, the system was very guilty, the system did not dare to speak. Ji Ling stared at the man. In front of him. Countless things from his previous life and this life all rushed into his mind. Ling thought of how he had swaggered and arrogantly threatened in front of Ningyu time and time again. Now that he thought about it, intense shame made his face burn. When he jumped up and down in front of Ningyu and did those things, what did Ningyu think of him? How did he laugh at himself in his heart? Not long ago, when he was captured by Gabriel, it was basically a self-directed and self-acted show by Ningyu, and he actually tried in vain to save him. In Luanshui City, Ningyu had even taken the initiative to tell him about his identity as a member of the resistance, but he had deliberately ignored the obvious facts based on his own wishful thinking. He had imagined a touching and moving story of justice, ignorantly and fearlessly expressing his trust in him. What did Ningyu think of him back then? An amiable and adorable righteous protagonist, bah. Now that Ling thought of this sentence, he wanted to hammer himself to death on the spot. He actually thought that this person was a kind and righteous White Lotus? The only normal person in the world? A trustworthy and reliable male god with no black spots? Pooh pooh pooh, this person was the most black-hearted one, the one who had the deepest disguise. Now that he thought about it, all of his previous actions were clearly to test and tease him. More importantly, this was the first time Ling had felt fooled and deceived by someone in this world. No matter if it was Jing Sui's indifference, Wen Yin's betrayal, or Ka Luosi's abandonment, all of these things were within his expectations. He knew very well what kind of people they were, and he also knew very well what he was doing. All of this had even happened with his tacit approval and encouragement. It might seem like he was the one who was hurt, but in essence, he had always believed that he was a bystander with a god's perspective, and he had a transcendent sense of superiority. Even if he was afraid of them, it was only because the weak were afraid of the strong. Who asked him to be so weak? But Ningyu, from his previous life to this life, he had always felt that this person was a good person, but he had slapped him hard in the face, almost causing his worldview to collapse. What happened to the righteous White Lotus? Where's my only reliable friend? If you cut it open, it would be darker than ink. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even if someone told him that Ningyu was Gabriel, he wouldn't have believed it. What a big ass. Ling took a deep breath, calmed his heaving chest, and slowly sat down in the corner of the cabin. He didn't try to do anything. Although Ningyu seemed to be very focused and probably didn't have the mind to care about him, Ling was very self-aware. This was an SSS-level evolver who could crush him with one finger. If he tried to disturb him or do anything, it would only be futile, and he would look very stupid. Oh, yes, he was SSS level, no wonder his injury healed so quickly. And thinking back carefully about his attitude and words at that time, it was obvious that he had recognized him. He was deliberately playing with him. A dignified SSS-level big shot, shamelessly pretending to be pitiful. At that time, out of sympathy, he personally took care of him, but this bastard pretended to be pitiful and cheated him of half a bag of candy. And previously at the base, he was worried that he would be killed by Gabriel, and this bastard tricked him into giving him a small dried fish. Ling met Ningyu's sharp gaze, and his expression finally froze. The coldness that was almost seen through made him calm down instantly. Ningyu was testing him. In fact, when he was kidnapped by Gabriel and stayed in the base, he had already seen through him. He had clearly seen through her disguise and knew that she was not who she appeared to be, but he still deliberately said such words to force her to admit that she was not the person he said she was, not a domineering, arrogant, cunning, and cruel aristocrat. If she could be honest and treat him sincerely, then he would naturally use a different method and attitude to treat her true self sincerely. He wanted to know his secret. But this was the answer that he could not say, the question that he could not answer. Ningyu stared into Ling's eyes. Her voice was slow and clear. Her eyes were deep and probing. You're afraid that I'll know that you don't hate me. You're afraid that I'll know that you're willing to save me. You only show kindness to me when you've concealed it. Why is that? What is bothering you? What is it that you want? If you are willing to tell me, in exchange, I will tell you my true feelings, and face everything with you. Ling looked into Ningyu's black eyes. In those gentle eyes, there were encouragement, inquiring, and puzzlement. They seemed gentle and reliable, just like the person he thought was before. But in fact, they were not the same. The Ningyu he thought of was a bright and noble person who was upright and brave. He had always lived under the sun and darkness had never left a shadow on him. But the Ningyu in front of him had a heart deeper than anyone else. It was as if he had walked out from the ruins of a raging inferno. He still had his perseverance, but he was not the kind of person Ji Ling thought him to be. Ji Ling took a deep breath, and his expression slowly became cold, saying, "You are right, I let you down first, so you don't have to feel sorry for me." Ning Yu's eyes dimmed as disappointment flashed across her face. Ji Ling raised his eyebrows and smiled fearlessly. He said, "Since I've fallen into the hands of the resistance army, you can do whatever you want to me. After all, I'm a very useful high noble, isn't that so? Anyway, it's not like you haven't used me before." He looked at Ning Yu provocatively. "Come on, let's hurt each other. You bastard liar. You deceived me so badly and wasted so much of my feelings, but you still want to get the truth out of me with just a few words? Dream on." Ning Yu fixed her eyes on Ji Ling, looking at the boy's bright and burning eyes. She didn't flinch at all. After a while, she sighed softly. "As long as you're happy." With that, he turned around and left. Ji Ling stared at Ning Yu's back as she left. He raised his chin and snorted. "Weren't you the one who insisted on reasoning with me? Now that I've done it, you're not happy. Who doesn't know how to cosplay? Come on, let's arrange the script for the nobles and the rebels to fall in love, cross off, and kill each other." The system was silent for a while. Then, it said, "I think, he might not really mean that." Ji Ling laughed. "Of course I know he doesn't really mean that, and he wouldn't treat me like that. But how can I tell him my real identity and mission? I remember you said that the death rate of the host exposing your identity is very high. Also, it's against the rules, right? System, Ji Ling, moreover, I'm going home. Why should I open my heart to the people here? System, Ji Ling, even if I tell him my purpose, he won't be able to help me. If that's the case, it's not impossible to consider." The system instantly stopped bullshitting. He suddenly remembered the mission's condition: Ning Yu and Jing Sui love each other. The host is more thoughtful. Some things really don't need to be said. There's no need. Ji Ling finally felt a little better after scolding Ning Yu. He thought to himself, "It's all because of you, you bastard, that I can't complete the mission and go home. If you really wanted to help me, you should have fallen in love with Jing Sui. Now that things have turned out like this, you still have the cheek to ask me why? You're really pissing me off. Don't ask. If you ask again, I'll make you and Jing Sui get married immediately." Ji Ling walked upstairs angrily. Of course, Ji Ling regretted it. He regretted it to death. Now that he thought about it, Ning Yu must have realized something was wrong when he ran to him for no reason. Maybe the plot had already started to collapse in his previous life, but he didn't realize it at all. He even thought he had completed the mission perfectly. If he hadn't meddled in other people's business, or if his acting skills had been better, this accident wouldn't have happened. Ji Ling's heart was pained. He must be out of his mind to think that Ning Yu needed his protection and rescue. Ji Ling looked at him coldly. "In your previous life, you were caught by Ka Luosi on purpose. You didn't need me to rescue you." Ning Yu was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes." Ji Ling raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Then why are you asking me? Don't you know whether I regret it or not?" Ning Yu stared at Ji Ling for a long time. After a long time, he smiled bitterly. "Yes. You should regret it." So what was he expecting? Ji Ling might have saved him because he was kind to everyone, or because of Jing Sui, or for other reasons that he didn't know, but it wasn't because he loved him or cared about him. When he realized that his kindness had been fooled, it was natural that he would regret it. Actually, he regretted it too. He regretted letting you stay even though he knew why you came. He didn't even understand his own feelings before he couldn't see you anymore. Ning Yu closed his eyes and opened them again. His gaze was calm again, as if the sadness just now were just an illusion. He looked at Ji Ling with a smile and said gently, "When we were in Luanshui City, I asked you if I could pursue you when we met again. You agreed." Wow, Ji Ling was shocked. How could he have the cheek to say that? It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. Now that he mentioned it, he was even angrier. This bastard was digging a hole for him. He was afraid that she wouldn't agree, so he shamelessly acted pitiful, causing her to go against her will and agree to his request. Now that his identity was exposed, he actually dared to bring up the past again. wasn't he too thick-skinned? Are you mocking me on purpose? To express his anger, Jiling widened his eyes and said fiercely, that's because I was cheated. Let me tell you again, I don't agree. Ningyu looked at the young man who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Although he tried his best to show his fierceness, he wasn't scary enough. He smiled and said, every word I said came from the bottom of my heart. I even told you my identity as a rebel, so. He approached Jiling and looked into his eyes. What did I lie to you about? Jiling flew into a rage out of humiliation and almost burst into tears. This bastard had told him about his identity as a member of the resistance army. Such an obvious fact had been placed in front of him, but he had ignored it. He had even come up with all kinds of excuses for him. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like it was really his problem. Jiling's face turned red. He took a deep breath and put one hand on his waist. He pointed at Ningyu and said coldly, you didn't say you were Gabriel. Anyway, you are not allowed to pursue me. I will never believe you again. With that, he turned around and left. Ningyu looked at the young man's furious back and didn't chase after him. After a while, he lowered his eyes and let out a helpless laugh. Jiling was embarrassed to death. He was already embarrassed enough, but this guy still reminded him of these things on purpose. Did he not care about his face? Haha, so what if you are reasonable? If you don't give me face, I won't give you face. The system looked at the host's sullen face and couldn't bear to say, actually, sometimes, when reasoning doesn't work, you can try other methods. Jiling said, what methods? System, for example, being unreasonable? Jiling looked at Ningyu in a daze. The man's hand was steady and strong. He held his trembling hand and smiled. His voice was low and hoarse. The choice is in your hands. You can do what a noble should do, or you can do what you want to do. Jiling was completely dumbfounded. Brother, are you serious? After a long time, Jiling took a deep breath and threw the knife on the ground. He looked at the blood on the tip of the knife and turned to glare at Ningyu. This guy is so sure that I won't kill him. But even so, why is he risking his life? Do you trust me that much? No matter what you see, my identity is still a nobleman's. And a noble who has an entangled relationship with Kaluasi. Jiling was furious and his expression was complicated. He said coldly, you know I won't kill you. Everything is just a guess before you try it. Ningyu's expression was calm. He opened his thin lips and said, you don't want to take revenge on me or kill me. What do you want? Jiling's expression froze. After a few seconds, he stepped on Ningyu's foot and turned to leave. He climbed up the ladder and slammed on the lid. He shouted angrily, open the door. There was no sound outside. Just as Jiling was getting more and more annoyed, a slender hand reached out from behind him. With a light squeeze, the sturdy metal lock was crushed. The man let out a soft sigh. You can go. Jiling didn't look back and climbed out. A man wasn't outside. This guy is really bold. Who asked him to do something like this? Because of this accident, Jiling wasn't in the mood to attend the party anymore. He returned home gloomily. He fell on the bed weakly. After a long time, Jiling opened his eyes and sneered. I was impulsive just now. If I'm a man, I should have *ket him before leaving. I'm at a disadvantage. System, if I didn't see you running away, I would have thought you really dared to do it, although the system understood that the host was only saying those words out of anger, and that he would never dare to do anything to someone else even if he was given 100 guts, the system still earnestly consoled him. It's okay. You can still threaten him with suicide. There will be plenty of chances. Jiling, he took a deep breath and started to teach the emotionless system. Only lovers and husband and wife would threaten each other with suicide when they quarrel. He and I are just cold-blooded enemies, do you understand? And I don't like men at all, smiley face. System, as long as the host is happy. The next day, when Jiling woke up, a man came looking for him. She looked at him hesitantly, as if she wanted to say something. Jiling was very angry with this brat and didn't want to talk to him. A man also knew that he had overreached himself. He didn't understand why Brother Bai didn't like Brother Ningyu. Brother Ningyu is such a good person. His fans are everywhere in the base, he sighed in his heart. I'm sorry, Brother Ningyu. I tried my best, but I can't help you. You better pray for yourself, a man said to Jiling fawningly. This is the black bean cake my mom made for me. I brought some over for you. Jiling crossed his arms and looked down at him. You want to buy me over with just a little favor? A man's little face scrunched up, and he lowered his head pitifully. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Brother Bai, can you forgive me just this once? I promise I won't do it again. Jiling stared at him for a long time. A man was sweating profusely. Then, he slowly lectured him, don't be a busybody next time, got it? A man quickly nodded and promised seriously, I won't do it again. Jiling snorted coldly. He reached out to take the cake from him. Although he wanted to be angry for a little longer, he couldn't be cruel to this child. He could only poke his head with his finger. A man smiled shyly and didn't dare to move. After a long time, he asked carefully, that. Is it because Brother Ningyu made you angry? Jiling was silent for a moment. You can say that. He was indeed angry at Ningyu, but that wasn't the main reason he rejected him. If they were to talk about mutual harm, the things he did in his previous life were even worse. If he didn't know how the plot was going to develop and that Ningyu wouldn't die, those vicious things would be the actions of a vicious supporting actor. But Ningyu still saved him. So from the bottom of his heart, it was hard for him to calmly criticize Ningyu. He couldn't argue with Ningyu who was right and who owed who more. That anger, a part of it was because he had eyes but could not see. Jiling looked at him calmly and said slowly, of course I know what I am talking about. Ningyu closed his eyes and opened them again. His black eyes were cold and he said in a low voice, what did you hear outside? Jiling pursed his lips. Ningyu said firmly, no matter what you heard, don't take it to heart. I will deal with it. From the moment he embarked on this path, it was destined to be a lonely, bloody, and cruel road. He could only move forward and could not turn back. He was always walking on the edge of life and death and shouldering everyone's expectations alone. This was his own choice. He would not blame anyone. And no matter who won between Ka Luosi and Jing Sui, the resistance army must be eliminated. They were an existence that could not be tolerated. Even without Ji Ling, even if it was like his previous life. Jing Sui still would not let go of the resistance army. In this life, it was just a little earlier. Ji Ling smiled, you should understand that if I go back, I can at least persuade one of them to temporarily stop hunting you and the resistance army. I can also divert their conflict to buy more time for you and more people to escape. Ningyu took a deep breath. His chest rose and fell slightly. He looked at Ji Ling gently and calmly, I don't need you to do this. I can protect you, and I can protect them, you can't. You can't protect everyone, Ji Ling interrupted him. His eyes were indifferent. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly, besides, I don't need your protection at all. Whether it is His Majesty or Ka Luosi, they are all very good to me and are willing to protect me. Even if I go back to Jing Sui, I can still be a high and mighty noble, or even his queen. I can live a life of luxury. I don't need to hide my identity and wander around here. How do you know? I don't want to go back? Pain finally appeared in Ningyu's eyes. He walked towards Ji Ling step by step. His eyes were as dark as the abyss. His voice was low and hoarse, wrapped in anger from the depths of his chest. He said sternly, don't talk nonsense. Don't always stand out stupidly and do things that overestimate your capabilities. This was the first time Ji Ling had seen Ningyu so angry. In the past, even when he provoked him, Ningyu would always be indifferent, as if nothing Ji Ling did would be able to affect him in the slightest. He was always so gentle, calm, and rational, but now, he looked so fierce and angry. However, Ji Ling was not afraid at all. He raised his head and smiled. His voice was erratic and as sharp as a knife. It doesn't matter whether I'm overestimating myself or not. Isn't it important that this is the best choice for you? Everything you do is full of schemes and calculations. You, the one who clearly calculates everything, this time. Ji Ling said word by word, Gabriel, you disappoint me. Ningyu's face suddenly turned pale. She almost lost her balance and staggered back a step. He stared at the youth in front of him. The youth's words easily exposed the deepest secret in his heart. This was the first time he allowed himself to be dominated by emotions. He didn't scheme, didn't make use of, to get close to someone he shouldn't be close to. He wanted to protect him. He did something irrational. But this time, the price was so heavy that he couldn't bear it. Ningyu squeezed his eyes shut to hide the anger, pain, and sorrow in them. He said slowly, "You don't love him." Jiling laughed, his tone indifferent. "What does it matter if I love him or not? There are so many people in this world. Are they all together because of love?" Such naive words really don't sound like something you would say. Life, freedom, money, ideals, career. Everyone has their own balance in their heart. Everyone has their own balance in their heart. There are things that they think are more important than love. For Jiling, going home was far more important than love. He wouldn't fall in love with anyone here. Since they were all the same, what difference did it make who he was with, so he didn't mind doing some things that he could do. Maybe it was just for him to go home with peace of mind. Ningyu pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a bitter and self-deprecating smile. Yes, this was not something he would say. In his eyes, freedom and faith were much more important than love. So even if he was moved, he chose to stay away. Even if he was reluctant, he chose to let go. Time and time again, he let the youth who shook his heart leave his world. But at this moment, when some kind of emotion that he had never felt before was attacking his rationality and making him make a wrong judgment, he understood that sometimes it was not easy to be rational. The reason why human nature had weaknesses was that humans were emotional creatures after all, and not completely rational machines. Even if he knew that abandoning one person could save more people, he couldn't easily cut out the person in his heart and be indifferent. He didn't want to lose him again. Jingsui stood on the battleship and looked down coldly. He watched as the torrent of steel on the ground mercilessly razed this place to the ground. The ground was collapsing and the crowd was fleeing. Suddenly, Jingsui narrowed his eyes and stared straight ahead. Above the wreckage, a young man slowly appeared. He raised his head and revealed a bright and beautiful face. He looked up at the sky. Even though he was hundreds of meters away, Jingsui could see his every expression without any obstruction. The expression in his eyes fluctuated violently. Jiling came to the ground. The huge starship in the center was like a steel fortress. He felt that Jingsui should be there, so he looked up. Although he had already decided to stand out, the flames of war and the heat waves caused by the heat waves made his face ache. Jiling was a little worried that he would die before he could see Jingsui. After all, swords and spears had no eyes, however, he had to stand up and finish his act. Jiling had a calm expression on his face. He stood against the wind in the midst of the wreckage and corpses. He felt that he was full of power, like a peerless master. He didn't know if Jingsui had seen him. Just as he was thinking about whether he should make himself more visible, suddenly, everything around him stopped. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. All the Empire's troops and mechas stopped moving. The resistance army that was desperately trying to stop him looked at each other and then quickly retreated. Jiling was slightly stunned. He calmed down and stood there quietly. Jingsui had found him. The huge entrance of the starship opened and a group of Empire soldiers landed. The man at the front was wearing a black military uniform and had a cold expression. He strode towards Jingsui. Jingsui walked towards the young man and looked at the face that he had been longing for. It hadn't been long, but it felt like a lifetime had passed. Since the day Brandon left the palace with the young man, he hadn't seen him again. It wasn't that he didn't want to see him, but he couldn't. At this point, he didn't know what else he could say or do. It took him a long time to accept the fact that the young man no longer loved him. And how should he face this person who didn't love him? He wasn't ready. Then, she found out that the young man had been kidnapped by Wen Yan and had been wandering around. Then, Ningyu's identity was exposed, and Kaluasi found the young man first. Jingsui finally could not continue to stay silent. He remembered the torture the young boy had suffered when he was kidnapped and how Gabriel used and hurt him. He dared not imagine how the innocent young boy would be treated if he fell into the hands of that villain again. All of this made him suffer and he could not sleep at night. Who would have thought that Ningyu was Gabriel? Jing Sui mocked himself in his heart. In his previous life, he boasted that he had a great reputation, but he didn't know that there was a person who had always been hiding in the dark and was even by his side. Was Ningyu torturing him like this to take revenge on the young man for humiliating him in his previous life? Jing Sui didn't know. He stared at the young man in front of him. At this moment, there were countless complicated emotions in his heart. There were countless words he wanted to say, to get close to him, to comfort him, to ask if he was okay, but when he met that pair of indifferent blue eyes, he couldn't take a step closer even though they were so close. Jing Sui was silent for a long time and finally said, "I'll take you back." Ji Ling looked at Jing Sui calmly and raised the corner of his mouth. "Sure, but I have a request. You must withdraw your troops and leave this place now." Jing Sui's expression finally changed slightly. There was surprise and pain in his golden eyes. Was Ji Ling actually protecting these rebels? Had he forgotten how they had treated and tortured him? These people deserved to die. Jing Sui took a deep breath and said, "Why?" Of course, Ji Ling had already thought of an excuse. Although he knew that Jing Sui liked him, he couldn't persuade Jing Sui to withdraw his troops without a good reason. He had to make it so that Jing Sui couldn't refute him. Ji Ling looked at Jing Sui and said calmly and clearly, "In my previous life, when I fell into the hands of the rebels, when I was most afraid, most desperate, and most helpless, when you had completely given up on me and announced my death to the public," Jing Sui's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at him. Ji Ling quietly returned to the Duke's mansion. When the guard at the door saw him, he opened his mouth in shock and stammered, young master, you're back." Ji Ling nodded. The guard was extremely excited and immediately went in to report. Soon, Duke Ji Ting and Lady Marina rushed out. It had been a while since they last saw each other, and both of them seemed much more haggard. Ji Ling stood there silently, tightly embraced by Lady Marina. His eyes were lowered, and he didn't know what to say. He could feel her concern, but all of this didn't belong to him, because their son, the real Ji Ling, had died a long time ago. The one standing here now was just a mission enforcer from another world, and he would eventually leave. But he had no choice, and he couldn't bear to tell them the truth. After a long time, Ji Ling said in a low voice, "I'm back." Lady Marina choked, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Duke Ji Ting said in a low voice, "Did His Majesty bring you back?" Ji Ling said, "Yes." The two of them looked at Ji Ling's dejected expression and didn't have the heart to ask more. They could only watch the lonely back of their child as he left, and their hearts clenched. Ji Ling returned to his courtyard, and Wen Yan wasn't waiting respectfully at the door as usual. In the past, he always felt that this sinister villain was annoying, but now he felt like something was missing, and he wasn't used to it. Ji Ling, system, did you say Wen Yan escaped? System, I don't know. It was very chaotic at the time. Maybe he escaped, maybe he didn't. Ji Ling paused, then silently pushed the door open and entered. Although he hadn't been back for a long time, the house was still clean. It was obvious that someone had cleaned it every day, waiting for the owner to return. There were fresh flowers in an exquisite vase on the table. He wondered if his parents were also waiting for him like this back home on Earth. Ji Ling let out a sigh, opened the communication panel, and went online for a long time. The overwhelming amount of news almost made him dizzy. Ningyu's identity as Gabriel was exposed, and he was wanted by the entire empire. Anyone who could provide any clues about Gabriel would receive a sky-high reward. Everyone was shocked that the perfect and inspirational civilian idol, the empire's hero who was hailed as the Star of Tomorrow, was actually the ferocious commander of the resistance army. Jing Sui launched a surprise attack on the Suza galaxy, destroying Carlos' wedding. Carlos then openly declared war on Jing Sui, causing large areas of the empire to fall into the flames of war. The conservative faction and Jing Sui's reformist faction shed all pretense of cordiality. Even some formerly neutral nobles were forced to take sides. The war was in full swing. Even some neutral nobles were forced to take sides, and the war. Finally, there was news about Ji Ling. It seemed like he wasn't the most important, but he was everywhere. Some said that Ningyu exposed his identity for Ji Ling, some said that Ka Luosi declared war against Jing Sui for Ji Ling, and some said that Jing Sui attacked the Suza galaxy for Ji Ling. Although there was no evidence, there were many different opinions. He was really famous in the galaxy this time. Not only was he Kaluasi's wife in name, but he was also kidnapped by Gabriel from his wedding. When Yan gave up his position as president and everything for him, cold-faced Marshal Brandon made an exception to protect him, and His Majesty still wanted to marry him as queen. He was the femme fatale of a generation. As a hedonistic son of the empire and a sea-level trash, Jiling's name was tied to the top nobles of every empire. He was on the hot news again and again. Everyone wanted to know about him, digging up any clues about his past. Many people even said that they wanted to create movies and literature based on Jiling, telling the legendary life of the femme fatale. There were also countless civilians caught in the flames of war who did not hesitate to insult and attack him, thinking that he was the main culprit of the war. They all cursed him to die early, and did not hesitate to speculate on him with the worst of intentions. When Jiling saw this, he turned off the internet expressionlessly and complained to the system. "What did I do? Why does it feel like I brought disaster to the country and people?" The system laughed dryly. "They don't know the truth. They're just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart." However, this time, Jiling did not just laugh it off. Instead, he faintly said, "In my previous life, there was no war at this time." In his previous life, Jing Sui had plotted for a long time. She worked together with Brandon to assassinate Kaluasi. Although it was still a life-and-death struggle, there was no war until he was killed. Jiling didn't think too highly of himself. He didn't think that he was the one who changed everything. He had been working hard to follow the plot and didn't want to change anything. But this group of reincarnated people still messed up the world. Many things that did not happen in his previous life had happened, such as the exposure of Ningyu, and this war. Sometimes, there were many reasons and factors that led to the occurrence of something. Even if he did not want to. Was he one of the reasons that led to all of this? Jiling's chest felt stuffy, as if there was something heavy pressing on it. He even felt a little restless. The system stared at the host standing there quietly with a knife in his hand, but did not make a move for a long time. It could not help but feel confused. It thought the host would be so happy that he would kill himself and leave immediately. Is the host scared? The cowardly host, who would usually cry even the slightest scratch, did he not have the courage to kill himself? The system felt that this was the case. It asked carefully, afraid of pain? Jiling was silent for a long time. He then put down the knife expressionlessly and said coldly, "Why should I say it? Don't I want my face?" The system thought, "Jiling, impulsiveness is the devil. Let me see if there is a safe and painless death." System, although the host's behavior was not very manly, the system was very understanding of this child who had been through a lot. It was considerate enough to help him find a safe and painless death online. The system logged into the galactic web and quickly browsed. As it browsed, it gave suggestions to the host. There's an online shop selling Laika Planet's fire-patterned fish. The eyes of this fish are highly toxic. Eating it will paralyze you to death within 10 seconds. Jiling looked at it. "My favorite food is fish. You want me to die after eating fish? Do you want me to be traumatized by fish? Next." System, what about this? This is a drug used to treat evolved people's mental illness. If used too much, it will cause the patient to die in a hallucination. It will be painless and unconscious. Jiling, it looks like I died from taking drugs. I am a young man with a positive energy in a harmonious society. I refuse to die in such a disharmonious way. System. What about this? The super poison sold on the dark web. Even an S-class evolver can be killed instantly without feeling any pain. Jiling, this way of dying is too scary. It doesn't fit my beautiful image at all. System? How come I never knew you cared about your beautiful image? The system diligently helped the host find ways to die. However, it rejected dozens of ways with various reasons. Finally, it said blankly, "Do you really want to die?" Jiling's expression froze. He said firmly, "Of course. Do you doubt my determination to go home?" System, no, Jiling, as my perfect curtain call in this world, of course I need to prepare well and not leave any regrets. I'm tired today. We'll continue looking tomorrow. The system accompanied Ji Ling for a few more days, almost searching the entire internet once, but still couldn't find a method that Ji Ling felt was perfect. The system was at a loss. It did not doubt its host's determination to go home. After all, he had done so much for the sake of going home. He had even heartlessly rejected everyone. However, Ji Ling's actions seemed to be stalling for time. Finally, one day, the system asked, "Don't tell me you can't bear to do it?" Ji Ling laughed dryly. "How is that possible?" System, at this moment, Mrs. Marina called out to Ji Ling, "Yiling, come out and eat." Ji Ling immediately turned off the internet and walked out obediently. At the dining table, Grand Duke Ji Ting and Mrs. Marina looked at him with concern. They picked food for him and said, "Eat more. Look at you. You've lost weight." In fact, Ji Ling didn't think he was thin at all. However, as a parent, they would always think that their child had lost weight. It was the same on Earth. Ji Ling put down his chopsticks and looked up. He said, "I'm full. Mom and Dad, I want to go out today. I'll be back late." "You don't have to wait for me." Mrs. Marina smiled and nodded. "Okay. Grand Duke Ji Ting, be careful." Ji Ling took one last look at the pained and sorrowful faces of the men. He slowly closed his eyes and listened to the system's countdown in his ears. 3, 2, 1, start of teleportation. His consciousness completely sank into darkness. When he went back, it didn't seem to be any different from when he came. He didn't feel anything when he was teleported. Ji Ling silently thought in his heart for 10 seconds. Then, he tried to open his eyes. However, it was as if he was trapped in a nightmare. Although his consciousness was extremely clear, he couldn't control his body. His eyelids were heavy and he couldn't open them. There seemed to be intermittent sounds in his ears. It was as if the sounds were coming from another dimension. "Look, he's reacting. Incredible, he's conscious again. Hurry and call Director Liu over to take a look." Ji Ling wanted to listen for a while more. However, he couldn't hear clearly. Finally, he became a little anxious. He called the system in his mind. However, there was no response. It was as if the system had never existed. Then, he felt a strong sense of exhaustion. Then, he fell asleep uncontrollably. It was as if he had a dream. In the dream, he lived a short and exciting life as someone else. Now, it was finally over. When he regained consciousness again, Ji Ling tried to open his eyes. This time, he opened them successfully. There was no obstruction. He woke up from the dream. It was over. The system had also left, he had gone home. His vision slowly became clear. Ji Ling looked at his parents' earnest and worried eyes. He looked at their faces that seemed to have aged a lot in such a short period of time. He felt very guilty. His eyes were a little sour. He revealed an apologetic look and softly said, "Father, Mother." Father Ji was a middle-aged man with a refined appearance. He looked as if he hadn't trimmed his beard for a few days. The sleeves of his shirt were casually rolled up. His collar was wrinkled as if he hadn't changed his clothes for a few days. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Yiling, Mother Ji was a capable woman. She usually paid attention to her clothes. However, at this moment, there was no makeup on her face. Her hair was simply tied behind her head. When her son woke up, she turned her face away and wiped her eyes. Then, she turned back and choked with sobs, You, Ji Ling's lips moved slightly, "I'm sorry. I made you guys worry." He thought for a moment, then asked, "How long was I unconscious?" Mama Ji replied, 3 days. For the past 3 days, Ji Ling had been lying in the ICU. The doctor had told them that if Ji Ling didn't wake up within a week, he might never wake up again. The past 3 days had been a torment for them at all times. Ji Ling was in a trance for a moment. He had been in that world for so long, but in this world, only 3 days had passed. If it wasn't for the fact that the memory was so clear and vivid, he might have thought that he was really dreaming. He didn't know why, but when he thought of the last scene before he left, he felt an inexplicable pressure in his heart. He just wanted to go home, he just wanted to help as many people as possible. He didn't want to carry too much responsibility on his conscience. He felt that since things had come to this point, he couldn't shirk the responsibility. He tried his best to make up for his mistakes. However, it still hurt some people. At this moment, Jiling felt his hand tighten. His mother was holding his hand, looking at him gently and saying, "It's good that you're awake." Jiling met his mother's eyes and was slightly stunned. After a moment, the confusion in his eyes dissipated, and he lowered his eyes and softly said, Yes, what was he confused about just now? This was what he had always been pursuing. This was his real world, his real family, and everything that he could never give up. He should be happy, shouldn't he, if some things were destined to be impossible? Instead of staying in the same place and hesitating, it was better to be brave and look forward, to be grateful for what he had now. He should be content. Jiling softly said in his heart, "Thank you, system. Although this mission didn't go smoothly, and I didn't do well enough, there were some bickering and unhappiness along the way. But still, thank you for choosing me and giving me a second chance." A few days later, Jiling moved out of the ICU and into a normal ward. During this time, Papa Ji and Mama Ji stayed by his side. Jing Sui's footsteps stopped. The moment his eyes met the young man's bright and clear eyes, his heart, which had long been devoid of any emotions, suddenly twitched violently. Unexpectedly, he felt the emotion of pain again. But how was this possible? The young man didn't see him. He smiled at the long-haired girl with curved eyes, and his lips curled into a shallow arc. However, Jing Sui couldn't move his eyes away. He stared at the young man's side profile absent-mindedly. Different. Clearly different. Black eyes, black hair. Although his face was clean and pretty, it wasn't as unbridled and arrogant as before. Instead, it was more gentle and obedient, and more harmless and shy. It was clearly a completely different person, but the smile and expression at that moment reminded him of the time a long time ago when the young man smiled at him and called him brother Jing Sui. It was so similar that he almost thought it was him. And he couldn't remember clearly how many years it had been since he last saw such a smile. Shen Shuiming took 2 steps forward and realized that the boss had actually stopped. His expression became incomparably solemn, and there was a faint uncontrollable pain in his eyes. Could it be that the boss's injury hadn't healed? Shen Shuiming subconsciously followed Jing Sui's line of sight and saw the young man in the garden. He said in surprise, "Isn't that Sister Yang's son, Jiling?" As soon as Shen Shuiming's voice fell, he saw Jing Sui turning his head abruptly. He looked at him with a fierce and terrifying gaze, like a trapped beast in a desperate situation, and said word by word, "What did you say you said?" Shen Shuiming was so scared that his face turned pale. He had never seen the boss look so scary. He almost stuttered, I said. What did I say wrong? Boss, you're really scary. Jing Sui stared at him for a long time. He took a deep breath and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Do you know him?" Shen Shuiming was very nervous and confused. He calmed himself down and explained, "Yes, you actually know his mother. She is the vice president of the company's finance department, Yang Wei." It was also a coincidence that Ji Ling was on the bus that caused the accident. He was also seriously injured. He just got out of danger a while ago and is now in this hospital. Jing Sui's jaw tightened. She furrowed her brows as she searched through the memories in her mind. Fu Jingshan's company did have a female employee named Yang Wei, but he did not know or care about the employee's family or private life. As for more than a month ago, Fu Jingshan's car had accidentally collided with a bus when he was making a turn. Fu Jingshan had been hospitalized for treatment due to a concussion and minor injuries, and there were several casualties on the other side's bus. So, at that time, there was a young man named Ji Ling on that bus? Such a coincidence. For a moment, Jing Sui almost thought that this was the person he was waiting for. But it was impossible. His young man was killed by his own hands. In order to punish him, God made him come back to life again and again, just to prevent them from meeting again. So, how could he forgive him so easily? Jing Sui's eyes were filled with sorrow, and the corners of his mouth twitched mockingly. If only he was really a young man. A young man living a carefree life in another world, happy, with his family and friends, still smiling brightly and without any scruples. Not like before, when he was forced to a dead end and finally chose to use his life to stop him. In both lives, he was the source of his pain. If it was really you, would you be willing to see me? Jing Sui's Adam's apple bobbed. He closed his eyes hard and suddenly turned to walk away. He should not have had such extravagant hopes. It couldn't be him. Shen Shuoming hurriedly followed Jing Sui and respectfully opened the car door for Jing Sui. He then sat in the front passenger seat and ordered the driver to drive back to the company. He felt that the boss had become more and more unpredictable since he woke up. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was not easy to be an assistant. Just when Shen Shuoming was distracted, he heard the boss's low and hoarse voice from behind. Give me Ji Ling's information in the afternoon. Shen Shuoming shivered and hurriedly said, okay. Ji Ling knew nothing about this. He didn't see Jing Sui at all. His attention was on the milk tea and Shuang bought. And Shuang sat with him in the garden for a while, and then pushed him back to the ward. Ji Ling thought for a while and said, if you have something to do, you can leave first. You don't have to accompany me here. And Shuang said, it's okay. I'll accompany you for a while. Ji Ling was silent for a while. You didn't skip class again, did you? And Shuang. Ji Ling was confused. Weren't they the ones who didn't seem surprised and didn't want to watch the show? Why were they making a fuss now? The girl stared at Wen Yan in a daze. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes and she said angrily, if you don't like him, then don't like him. Why do you have to find such an excuse? She ran away crying. Wang Yixin and Jing Lin were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. In fact, almost everyone present had the same expression. However, Wen Yan didn't seem to realize how shocking his words were. His expression didn't change at all. He ignored everyone's gazes and calmly walked out of the cafeteria. He was even holding the gift that the girl had given him. It wasn't until Wen Yan's figure disappeared that the cafeteria was filled with discussions. Wang Yixin elbowed Jing Lin. Hey, do you think what senior you said was true? Or was it just an excuse to reject a girl? Jing Lin was a little uncertain. If he said that just to reject someone, wouldn't it be like sacrificing 800 men to kill 1,000 enemies? If word gets out, it'll become true. When Ji Ling heard this, he finally understood why they were so surprised. He said, is he not gay? Wang Yixin fell into deep thought. I don't know if he's gay, but at least before today, no one thought he was gay. Although Senior Yu had never been in a relationship in school, he was known for being gentle and patient with girls. He had never been involved in a scandal with someone of the same gender. He was outstanding, handsome, and clean. Although he was a bit like a central air conditioner, that didn't stop him from being popular. As long as he was single, women would think that they had hope. If women knew he was gay, why would they still confess to him? Jing Lin propped up his chin. Or could it be that Senior Yu is actually a secret? If he likes men, then it's understandable that he could resist the gentle attacks of women for the past 4 years. Putting himself in his shoes, if it was him, he would be the one to be the one. How could he resist such temptation? Wang Yixin said, what you said actually makes sense. Jing Lin said, but we can't rule out the possibility that he's just impatient and found an excuse to reject someone once and for all. After today's incident, I don't think any girls will ever confess to him again. Wang Yixin, if he's really gay, do you think it's the one up there or the one down there? Jing Lin's interest was immediately piqued. He's so good-looking, so he should be at the bottom, right? He. Ji Ling, didn't these two look like they didn't believe in rational analysis just now? Why did they start discussing in the blink of an eye? Sure enough, he shouldn't have held out hope for the moral integrity of the current generation of university students. Wen Yan took the gift and walked out of the school gate. Along the way, the students who greeted him returned a warm smile. He didn't live on campus. Instead, he rented a bachelor's apartment across the street from the school. When he came to the stairwell, there was no one there, so he casually threw the gift in his hand into the trash can. With a tick, the elevator reached the first floor and the metal door opened. Wen Yan took the elevator to the 18th floor and took out the key to open the door. She changed into slippers and walked to the living room to open the curtains. She squinted at the dark sky outside. There was no warmth in her black eyes, only a deep sense of self-mockery and ridicule. It had been 10 days since he woke up in this world. However, this did not affect his mood at all. he was reborn, but he still had to watch the young man die in front of him. In fact, he was even more helpless and desperate than he was in his previous life. Even though he tried his best, the final result didn't change. In the end, he couldn't keep the person he loved. At that moment, he began to doubt the meaning of his existence. He climbed up by hook or by crook, staining his hands with blood for the sake of money and power. In the end, he achieved his goal and used the identity of a commoner to stand above countless nobles. Logically speaking, he should be happy that he succeeded. But all of this couldn't bring him spiritual satisfaction, nor could it fill the emptiness in his soul. He was like a ghost living in the shadows, unable to stand under the sun no matter what. No matter how much he gained, he couldn't hide his despicable and dark heart, nor could he make those nobles care and respect him sincerely. There was only one person who, as a high and mighty noble, didn't care about his identity as a commoner, didn't care about the mistakes he made, and always treated him as an equal, willing to show him gentleness and kindness. But he couldn't protect that person. What was the point of living? Wen Yan asked himself this countless times. To him, it was only for one person. After losing that person, the world lost its meaning to him, but he still lived on in the end. Jiling was watching a short video on his phone with his headphones on. Perhaps it was because it was too comfortable to sit here, he fell asleep while watching. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. Jiling's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he instinctively responded with a soft hmm. He opened his eyes a little and met the man's face right in front of him. He stared blankly at the deep sorrow in the man's eyes, and his brain suddenly stopped working. What was going on? Jing Sui was slightly absent-minded. He looked at the confusion in the eyes of the young man who suddenly woke up, and the two of them just stared at each other. Suddenly, Jing Sui took off his coat and naturally covered the young man's body. Then he casually straightened his body and said faintly, "I saw that you were asleep, and I was afraid that you would catch a cold." Jing Sui turned around and returned to his seat. He lowered his head and focused on the documents, as if he really just came over to cover Jiling's coat. From the beginning to the end, his words and actions were very normal. Jiling sat on the sofa, his fingertips grasping the edge of the man's suit. The man's clothes seemed to still have the warmth of the other party. He could smell the fresh scent of pine and bamboo, and the quality of the material was also very good and thick. Jiling's face was slightly red and hot. After a while, he came back to his senses, and his mind was a mess. He carefully glanced at the focused man in front of the desk. If it wasn't for his image, he might have stood up and slapped his own face. Hurry up and stop thinking. For a moment just now, he actually thought of Jing Sui, and thought that the man was going to kiss him. This was too embarrassing. He was such a normal and well-mannered CEO, and he just gave you a coat out of concern. But you actually thought of the man who was having an affair with you, and thought that he was going to do something dirty to you. Your thoughts were really too dirty. Jiling hurriedly retracted his gaze and lowered his head, not daring to look at the man again. He actually imagined that his mother's boss liked him. He was a dignified and harmonious young man, but when he saw a man, he actually had such inharmonious thoughts. His thoughts were no longer pure, sob. He felt that he needed a distraction. Jiling didn't dare to go back to sleep, so he took out his phone and started watching videos. However, he didn't know why he couldn't concentrate on what he was watching just now. He couldn't concentrate and his mind was a mess. She did not intend to look at the man anymore, but after a while, she could not help but sneak a peek at him. Her heartbeat quickened, not to mention the serious look on his face when he was working. The way he looked at her just now was really similar to Jing Sui's. No. It couldn't be, he was thinking too much. Don't scare yourself, the Emperor of the Interstellar Empire was doing well, so why would he come here? Even if Yuan came, it shouldn't be like this, right? Jiling would never forget how arrogant and cold Jing Sui was. Jiling felt that every second felt like a year. He looked at the time. Mom's meeting should be ending soon, right? Why not find an excuse to wait outside? But what excuse would that be? How could he not arouse suspicion and not be impolite? It was so difficult. As soon as Yang Wei walked out of the meeting room, he saw Shen Shuoming waiting outside and asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" "What's the matter?" Shen Shuoming said, "Jiling is here to see you." Yang Wei smiled and said, "Oh, he's already here. Where is he?" Xin Shuiming said in a heavy tone, in President Fu's office. Yang Wei rushed to Jing Sui's office in her high heels and knocked on the door. When she heard the man's deep voice, "Come in," she pushed the door open and entered. As soon as she entered, she saw her son sitting cross-legged on the boss's sofa, wearing headphones and looking down at his phone. The boss's expensive, custom-made suit was casually placed on the armrest of the sofa, and the sleeves were even on the ground, as if they had been accidentally scraped off. Yang Wei gasped. Although the current harmonious society didn't pay attention to seniority, as an employee of the company, she still had to have the basic awareness of superiors and subordinates, right? Besides, even if Jing Sui was not her boss, it didn't seem appropriate for her son to go to a stranger's office so casually, did it? After all, not everyone was willing to spoil him. Although Jing Sui didn't say anything, she might mind it. Ji Ling scrolled through his phone and absent-mindedly thought of an excuse to leave. However, before he could come up with an excuse, Yang Wei had already come over. He quickly jumped off the sofa and said in surprise, "Mom, have you finished your meeting?" Yang Wei. Yes. She helplessly held her son's hand and showed an apologetic smile to Jing Sui. "I'm sorry, my son is not sensible enough to disturb you." Jing Sui had already walked out from behind the desk. Her expression was calm and gentle, and her voice was slightly hoarse. "It doesn't matter, he is very obedient." Yang Wei saw that Jing Sui didn't seem to be angry and slightly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Jing Sui was younger than her, she admired this man's ability and decisiveness. She wouldn't look down on him just because he was young. Moreover, this man wasn't a boss who liked to get along with his employees. He was strict and somewhat arrogant. Although he had the right to be arrogant, this also caused Yang Wei to have no personal friendship with him. Ji Ling met the young man's black eyes. He felt nervous for some reason. He thought it might be because Ning Qihan's nervousness was contagious. Since his classmate's uncle asked for his name, he had to answer. Ji Ling said obediently, "Hello, my name is Ji Ling." Just as he finished speaking, he saw the young man's expression suddenly become very scary. He stared at him with eyes as sharp as blades, as if he wanted to see through him completely. Ji Ling's body stiffened, but in the blink of an eye, the young man's expression returned to normal, as if the scary look was just an illusion. He felt that this person was very strange, so he looked at Ning Qihan for help. Ning Qihan quickly said, "Uncle, we'll go out first. We won't disturb you anymore." The two of them went outside and finally left the terrifying sight. Ji Ling exhaled softly and could not help but ask curiously, "Is that person your uncle?" Ning Qihan nodded. Ji Ling sighed, "Your uncle looks very young." He looked like he was about 24 or 25 years old, yes. Ning Qihan smiled. Wasn't that right? Uncle was the old man's most beloved son. Since childhood, he had been held in the palm of the hand by the whole family. He was a devil incarnate that no one dared to provoke. Ning Qihan was not afraid of anyone, but she was a little afraid of her uncle. Speaking of which, this villa was under Ning Yu's name. However, he did not like to live here, so he gave it to Ji Ling, who was studying here. A few days ago, he suddenly said he wanted to live here for a few days. Ji Ling did not dare to say it, nor did he dare to ask. He heard that he had just come back from a trip abroad. Perhaps he was bored and wanted to come here to have some peace. However, although Ning Yu was not easy to get along with and had a strange and ruthless personality, he would be fine as long as no one provoked him. However, there was no need to tell this to Ji Ling. They would not meet again in the future anyway. Ning Qihan blinked and changed the topic. "Oh right, they are barbecuing over there. Let's go." Ji Ling said happily, "Okay." Ning Yu watched as the young man left his sight. He slowly closed his eyes and recalled the moment he had met the young man's gaze. Every single detail of the young man's expression and gaze replayed in his mind frame by frame. Very similar indeed. Coincidentally, they had the same name. It was hard for him to tell himself that all of this was just a coincidence. Ning Yu suddenly remembered that evening when the sky fell. At that time, he had secretly followed the youth for several days, but he did not show himself. Because he knew very well in his heart that their positions and identities meant that they could not be together. From the moment the young man passed through the flames of war and walked past him toward Jing Sui, he would never look back. Therefore, Ningyu didn't expect the young man to give him the answer he wanted. Moreover, he couldn't just abandon the people who placed their hopes on him. He just wanted to take one more look at the young man and then leave. Until the satellite in the sky pointed its weapon at the planet it was supposed to protect. At the moment when the young man's life was in danger, he still appeared. Even though he knew he shouldn't have appeared. Just like that time and time again, he knew he shouldn't make a move and shouldn't get close to someone, but he still couldn't help but get close to someone he shouldn't get close to. And people had to pay the price for their willfulness. At the last critical moment of the chaotic battle, Ningyu made his decision. He knew that if he wanted to live, he shouldn't interfere with the battle between Brandon and Kaluasi. Only by letting Kaluasi stall them could he have a chance to escape. But he still chose to end this war with his own life. He chose to join forces with Jing Sui to kill Kaluasi. Even if after Kaluasi died, he would be next. He had been fighting for one goal all his life. He couldn't remember how he walked out of the dust and mud step by step, how he became everyone's hope. When he realized it, he couldn't take off the Gabriel's mask, and he couldn't let go of the mission he carried. So at that moment, he made what he thought was the most reasonable decision. He sacrificed himself to end this war as soon as possible. Even if this path was still accompanied by blood, sacrifice, and a long period of turmoil, this was the best method he could think of. The only thing he didn't expect was that at the moment when Jing Sui was about to kill Kaluasi, the young man rushed out. With his life as the price, he ushered in the beginning of a new world. The young man didn't want to sacrifice anyone, even his and Kaluasi's lives. He still cared about mercy. This was the best way, better than what he had planned. But he had to sacrifice you alone. The one who should have died was me. Ningyu raised his hand and gently covered his eyes. Jiling stared blankly at Ningyu. Suddenly, his face turned red and hot, and he stammered, "No, nothing." He wanted to bang his head against the wall. How stupid was he to mishear Ningyu's "you" as "you"? Ningyu must have said it too quickly and softly, and the background was too noisy, so he misheard it. Humph, who told him not to say it clearly, and the pronunciation was so similar. Although he understood that it was a misunderstanding, and he was just scaring himself. But for some reason, when Jiling looked at Ningyu again, he felt that something was wrong. This person not only had a name similar to Ningyu's, but even his mannerisms and tone of voice were very similar. Ningyu stared at Jiling, watching him struggle and hesitate for a moment. Finally, he showed an expression of "It's all a misunderstanding, it's definitely not you." After a while, he sighed softly. Jiling didn't dare to look at Ningyu again. He stepped back uncomfortably. When he was about to slip away, Ning Qihan suddenly came back. Ning Qihan went to her classmates after hearing Ningyu's words, but no one said they had looked for her. They hadn't even seen Ningyu. Ning Qihan suddenly realized that she had been fooled. Ningyu said that to send her away, so she immediately came back. As soon as she came back, she saw Ningyu standing beside Jiling with a helpless and doting look in her eyes. As for Jiling, his face was red, and his expression was cramped. He seemed to be at a loss. Ning Qihan was shocked. At this instant, an absurd thought suddenly arose in her heart. Uncle wouldn't have taken a liking to Jiling, right? But Jiling was a man. When did Uncle like men? But thinking about it carefully, her uncle seemed to have never said that he liked women. His character seemed to be cynical, but he was strange and cold. No man or woman could get close to him, and he was always too lazy to talk to others. This was the first time Ning Qihan had seen him being so gentle to someone. She wouldn't believe it if he said it wasn't interesting. No. Ning Qihan was alarmed. Although she wasn't sure about her uncle's thoughts, she liked Jiling first. "Even if you are my uncle, you can't snatch my love away, can you?" Ning Qihan walked over and stood beside Jiling. He gave Ningyu a fake smile and said meaningfully, "Uncle, when I went there just now, my classmates said that everything was fine." Ningyu smiled and looked at her calmly. She didn't look embarrassed at all when her lie was exposed. Instead, she raised her eyebrows and chuckled. "Really? By the way, are you used to living here? Last time, my eldest brother asked me to visit you at school when I had time. He was afraid that you would make trouble at school, but I told him not to worry. You are a sensible girl now. The last sentence was equally meaningful. Ning Qihan's smile froze on her face, and she sobered up in an instant. She remembered that not long ago, she had injured a senior and caused a commotion at school. Then, she remembered that she lived in her uncle's villa, drove the sports car that her uncle gave her, and had to rely on her uncle to cover for her in front of her family. People should know how to recognize themselves. Miss Ning lowered her head in humiliation and gave a stiff and hollow smile. Thank you. Jiling looked at them in confusion. He felt that their short conversation seemed to be full of anger, but he was afraid that he was thinking too much. He thought for a while and tentatively said to Ning Qihan, "Shall we go there first?" Before Ning Qihan said anything, Ningyu suddenly said with a smile, "I'll go with you. I'm bored and can kill time." Jiling was shocked. He felt that Ningyu must still suspect that he and Ning Qihan were secretly in love, so she wanted to go with them. What a difficult parent. But he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only smile and agree. On the opposite side, Wang Yixin and the others were barbecuing with several beautiful girls. These guys were eloquent in front of Jiling, but they were clumsy in front of the girls. Instead, they were teased by the girls and blushed. But they were not discouraged. They volunteered to serve the beauties. Some were barbecuing, some were playing cards, and some were chatting. Looking at his uncle, Ning Qihan was a little nervous. He was afraid that these students would offend him, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had to be humble when he was under the eaves. The worst thing was that she felt that her uncle had an ulterior motive. The reason why he followed her was obviously because of Jiling. Miss Ning was very anxious. When Wang Yixin and Jinglin saw Jiling, they waved at him happily. "Come here. Sit here." Then, they saw Ningyu behind Jiling, and they revealed a puzzled expression. Ning Qihan was about to say something, but he saw Ningyu's warning look. After a moment of silence, he simply introduced, "Ahem, this is Ningyu, my relative. We're here to play together today." Wang Yixin was a friendly person. When he heard that Ningyu was Ning Qihan's relative, he immediately said warmly, "Nice to meet you, brother Ning." Ningyu nodded with a smile, looking gentle. Ning Qihan immediately looked at Ningyu nervously. When he saw that Ningyu didn't care at all, he was a little relieved. Jiling ran to his friend. He felt that he couldn't let Ningyu continue to misunderstand him. He and Ning Qihan really didn't have that kind of relationship. Now he had to keep a distance and clarify himself. Jingsui stared fixedly at the sketchbook on the ground. Even though it was only a half-finished product and could even be said to be a draft with only a few strokes, the scene in the drawing was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He had once brought the youth there and solemnly promised his love to him. That was the first time he had been so honest with someone. The first time he had told someone that he loved them. But the youth did not believe him and eventually left him. What happened after that? Jingsui did not want to recall it. He closed his eyes in pain and looked up at the youth in front of him. At this moment, all the doubts in his heart disappeared. "So it really was you, and you remember everything. Why did you draw the immortal cloud star? Could it be that in your heart, there is actually a trace of me that you still care about and have not let go of me?" Jingsui could not help but have this wild hope in his heart, but he felt that it should not be. He had countless questions that he wanted to ask, and he even wanted to directly reveal his identity. He no longer had to endure and hide, but in the end, he slowly calmed down. He couldn't ignore the many illogicalities. Things shouldn't be so simple. Being impulsive and rash would only backfire. If Jiling really came to this world when he and Jingsui were in the same car accident, he should have had some time to adapt. Moreover, with the youth's sensitive and gentle personality, it was impossible for him to easily forget his family in the other world. Moreover, after suffering such pain, he was calm about everything and accepted his current identity and family as a matter of course. When a person came to a different world, no matter how well he disguised himself, there was bound to be a process of acceptance. And the youth was not an overly scheming person, and it was impossible for him to be flawless. But the truth was that he really looked like a person from this world. The interaction and affection he had with Yang Wei were not fake. He really treated Yang Wei as his own mother and was also used to his current life. The brightness and happiness in his eyes were not an act. This was also why Jing Sui clearly felt that they were so similar, but he still maintained doubts and did not dare to acknowledge them. Ji Ling was like a person who belonged to this world. Now, he seemed more real and natural. On the other hand, in his previous world, he was too kind and out of place. Being a hedonist was more like his disguise. Jing Sui thought of many possibilities. Maybe Ji Ling had forgotten everything, maybe he only remembered the memories of this world, or maybe he had been in this world longer than she had, so long that he had completely integrated into it. He had thought of many possibilities, but he had never imagined that Ji Ling would be able to remain indifferent even though he clearly remembered everything about that world. Why was that? What was going on with this world? Ji Ling looked at Jing Sui in confusion. He waved his hand in front of Jing Sui and asked, "Mr. Fu, what's wrong?" Jing Sui took a deep breath and bent down to pick up the sketchbook on the ground. He looked at Ji Ling with a complicated expression and said hoarsely, "You drew very well." Ji Ling was stunned for a moment. Was Mr. Fu entranced by his drawing? But it was just a draft. It couldn't be that good. He was a little embarrassed and said humbly, "You flatter me." Jing Sui was silent for a moment. He suppressed the pain in his eyes and said slowly, "The scenery here is beautiful, but why don't you draw some people?" Ji Ling met the man's deep gaze. There seemed to be a deep sadness in it, which made him think of Jing Sui. Why didn't he draw people? Ji Ling thought about it and looked away. I didn't expect that. Really? Just didn't expect it? That was not the real answer. You're lying to me. Jing Sui fixed his eyes on the young man. After a while, he let out a low and hoarse chuckle and said casually, "How did you come up with such a drawing? You really have an imagination." Ji Ling smiled shyly. I was inspired by a novel. He paused and didn't say anything else. He was afraid that Mr. Fu would continue asking about the novel. Mr. Fu looked like a serious and domineering CEO. How could he talk to him about a romance novel? That was too embarrassing. Fortunately, Mr. Fu didn't continue asking. Ji Ling blinked and said, "Mr. Fu, I'm going back." This was a hint for him to return the sketchbook. Wen Yan stared at the painting in disbelief. The bottom right corner of the painting was a corner of a white roof. Looking up from that angle, there were 9 beautiful stars hanging in the vast and boundless starry sky. Wen Yan would never forget this familiar scene. Countless times, he had quietly stood in the corner and stared at the youth who was in a daze on the roof. When there was no one around, the youth loved to lie on the roof with his hands behind his head and stare blankly at the starry sky. He looked lonely, as if he was drifting away from this world. The youth was looking at the sky, and he was looking at him. From this angle, this scene, other than the youth who liked to lie on the roof and stare at the starry sky, there was no other possibility. Wen Yan felt his body go out of control, as if he was being driven by something. He walked over step by step, his gaze slowly moving down to the name at the bottom of the painting, Class 2. Ji Ling. At that moment, he almost lost the ability to think. Even though there were people around him, bustling with activity, his eyes only saw that painting, only this name. So, you are also in this world, are you by my side? In his life, the heavens had never cared for him, but when he was tired of fighting against fate, suddenly a ray of light fell into his world, telling him that he wasn't actually that sad. You can still work hard one more time. You also have the right to have hope. Ji Ling, come over here for a moment. A girl's crisp voice sounded from behind Wen Yan. In the crowd ahead, a clean and handsome youth in a white t-shirt and gray trousers turned his head, smiling. Coming. Ji Ling walked towards Ning Qihan. Because there were many people present, he didn't notice anyone else. Halfway through, someone suddenly grabbed his wrist. He couldn't help but stop, turning back in confusion, and was met with a handsome and gentle face. Ji Ling was stunned. Senior Yu? Wen Yan stared at him, his lips trembling. Ji Ling met his pitch-black, deep, and complicated gaze. His mind was filled with bewilderment and he felt very uncomfortable being stared at. Although he knew this Senior Yu shouldn't know him, right? Why did he hold him back? What can I do for you? Ji Ling smiled and asked curiously. Wen Yan looked at the young man and gave him a brilliant smile. His beautiful eyes were slightly curved, and his black eyes were clean and clear. He looked at him with some doubt and curiosity. The young man seemed to be living a good life in this world because there was not a trace of haze in his eyes. It was as if nothing that had happened in the past had left a trace on him. It was as if he belonged to this world. Doubt flashed through Wen Yan's mind, but very quickly, the joy of reunion filled his chest. He didn't have the time to think about that trace of incongruity. He was truly very happy. The youth was happy in this world. Wen Yan slowly opened his mouth and uttered a hoarse word, He had just said one word when Ning Qihan had already walked over. He looked at Wen Yan and smiled. Isn't this Senior you? You know Ji Ling as well? Ning Qihan had just called out to Ji Ling, but then he realized that Ji Ling had been held back by Yu Wen Yan. She walked over, confused. Although she wasn't familiar with Yu Wen Yan, they knew each other. Everyone in the circle knew that he was the unloved illegitimate child of the Yu family. But how did Yu Wen Yan know Ji Ling? They shouldn't have met before, right? Wen Yan shifted his gaze and looked at Ning Qihan. This was the eldest daughter of the Ning family. When he first entered the school, Han Yun had told Yu Wen Yan that she hoped he would be the first to pursue Ning Qihan. Yu Wen Yan felt inferior and didn't make a move. When Wen Yan arrived, he snorted disdainfully and didn't take it to heart. He said calmly, yes. This time, Ji Ling was shocked. You know me? Ning Qihan also looked at Wen Yan suspiciously. In an instant, Wen Yan made a judgment in his heart. Even if he wanted to reunite with young master, now wasn't the right time. Wen Yan slowly let go of his hand. The emotions in his eyes were perfectly hidden again. He smiled and said, I saw your drawing just now. It was very spiritual, so I paid attention to the name of the artist. Ji Ling and Ning Qihan suddenly understood. So it turned out that he only knew his name because he saw the drawing. But how could that be considered as knowing? Mr. Xiao smiled, yes. Kaluasi smiled, stretched out his right hand, and said in a low and sweet voice, then, happy working with you. Mr. Xiao was very happy. He was stunned for a moment, shook Kaluasi's hand hard, and said excitedly, happy working with you. The staff next to them watched this scene and looked back at the painting on the wall in confusion. Although it was very amazing for a student's work, was it really so attractive? Mr. Brandon Hawk also looked at it for a long time and asked about the author's information before leaving. Kaluasi narrowed his eyes slightly, stood there and looked at it for a while, and then motioned the assistant to go forward and take the painting off the wall. Then he turned and left. He raised his left hand and gently placed it on the elbow of his right hand, curling his fingers slightly. Now this hand was still there. After coming to this world, it took him a while to gradually adapt to this complete but weak body. In that world, he didn't know what it felt like to have a right hand. With the technology and medical level of the Empire, it was easy to regenerate an arm or make a mechanical arm. As a noble, he shouldn't allow his body to be incomplete, but Kaluasi didn't regenerate his arm. He didn't want to forget that moment. So he used this way to remember the pain. If the young man didn't appear and didn't die under the sword of Jing Sui to save him, he should have died at that moment. Only losing an arm was already a gift from God. But he would rather not be forgiven, because the price was too high. In the previous life, the young man died in his hands. In this life, the young man died to save him. In fact, you still care a little about me, and you don't hate me so much, right? I finally understand your feelings for me, but there is no chance to make up for it. That was the only and last time you were gentle to me. But it was so cruel. You are my beloved, how can I bear to disobey your heart and make you sad and restless even if you leave? Kaluasi left the Imperial Star with his army silently and retreated back to the Suza galaxy. His men didn't understand his actions and thought that he shouldn't give up now. They had paid too much. However, Kaluasi used his arbitrary rule to ruthlessly suppress all discontent and protests. He didn't need to explain anything to others, nor did he need to care about what others thought of him. From the beginning to the end, he only cared about one person. Any dissatisfied conservative nobles would no longer receive his protection, and Jing Sui would not tolerate them. At this point, the reform was inevitable. Once Kaluasi gave up, no one could stop Jing Sui. I will make this world the way you want it to be. They could let go of their desire to fight for power, they could try to pity those ant-like humans, they could let go of their unwillingness and hatred. I once promised you that I can also change for you. I will definitely do what I promised you. If I had done this earlier and changed a little earlier, would all of this have happened? Is it because this world has changed for the better, and you are willing to stay by my side? Kaluasi did not know any of this. But he knew that the youth died because of him. It was enough for him to know this. From that day on, Kaluasi never went to the Imperial Star again. Far away from the center of power of the Empire, he lived in the palace in the Suza Galaxy, where he and the youth were engaged. Although you were not willing at the time, you still promised me that you would be my wife and lover. I will not forget this. Kaluasi began to live in seclusion, and then gradually ignored the world, like a leisurely ordinary aristocrat. Then he found that letting go of his unwillingness and being content with the status quo was not so bad. He already had enough, and he should be satisfied. He would go to the Cerulean Sea Star in July and August every year for a period of time. Ji Shaoling was very worried. He had always been an obedient child, diligent in his studies, and had never fallen in love before. As a result, he fell into a whirlpool of emotions as soon as he entered university. Not only was he pursued by his classmate's uncle, but he was also discovered by his respected senior on the spot. The ups and downs were like a melodramatic drama. His progress was so great that it was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. He felt extremely embarrassed and wanted nothing more than to cast an invisibility spell on himself to escape from this awkward situation. Ningyu was suddenly pushed away by Ji Ling. He calmly turned his head to the side and met Wen Yan's gaze. His eyes narrowed slightly. Wen Yan found out from Wang Yisan that Ji Ling should be here right now, so he waited for Ji Ling to find him after class. However, he didn't expect to see Ji Ling in the arms of a man. His eyes suddenly became cold and sinister as he stared coldly at Ningyu. The atmosphere was a little tense. Ji Ling stood there awkwardly. Although he really wanted to be an ostrich, after thinking for a long time, he still opened his mouth to try to alleviate the awkwardness. He first looked at Ningyu and introduced, "This is Senior Yu Wenyan. He might be looking for me for something, Yu." Wenyan, Ningyu said slowly, enunciating each word clearly and with emphasis. The way he looked at Wenyan changed. Ji Ling didn't notice anything strange at all. He still felt that it was purely a coincidence. After all, it was a common name. He thought about it and couldn't ignore his senior, so he explained to Wenyan, "This is Ningyu, brother Ning. He, happened to be looking for me for something today." Wenyan's pupils contracted and his lips curved into a cold smile. The two's eyes met. Although they didn't say a word, they instantly understood each other's identity. Ji Ling didn't know that they had transmigrated, so even though they felt similar, he didn't think in that direction. But they were different. From the beginning, they realized that they weren't the only ones who had transmigrated to this world. If they could do it, why couldn't others? In this world, there weren't that many coincidences. As soon as Ji Ling finished his introduction, he felt that the atmosphere between the two of them had become even more tense. He wondered if there was something wrong with his explanation. After all, there was something going on. It sounded like he was trying to cover something up, but how should he explain it? Ningyu wants to pursue me? Wouldn't it sound even more shocking to say it directly? He wasn't even sure if he was straight or gay. So why did he have to face such a difficult choice? It really gave Ji Bao a headache. Ji Ling wanted to slip away. He said in a trembling voice, I should go back to the dormitory." Wen Yan concealed the coldness in his eyes and spoke gently to Ji Ling, "I've come to talk to you about the character design in the game. Do you have time right now?" It was only 7 o'clock. It would be a lie to say that he had no time. Ji Ling began to search for excuses in distress, but before he could speak, Ningyu smiled and raised his brows. "Really? I know a little about games. Which company's game is it? Maybe I can give you some suggestions." Wen Yan looked at him with a cold gaze and a faint smile. "I don't think it's necessary." Ningyu didn't avoid it. "How do you know it's not necessary?" Ji Ling was speechless. Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like they were going to fight? Wait, why didn't you ask me if I wanted to participate? Why did it feel like I was back to the days of survival in the interstellar world? It must be an illusion. No, I definitely can't go. Ji Ling laughed dryly. I suddenly remembered that Jinglin said he wanted to talk to me tonight. Goodbye, Senior Yu. We'll talk about the game next time. Goodbye, Brother Ning. I'll go back first. With that, he turned around and left without looking back. The first spurt of energy would weaken and the third would be exhausted. If he wanted to escape, he couldn't hesitate. Modern society was better. At least he didn't have to follow the character design and could leave whenever he wanted. Wen Yan looked at Ji Ling's departing figure. His eyes dimmed for a moment, but he didn't stop him. Ning, you didn't either. He watched as Wen Yan's expression slowly turned cold and he stopped pretending. Back then, he couldn't bear to see the youth being forced by Jing Sui and Ka Luosi. He was also worried that the youth that Wen Yan had kidnapped would be harmed. Even at the risk of exposing his identity, he tracked the youth to North Peak Planet's Luanshui city. At that time, he had planned to take the youth away. Ji Ling stared blankly at Ka Luosi. How am I supposed to respond to that? Ka Luosi couldn't help but smile as he looked at the young man's blushing face. Throw away your arrogant and domineering facade and show your true self. You're even cuter than I thought. Ka Luosi smiled and said, I also have a few galleries under my name. I wonder if I can have the honor of displaying your works. I'll be even happier if you're willing to be our contracted artist. Your works deserve to be appreciated by the whole world. Ji Ling's face turned red. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak coherently. He stammered for a long time but didn't say anything. Although he was often set off by Wang Yisan and the others, and those guys often shamelessly flattered him, Ji Ling was very self-aware. He wouldn't take it seriously, and he wouldn't be arrogant because of it. If he thought that he was a genius with such a small achievement, then he would be looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. There were many outstanding people in this world. After all, he was only a first-year student, living a routine life. How could he dream of reaching the sky in a single bound? But now, such a big shot suddenly expressed his goodwill to him and even said that he wanted him to be a contracted artist. It was more surreal than a dream. Ji Ling was in a trance. He should have transmigrated back to the real world, right? Ka Luosi wasn't in a hurry for Ji Ling to give him an answer. Instead, he smiled and said, It's okay. I'll keep my invitation for you. Ji Ling struggled for a long time before saying softly, Thank you. He finally understood what it felt like to turn down a great offer. The corners of Ka Luosi's lips curled up slightly. Although he really wanted to reveal his identity, he didn't choose to do so in the end. Because that would only make the young man run away from him like in his previous life. Heavens had allowed him to come to this world, allowing him to meet his lover with a brand new face. It was his fortune. Although the young man was willing to sacrifice his life to save the one who had hurt him, it was not love. It was only because the young man was soft-hearted and kind. No matter how cold he appeared, he could not remain indifferent to his own love. He was just like that. That was why he could forgive Wen Yan back then and even stand up for Wen Yan. Now that he finally had a chance to start over, he would definitely not make the same mistake as before. He would carefully approach his beloved and let him fall into his gentle trap. I want you to fall in love with me and willingly stay by my side. For some reason, Ji Ling felt that Mr. Field's gaze was burning. He walked on with his head bowed, showing Mr. Field round the campus. What should I do? I'm so nervous. This person was just like Ka Luosi. His aura was too strong. Initially, he was not nervous, but now that he was being friendly, he started to feel nervous. Along the way, Ji Ling met a few other students. They all looked at Ka Luosi curiously. Ji Ling introduced them. This is Mr. Field. Dean Liu asked me to show him around the school. Ka Luosi was kind to the students and didn't show the slightest bit of impatience. He would even smile and greet them. This surprised Ji Ling a little. At first, he thought that Mr. Field would be impatient. This Mr. Field seemed to have a good temper. He couldn't help but think, if Ka Luosi came to this world, what would he be like? It seemed that it would probably be like this. Elegant, gentle, and refined. But it didn't seem like this. Beneath his elegance was coldness, and beneath his gentleness was cruelty. Elegance was just a disguise. He was essentially a bloodthirsty beast. He was just used to keeping his fangs. What am I thinking? I'm thinking too much again. How could there be such a big villain who was delusional enough to rule the world in real life? Jiling took Kaluasi around almost half of the campus. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. He felt a little tired and wanted to go back, but Mr. Field didn't say anything. He really couldn't leave his guest behind. Moreover, it was a task assigned by the dean. So Jiling looked around and looked at the cafe in front of him. Are you tired? Do you want to take a seat in front and rest? Kaluasi looked into his eyes and asked with concern, Are you tired? Jiling blinked. I'm fine. I'm just afraid that you're tired. Can you see that I'm reluctant and polite? I'm tired, but I'm just too embarrassed to say it. Kaluasi looked at the young man's sparkling eyes and couldn't help but smile. He said in a low voice, Okay, then let's sit for a while. Jiling took a nap on the plane. When he arrived, he took a picture from the window, added AV emoticon, and posted it on his WeChat moments. As soon as it was posted, it received many likes. Among them were Ning Qihan, Wang Yisan, Xinglin, Yu Wenyan, Ning Yu, and several other classmates and friends. Yu Wenyan went out to play? Where? Ning Yu, Dubai? Jiling replied to everyone one by one. When he returned to Ning Yu, he thought to himself, You have sharp eyes. Did you go out to play often in the past? No wonder you're the young master of the Ning family. Soon, Jiling put his phone away and obediently went over to his mother with his luggage. The company's rented car was already waiting outside. They were taken to the most luxurious hotel in the area. Jiling went in and looked at the luxurious facilities in the hotel. He was once again impressed by Mr. Fu's generosity. This trip must have cost a lot of money, right? Yang Wei's meeting would start at night. There were still a few hours to rest. Family members could go with the local tour group or do whatever they wanted. Jiling was a little tired. He was not in a hurry to go out with others. Instead, he planned to go back to his room to sleep. Xianxia was behind him, watching the young man's light back. After a while, she pursed her lips and looked away. For the next 2 days, Jiling did not see Xianxia again. He had a lot of fun here. He still had money to buy paintings, so he bought a lot of gifts for his family and friends. Although they were not expensive, they were his kind intentions. He would post some pictures almost every day. Ningyu would like to like it every time. Every time Jiling saw Ningyu's likes, he thought of his bold words about pursuing him. He felt complicated and embarrassed. It was a normal thing, but now he always thought too much. Sigh, it was troublesome to be too popular. How many times had they met? How did they fall in love with each other? This reminded Jiling of his time in the interstellar world. In fact, he did not understand why those people liked him. Well, it was not that he did not understand at all. He didn't understand Ka Luasi's extreme possessiveness, nor did he understand Wen Yan's paranoia and humbleness. After all, he was a vicious supporting male character in front of them, so why did they fall in love with each other so inexplicably? Their worldviews were too different to resonate with each other. However, Xianxia was probably deceived by his undying love, and Ningyu was probably moved by his multiple provocations and multiple rescues. Thinking about it this way, he did indeed have some problems. He had deceived others for the sake of completing the quest. At that time, he always felt that those people were fake. He kept telling himself that they were all made of paper. Don't be soft-hearted, don't be shaken, you have to go home. But when they returned home, they could not deny that they were actually living people. Jiling rubbed his face and sighed, deciding not to think about the past. Anyway, now that he was back, the war in that world should have ended, right? Their lifespans were so long, they would eventually forget themselves and start anew. Everyone had to look forward. Tomorrow was the last day, and he still had an appointment with his new friends to play at the beach. Because he was tired from playing for the past few days, Jiling slept soundly, which was rare for him. Yang Wei's meeting had also ended. That morning, he woke up and had breakfast with Jiling. Then, he patted his son's head and said with a smile, I'm going shopping with my colleagues today, do you want to go with me? Jiling shook his head. I'm not going shopping, I'm going to the beach today. Yang Wei did not force him. He smiled and said, okay, then be careful, keep in touch, and come back early tonight. Jiling smiled and said, okay, Mom, don't worry. Ji Ling watched as Yang Wei and the other aunties went out together. Then, he saw his friend waving at him, and the few of them rented a car and went to the beach. Jing Sui stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the suite. The weather was good today, and he watched as Yang Wei and the other female colleagues left. Not long after, Ji Ling and a few of his peers also went out together. Shen Shuoming came in from outside and saw his boss standing in front of the window, looking outside with a cold expression. Although there was nothing outside, Shen Shuoming was very familiar with this expression. After all, he had personally accompanied his boss to the school for more than an hour, and his expression at that time was similar to this one. Ever since his boss went to the school to see Ji Ling some time ago, he seemed to have suffered a blow, so much so that he never asked him about anything related to Ji Ling again. Shen Shuoming was very curious. He really did not understand what had happened that day to make his boss so sad, but he did not dare to ask. In any case, it was a good thing that Jing Sui was willing to give up on Ji Ling. Ji Ling was dumbfounded and his eyes glazed over. He really didn't understand what he had just said. What did the man's confession have to do with him? He looked into the man's deep and gentle black eyes. There wasn't a hint of teasing in those eyes, only seriousness. Ji Ling's face heated up and he felt extremely awkward. I told you to come out and start anew, but you can't just randomly confess to anyone. Wasn't this decision a little too rash? Ji Ling almost blurted out that he didn't like men, but Ning Yu's words flashed through his mind. The thing that he had been so sure of suddenly wasn't so sure anymore, and he couldn't bring himself to say it. After a while, he held it in and said in a low voice, Don't like me. Ji Ling reached out to push Jing Sui away and wanted to leave. However, the man's hand was like an iron clamp that restrained him. He didn't seem surprised by his rejection and continued to insist on getting to the bottom of it. His eyes were dark and his voice was slow and low. Why? Ji Ling was completely dumbfounded. It was the first time he had met such a stubborn president. I've already rejected you, and you still ask why? What's the point of why? Can't you save each other some face? Jing Sui stared into his eyes and said slowly, there must be a reason for not liking someone. So why do you hate me? Ji Ling. I didn't say I hate you. Jing Sui curled his lips. So you like me? Ji Ling, I didn't say I like you. Jing Sui said slowly, since you don't hate me, how can you say you don't like me? Ji Ling, this was simply shameless logic. Ji Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Please look at your own status. You're my mother's boss. Is it appropriate to say something like that to me? Ah? If he was in a relationship with his mother's boss, and it was his mother's male boss, Ji Ling couldn't imagine how beautiful it would be when people found out. He endured his burning face and rolled his eyes, saying, then why do you like me? There must be a reason for liking someone, right? Jing Sui looked at the sly eyes and evasive expression of the young man in her arms, as if she had returned to the past. At that time, he had mistakenly thought that the youth liked him. Facing him step by step, the youth also retreated step by step. At that time, he thought that it was the youth's shyness, but now he understood that the youth was just unwilling to accept him and did not want to be close to him. There was no other reason. But she was still sentimentally attached to him, unknowingly falling in love with him, even if he never had her in his heart. In the bottom of Jing Sui's heart, a mixture of pain and tenderness surged. He chuckled. Do you need a reason? Ji Ling nodded vigorously. He counted in his heart. We've only met 3 times, Jing Sui's voice was low and hoarse. Because only when I see you can I forget that person, forget that he lied to me, forget the fact that he left me. Only you make me feel that I can fall in love with someone again. Ji Ling was flabbergasted. Was this the filming location of a melodramatic drama? Ji Ling swallowed his saliva, a little regretful that he had said those words just now. He pondered for a moment and said, I think it's better for you to reconsider. After all, he's someone you've loved for such a long time. Isn't it a little rash to let him go just like that? What if you regret it in the future? Jing Sui sighed softly. Just now, you advised me to let him go, saying that he's not worthy of my love. Ji Ling, I know I'm wrong. QAQ. Jing Sui looked into his eyes, a bitter smile on his lips. His hoarse voice seemed to contain a hint of pain. So, you hate me so much that you'd rather let me continue to love someone who's not worthy of my love and give me a chance, right? Ji-Ling. No. Jing Sui asked him again, then you despise that I used to love someone else? Ji-Ling. No. He wasn't so weird as to despise someone for having a love history. This was worse than despising someone for not being a virgin. Jing Sui said again, then you despise that I'm older than you? Ji-Ling. It's okay. He was only 10 years old, and he had even met his uncle, Ka Luosi. Ji-Ling stared at Ningyu blankly. The young man's handsome face appeared somewhat gloomy and unclear in the dim light. Only his black eyes had a faint gentleness brewing within them. Ji-Ling's face flushed. "Mo, why did you tell me your secret? We're not that close. Why did you tell me your secret?" Ji-Ling's heart was pounding. He turned his head and continued to watch the movie, pretending that he had not heard anything. Ningyu noticed that he turned his head away after being stunned for a while. Then, he continued to watch the movie as if nothing had happened. "But do you really not know anything about our existence? Did you not realize what I said? Or did you realize it but you're not willing to admit it?" No matter what, Ningyu closed his eyes to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Then, he let out a helpless chuckle. "You haven't changed at all, you're still not ready." Ji-Ling's eyes were fixed on the movie screen. She seemed to be very focused, but her attention was actually on the young man beside her. She was nervous, curious, and complicated, but she tried her best not to turn around and look at him. He was very conflicted, but he did not know what he was conflicted about. Did he really want to know? Or did he not want to know? Or was he afraid of knowing? Ji-Ling did not understand. He did not even know what he was conflicted about. He did not understand why he could not reject him like how he had rejected Mr. Fu. It was late when the movie ended. Ji-Ling did not reject Ningyu's offer to send him home. Soon, the car stopped at his house. The cool breeze seemed to have calmed down some of the ambiguous atmosphere, adding a trace of indifference. Ji-Ling suddenly recalled the first time they met in Ning Qihan's villa. At that time, he was shocked when he heard Ningyu's name as Ningyu. That night, Ningyu had driven him home personally. "What were you thinking at that time?" Ji-Ling turned around and looked at her. He looked away uncomfortably and said in a low voice, "Thank you for today." Ningyu looked at the young man's delicate face and bashful expression. She smiled gently. "I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for giving me a chance." Ji-Ling blushed again. He didn't know what to say, so he turned around and left. When he got home, his parents were already asleep. He quietly went back to his room and was about to wash up when his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Ningyu. "I'm very happy tonight, and, good night." Ji-Ling couldn't help but walk to the window and look out through the gap in the curtains. He saw that Ningyu's car was still parked outside. A strong premonition that was hard to ignore rose from the bottom of his heart. "You want to tell me a secret?" "What was it? Why do you like me?" Ji-Ling's fingers rested on the phone. He almost wanted to ask this question, but he hesitated for a long time. In the end, he only replied with 2 words, "Good night." Ningyu sat in the car. She raised her head slightly and could see the young man's home. There was a thin figure in the window. The light cast a shadow on the window and it disappeared soon after. He received a reply from the other party. Ningyu looked at the 2 simple words and revealed a smile. "What a soft-hearted and kind child. Actually, I want to tell you that I'm really happy. You can show your true self and do what you want to do without any restraints. You don't have to pretend to be someone else and do things that go against your heart anymore. Now I understand that you were helpless. I was more like an idiot who didn't know when to stop. Fortunately, you came back. And you didn't lie to me in the end. This is the happiest thing I've learned in the countless years I've traveled to every corner of the world." Ji-Ling looked at the man holding him, his dark eyes filled with disbelief. He swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, your name is Ka Luosi." Ka Luosi looked at the boy's frightened eyes and sighed inaudibly. There was a trace of disappointment and sadness in his eyes. His voice was low and husky as he said slowly, "My name is Ka Luosi Field. If you had paid a little attention, you would have known me. Although he didn't directly confess his identity to Ji Ling, he didn't deliberately hide it. He even hoped that the boy would recognize him, but in fact, he didn't, or rather, he didn't want to accept his existence and didn't want to know him until Jing Sui pointed it out. And the boy's reaction was also within his expectations. He was still afraid of him. Although I came with love, you didn't welcome me into your world. I should have understood this from the moment you decided to leave. Kaluasi raised his head, his eyes slightly cold, and looked at the man in front of him who also looked cold. When he was investigating the original author of the novel, he had already noticed Fu Jingxin's existence. She had even guessed who he was among them. There were not so many coincidences in this world. Who this person was actually very easy to guess, especially when he appeared here today. Ji Ling bit his lip, suddenly pushed hard, and squeezed out of Kaluasi's arms. He raised his head, looked at the brown-eyed man's elegant and deep face, and then turned to look at the cold-faced man standing by the side, his heart, beating hard, beat again and again. Who were they? The answer was almost obvious, but how was this possible? These days, Ji Ling asked himself many times, how was this possible? Again and again, he used all kinds of reasons to deny his absurd conjecture. Again and again, he treated his intuition as a joke. But, at this moment, he couldn't help but realize that if he kept running away, could he ignore this obvious fact? If he could travel to their world, why couldn't they come over? During this period of peaceful and tranquil life, Ji Ling had almost forgotten the cautiousness he had to tread on thin ice in that world. He was like a child who had returned home, completely dropping all pretense and vigilance, trying to separate those experiences from his own reality. He no longer had to worry about anyone or anything. But now, he realized that things might not be like that. Jing Sui took a step forward and looked at Kaluasi coldly. She said to Ji Ling, "You don't know this person. It's best to keep your distance from him." The corners of Kaluasi's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he said indifferently, "Is that so? At least I won't hurt him. And you?" His gaze became deep and sharp. "Can you guarantee that you won't hurt him? Don't forget who was the one who killed him back then." Jing Sui's pupils constricted. Her eyes were filled with pain, and her right hand clenched into a fist. Ji Ling, he didn't know why, but this scene gave him a familiar feeling. Although the two of them looked completely different from before, and the words they said were also different from before, and even the setting was completely different, their expressions and gazes, as well as the feeling that they were competing against each other, it was really familiar. Why did they fight again? Ji Ling stood there in a daze. Although he did instinctively show fear because of the excessive surprise at the beginning, when he thought about everything that happened during this period of time, when he thought about the things that happened in his previous life, actually, there was no need to be so afraid, right? And this is my world. You are also people from Earth now. What are you afraid of? Ji Ling frowned and raised his chin. His expression became calm. He looked at Kaluasi and said firmly, "Kaluasi, Mr. Field, thank you for dinner, but I should go back now." Kaluasi looked at the young man's suddenly determined eyes and revealed a surprised expression. After all, he looked very afraid of him just now. Ji Ling took a deep breath and looked at Jing Sui. He said coldly, "As for Mr. Fu, I don't know why you came here to find me, but I don't have time now, so please go back." Ji Ling took a deep breath and stared into Ningyu's eyes. "What's your secret?" Ningyu was stunned for a moment, and then a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. He raised the corner of his lips. "You know, don't you?" Ji Ling bit his lip, and his eyelashes trembled. He looked at him persistently and said word by word, "That's not an answer." Ningyu sighed softly, and his expression was doting and gentle. He held Ji Ling's hand with his strong hand and said in a low voice, "Then listen carefully." Ji Ling looked at him. Ningyu said slowly and solemnly, "In another world, I have another name, Ningyu. And I'm very happy to reunite with you in this world. Hello, we meet again." Ji Ling's hand trembled slightly, and he stared at the man in front of him. This time, he spoke very clearly, and there was no noise in the background. He said his name was Ningyu. He told him personally that he came from that world. There was no doubt in Ji Ling's heart. In fact, he should have recognized him the first time they met. At that time, rather than saying it was a test, it was more like he was hinting at his identity. Ningyu recognized him at first sight, but he foolishly thought it was a misunderstanding. He refused to face the obvious truth. He had been deceiving himself until now. At this moment, there was the sound of hurried footsteps in front of him. Wen Yan hurried down from the hillside and walked towards them anxiously. Not far behind him, Wang Yisen was climbing down in a sorry state. Jiling came back to his senses, and he quickly pulled his hand back from Ningyu's hand. His face was slightly red. Wen Yan strode over, and his chest heaved violently because he came in a hurry. Seeing that Jiling was injured, he didn't even have the heart to pay attention to Ningyu. He said anxiously, "How are you?" Jiling looked at his worried expression. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm fine. You don't have to worry." Wang Yisen followed closely behind. His face was full of regret and self-blame. It was all his fault that he had asked Jiling to take photos for him, which led to this accident. Fortunately, Brother Ning had intervened in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He lowered his head guiltily. "I'm sorry," Jiling said, "I was careless." "I'm fine. Don't think too much about it." Wang Yisen understood that this was Jiling's comforting words. Although Jiling was lucky to be fine this time, what if something happened to him? He would definitely not be able to forgive himself. Thinking about the possible consequences, he still felt a lingering fear. Ningyu looked at Jiling's ankle. Because of the sprain, it had quickly become red and swollen. His expression turned solemn, and he reached out to carry Jiling horizontally. Jiling was caught off guard and fell into his arms. The tip of his nose touched his neck, and he smelled the man's sharp scent. His face instantly became hot, and he instinctively wanted to struggle away, but before he could reach out, he suddenly paused. He remembered that he had sprained his ankle and that Wang Yisen was present. Originally, it would be fine, but if he were to refuse pretentiously, who knew if this guy would think too much? So Jiling stopped moving and obediently allowed Ningyu to carry him. Wang Yisen was still feeling guilty, so he didn't think too much about it. He simply felt that Brother Ning was a reliable man. He was worried about Jiling's injury and said, "I'll send him back with you first." Ningyu smiled slightly. "No need, I'll send him back." Wang Yisen still wanted to insist. How could he leave Jiling behind at a time like this? He insisted. "No, I'd better go with you." Jiling was embarrassed and uncomfortable in Ningyu's arms. He didn't want Wang Yisen to go with him at all. He was afraid that Wang Yisen would notice something was wrong and make a fuss. This guy had no control over his mouth. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said with concern and consideration, "Is your little girlfriend still waiting for you?" Wang Yisen's expression froze. Jiling said, "It's just a small injury. It's really okay. You go do what you need to do. Brother Ning will send me back." Thinking of his budding love, Wang Yisen was a little shaken. He had a strong psychological struggle between love and friendship. He said hesitantly, "Are you really okay?" Jiling nodded seriously. "It's not a big deal." Wang Yisen hesitated for a long time, and finally said to Ningyu with gritted teeth, "Brother Ning, you must take good care of him." Ningyu smiled and said, "Don't worry." He didn't want to delay any longer. He carried Jiling and walked forward. When he passed by Wen Yan, their eyes met, and then he calmly looked away. Wen Yan stood there, watching Ningyu leave with Jiling in his arms. His right hand suddenly clenched, and a malicious look flashed in his eyes, but it was soon covered by pain and sadness. Tears welled up in Jiling's eyes. When he came back to his senses, Ningyu had let go of his hand and stepped back. At this time, Yang Wei came out of the kitchen. Ningyu smiled at her and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late. I should go back now." Yang Wei smiled and said, "Okay. Be careful on your way back." Ningyu nodded and looked at Jiling deeply. Then she turned around and left. Yang Wei looked away and smiled at Jiling. "Tell me the truth. Are you dating his sister?" Jiling said. "No." Yang Wei said, "Her brother is here. How can you say no?" Jiling said. "No." He turned around and left in embarrassment. He hopped back to his room and slammed the door. Yang Wei smiled helplessly. This kid is clearly in love. He's still stubborn and won't admit it. Jiling blushed and fell on the bed. He looked up at the ceiling. After a long time, a smile appeared in his eyes. His lips moved and he silently said, "Thank you. Thank you for telling me this." Jiling couldn't move around because of his sprained ankle. He took a few days off to stay at home with his parents. His father was busy with work and often had to go on business trips. He would leave after a few days. Yang Wei usually ate in the company's cafeteria. Because Jiling was recovering at home, he came back to cook every day. Fortunately, the company wasn't far from home. It was convenient for him to go back and forth. Jiling's injury wasn't serious. He was much better after a few days. He had no problem walking. He was worried that his mother would be too tired. He often went to the supermarket at the entrance of the community to buy groceries. He would steam the rice and cut the vegetables before waiting for his mother to cook them. It saved a lot of time. Ningyu and other friends would send him messages from time to time. Jiling would reply that he was fine. Don't worry. One afternoon, while Jiling was playing games on the sofa, Ningyu's message came in. "Ningyu, when are you going back to school?" Jiling waited until the game was over before he slowly opened his WeChat and replied, "Monday." Ningyu replied quickly, "Were you playing games just now?" Jiling thought to himself, "You're really smart, but I don't want you to guess." So he replied, "No, I'm sleeping." "Ningyu, I'm in that game too. I saw that you're online." Jiling's expression froze. Just as he was about to ask him how he knew, another message from Ningyu came. "Ningyu, Wang Yisan told me your ID. By the way, little Jia, who teamed up with you just now, is me." Jiling, no wonder he felt that Xiao Jia's movements were smooth and coquettish. He looked like an expert. He was quiet and took good care of him. "Wait, you're asking the obvious, right? And you have the nerve to call yourself little Jia. I've never seen such a shameless person, Ningyu. I can see that you focus on participation in the game. That's a good attitude." Jiling, ? Why did he feel like he was being mocked? I'm not happy. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Jiling put down his phone angrily. He looked up at the time. There was still an hour before his mother would be back. So, he got up and went to buy groceries. The supermarket was at the entrance of the community. The environment was not bad. The garden was beautiful. At this hour, people were usually at work. There was almost no one on the road. On Monday, Jiling woke up early and bade farewell to his mother before heading out. Just as he reached the entrance of the neighborhood, he saw an off-road vehicle parked under a tree by the roadside. Ningyu's handsome face appeared and his lips curled up into a smile at him from afar. Jiling was stunned. He walked over and asked, "Why are you here?" Ningyu turned and smiled. "Get in, I'll send you to school." Seeing that Jiling was still standing there in a daze, a smile appeared in his eyes. His slender fingers tapped on the steering wheel and he sighed. "You've just recovered. Don't force yourself to catch the bus. Rest is more important." "Oh, it does sound very reasonable." Jiling thought for 2 seconds before he calmly opened the door and got in. Ningyu saw that the young man was deliberately looking out of the window and not looking at her, revealing his slightly red ears. He suppressed the smile on his lips and drove Jiling to school. Ningyu was very focused on driving, not saying a word. At first, Jiling was a little nervous, but he gradually relaxed. An hour later, the car stopped at the school gate. Seeing that Jiling was about to get out, Ningyu finally spoke. His smile was gentle with a hint of teasing. "Be careful, don't fall again." Jiling's face turned red. He was not an idiot. How could he fall so easily? He turned away from Ningyu and left. There was a class in the morning and it was a few minutes away. Jiling arrived just in time. Wang Yisan knew that Jiling would be coming today, so he reserved a seat for him and waved at him excitedly. In fact, he had only been away for 5 days. Those who didn't know would think that they had been separated for a long time. Jiling smiled and sat down. Wang Yisan blinked his eyes and said, "Are you all right?" Jiling said, "I'm fine. It's not a terminal illness. I won't die." Wang Yisan chuckled dryly. Soon, the teacher came in. This class was about modern art history. Jiling listened attentively. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. After class, Wang Yixin said to Jiling, as an apology, "I'll treat you to dinner today." Jiling couldn't remember how many meals he had eaten with Wang Yixin since he entered the university. He didn't refuse, thinking that he might as well invite this guy out for a few meals next time. Although they usually had a good relationship and a few meals didn't cost much, it was embarrassing to always eat from others. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked to the cafeteria. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, Jiling subconsciously looked at the corner where he used to sit. He saw Wen Yan sitting there alone and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. So many things had happened in this period of time that he had almost forgotten that Wen Yan was always waiting for him here. Although the two of them had not said anything, it seemed like an invisible promise. At that time, she had only treated him as a friendly senior. Even if she had faintly sensed something, she was unwilling to believe her own intuition. But now, she had to believe it even if she didn't want to. Jiling was silent for a moment. He withdrew his gaze and went to the other side of the cafeteria with Wang Yixin. He couldn't act like before and interact with Wen Yan as if nothing had happened. He couldn't pretend that he didn't know what Wen Yan was thinking and continue to deceive himself. Wen Yan sat there alone. He raised his eyes and his gaze met Jiling's. He saw that the young man was looking elsewhere as if nothing had happened and went to the other side with Wang Yixin. It was as if he hadn't seen him at all. He slowly tightened his grip on his chopsticks. Jiling's behavior was clearly avoiding him. "Looks like you don't want to see me. My feelings are a kind of trouble for you, aren't they? When we were in that world, you never accepted me. It was me who overestimated myself, like a moth flying into a flame." Wen Yan lowered his eyes and let out a low, self-deprecating laugh. Jiling knew that Wen Yan was sitting not far behind him, but he didn't turn around. Other than using his attitude to express his stance, he didn't know what else he could say to Wen Yan. Wang Yixin was a simple-minded person. He didn't notice that Jiling was a little quiet today. He spoke enthusiastically on his own, blabbering nonstop. He excitedly shared his new relationship with Jiling. He finally had a girlfriend. He talked nonstop about his girlfriend, as if he was in a state of passionate love. Jiling was amused, but he still gave him an encouraging look. He thought that simple love was good. After lunch, there were still 2 hours before the afternoon class. Jiling and Wang Yixin walked back together. They were about to return to the dormitory to rest when Wang Yixin suddenly looked ahead and said, "Senior Yu." Jiling was stunned. He raised his head and met Wen Yan's dark eyes. He pursed his lips and stopped in his tracks. Kaluasi looked at Ningyu, her eyes suddenly turning cold. After a while, she looked down at Jiling inquiringly and said slowly, "Is that so?" Jiling leaned against Ningyu's arms, his nervous body slightly stiff. Ningyu's hands were gentle and strong, as if telling him that no matter what happened, it didn't matter, there was no need to be afraid, there was no need to hesitate. Jiling was silent for a moment, gradually making a decision in his heart. Although Ningyu's sudden appearance was an accident, his words actually gave him an excuse to reject Kaluasi. He looked up at Kaluasi and said, "Yes." Kaluasi suddenly frowned, his jaw tightened, and his eyes darkened. He stared at Jiling, as if trying to see through his sincerity. Seeing this expression, Jiling's heart instantly jumped, fearing that the villain would suddenly attack, and he was very nervous. However, after a while, the coldness on Kaluasi's face dissipated, and her eyes were covered with gentleness again. She said hoarsely, "In order to reject me, you told me that you loved Jing Sui, but you didn't love him at all. That was just your excuse. You're playing the same old trick again." Jiling thought to himself, "Sure enough, no one will believe me if I lie too much." Sigh. He was a little helpless, but he still said, "It's not an excuse this time." Kaluasi didn't seem to believe him. She raised the corner of her lips and said in a low voice, "Do you really love him?" Jiling paused, gritted his teeth and said, "In this world, I only need to be myself, and I don't need to pretend to love anyone. Moreover, I didn't lie to you when I said that I didn't love you." A trace of sadness finally appeared on Kaluasi's usually elegant and calm face, looking so sad and sad. Jiling looked into Kaluasi's eyes, and his heart suddenly felt heavy, and he found it difficult to breathe. But in the end, he forced himself to look away, turned around, and left with Ningyu. Some things, if you can't be decisive, you'll end up in trouble. Even if he was ruthless now, it would be better than being entangled in the future. That's not good for anyone. Jiling walked out of the hotel in one go. After making sure that Ka Luosi didn't follow him, he let go of Ningyu's hand as if he had been electrocuted. He was too embarrassed to look at him. Just now, in order to get rid of Ka Luosi, he acquiesced to Ningyu's words. Now that we're alone, I feel so embarrassed. He just admitted that he loved Ningyu. What should I do? What would Ningyu think of him? Ningyu lowered her eyes slightly. Looking at the young man's flushed face and evasive eyes, she couldn't help but smile. She said in a low and husky voice, "When I said that you love me, you tacitly agreed." "Ah, I'm already embarrassed enough, why do you have to say it out loud? Can you leave me some face?" Jiling was so embarrassed that he felt like he was thrown into hot water. He stammered, I was. Ningyu looked at the embarrassed young man. After a while, she sighed softly. Although she wanted to tease him again, she couldn't bear to put him in a difficult position and push him too hard. Ningyu said faintly, "That was an expedient measure to get rid of Ka Luosi." "I know." Jiling was stunned. Ningyu shrugged. Her expression was natural and gentle. She smiled teasingly and said, "I helped you out just now. I don't expect you to repay me with your body, but you should at least say thank you." Jiling, that's right. Ningyu was just kind enough to help me out, but I thought so much. How embarrassing. Jiling's face was burning. He lowered his head and said softly, "Thank you." Ningyu smiled. "Since that's the case, accompany me to watch a movie. Take it as a thank you gift, okay?" Jiling. Okay. You've even thought of a thank you gift. What else can I say other than to agree? The two of them came to the cinema. Jiling was in the middle of thinking with his eyes closed when he suddenly felt the cool lips on his face. His eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at the face right in front of him. His eyes glazed over and he foolishly forgot to move. Ningyu looked at the young man's confused eyes and smiled. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "Close your eyes, okay?" Then he lowered his head and kissed him again. Jiling was so nervous that his entire body stiffened. He didn't know how to face this and could only close his eyes in a daze, like a wooden puppet. The man's palm forcefully held his head, his strong and sturdy body drew closer, firmly imprisoning him in his arms. A scorching breath entered through the gap between their lips, gently and mercilessly seizing the air in his chest. He didn't know why, but his thoughts drifted far away. He actually thought of the time in that world, when he was blindfolded and kissed by Gabriel. Logically speaking, he should be afraid. But why wasn't he that afraid? Was it just because he had saved him before, or perhaps, it was because this person's kisses were always gentle and restrained, never going too far, strong yet full of pity. Some things couldn't be seen or touched, but he could vaguely feel it in his heart. He knew that he wouldn't hurt him. He knew it all along. His heart knew it better than his mind. Even if this person was always provoked by him, he was always willing to let him spoil him. He had completely seen through him a long time ago. Ningyu gently let go of his hand, tilted his head and chuckled in Jiling's ear. "You see, it's not as hard to make a choice as you think." Jiling slowly opened his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. He really couldn't lie to himself that he didn't have feelings for this person. If he really felt disgusted and wanted to reject him, he could have pushed this person away just like he did to others, but he didn't do that. There was no so-called restrictions, no danger of losing his life, no threats, no deception. He still didn't push this person away, so he missed the last chance to do so. This was his heart. It was also Ningyu's heart that he wanted him to see clearly. But he was still a little unhappy. Why, after all, Ningyu had no intention of sharing a husband. He had said those words to test him, to force him to make a choice earlier. He knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to accept that kind of proposal. He pretended to let her think about it but stole a kiss halfway. "I was tricked again." Jiling glared at him angrily, refusing to admit that he had been tricked again. He proudly raised his chin, squinted at him, and snorted, "I thought about it, and I think your first suggestion is very good. You can make it Thursday." She stomped hard on Ningyu's foot and left with a red face. "Let's go." If we don't leave, we'll be embarrassed to death. Ningyu was slightly taken aback as she watched the young man run away. She stared at his back for a long time, her eyes filled with love, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. Jiling ran back to his dorm. Fortunately, there was no one there. Otherwise, if Wang Yixin and the others saw him like this, who knew what they would say? Jiling touched his lips and foolishly recalled what had just happened. Suddenly, his head fell onto the bed. He had agreed to Ningyu. From today onwards, he could be considered a person with a boyfriend. Wait. Didn't he say that he was going to go to university and get a girlfriend? Sure enough, the world was fickle. In short, Jiling was very nervous about his first relationship. Jiling had to go back with Ningyu. The three of them went to a tea house and sat down. Along the way, Ningyu held Jiling's hand. The warm and strong palm made Jiling feel less nervous. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him curiously. Ningzhen also looked at Jiling thoughtfully. Yesterday, he heard a piece of news. Someone was worried and told him that Ningyu was secretly dating a freshman. Although Ningyu had never been in a relationship before and seemed to have no interest in it, it was not a big deal after all. The reason why Ningzhen was worried was that the student was still an innocent boy. It was said that Ningyu would do anything to pursue the boy and even bribed his daughter, Ning Qihan, just to get the boy. It didn't look like an ordinary relationship. Ningzhen was worried that Ningyu would mess around outside and end up in a bad situation. After thinking about it, he decided to come and see what was going on. Ningyu was the youngest child of his father. His father only had Ningyu when he was in his 50s. He had been spoiled since he was a child. His brothers and sisters spoiled him, so he was arrogant and a little rebellious and eccentric. Fortunately, the Ning family was a century-old family with strict education. Ningyu always had a sense of propriety and would not mess around outside. In the past 20 years, Ningyu had always been reassuring. He would not bully men and women, nor would he mess around with men and women's money relationships. For example, Yuansen's recent affair was exposed. Ningyu would never do such a thing. In general, he was a reassuring person. Now, someone suddenly told him that Ningyu was fooling around with boys outside and that the boy was a pure and innocent student. Ningzhen inevitably felt a little worried. Ningzhen had already investigated Jiling before coming here. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was even more convinced that Jiling was innocent. This incident was probably caused by Ningyu. If he couldn't give Jiling a future, he shouldn't have gotten close to such a person and hurt his feelings. Ningzhen frowned, put down the teacup in his hand, and slowly said, "When did you get together?" Ningyu's eyes darkened and he seemed to be deep in thought. From the moment Ningzhen suddenly appeared here, he had sensed that something was wrong. It seemed that Ningzhen had purposely come here today because of Jiling. Who was the one who leaked this information? Ningyu thought for a moment and had a guess. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. It seemed that Wen Yan was a little unwilling, but he should know that this kind of method wouldn't be able to stop him, right? She just wanted to make things difficult for him. Well, for Wen Yan, this could be considered as being soft-hearted. He probably didn't want Jiling to be sad. Ningyu faintly said, 2 weeks ago. When Ningzhen saw that Ningyu was calm and composed, he was slightly surprised. If Ningyu really had the attitude of playing with others, how could he face him so confidently? Could it be that he was serious? Ningzhen found it hard to understand. Then, he became even more worried. If Ningyu was serious, then the problem was even more serious. This had never happened in the Ning family before. Grandpa Ning was a conservative person. It would be difficult for him to accept Ningyu being with another man. I originally planned to tell you about it later. Ningyu looked at Ningzhen and said with a faint smile, I just caught up with Yiling. I was worried that he might not be ready to see you, so I didn't tell you about it for the time being. Ningzhen revealed a surprised expression. He looked at Jiling and then looked at Ningyu. Ningyu's words were clearly protective of Jiling. Finally, Ningzhen's expression became serious. He said in a deep voice, Are you serious? If Ningyu really wanted to be with Jiling and treated their relationship seriously, then it would be inappropriate for him to interfere too much. However, had he thought about the future? Had he thought about the problems he might face? Ningyu looked at Ji Ling, seeing the nervousness in his eyes. Ningyu's palms slightly tightened. A comforting smile appeared on his lips. Then, he turned his head and said to Ningzhen, although I don't know what you heard outside, I am serious about him. I will protect him. As for Grandpa Ning, I will talk to him personally. You don't have to worry about it. From the moment he fell in love with the young man, from the moment he came to this world, from the day they reunited, he had already thought about all the difficulties he might encounter. There was no doubt that he had the ability and confidence to protect the person he loved. It was good that Ningzhen came today. It was nothing more than to solve this problem in advance. If he was not worried that Ji Ling would feel uncomfortable, he could have walked faster. The Ning family had never been the problem. Ji Ling's feelings were the problem. Ningzhen looked at Ningyu's eyes and pondered for a moment. His younger brother used to be a person who was hard to guess. However, he seemed to be more unpredictable than before. He gave people a feeling that he was unfathomable, and no one would doubt his words. Ningzhen had already believed in Ningyu's feelings. However, love was a mutual thing. There was one thing he had to confirm in person. He showed a kind smile to Ji Ling. Do you like him? Ji Ling thought to himself, finally. This was Ningyu's family in this world. Although he was very nervous and even wanted to sneak away at the beginning, Ningyu did not hesitate to confess his feelings in front of his family. How sad would it be if he flinched? He couldn't do that. Ji Ling looked straight into Ningzhen's eyes and said seriously, I like him. At this moment, Jing Sui felt ridiculous. He used to think that the youngster didn't love anyone, because the youngster not only ran away from himself, but also from everyone. But at this moment, he realized that maybe not. He didn't run away from everyone, he actually had someone he liked. And that person was none other than Ningyu. Logically speaking, this was the most impossible result, but the truth was in front of him, and he had to admit it. Jing Sui suddenly realized, maybe he had overlooked something from a long time ago. It was probably from the time when Gabriel kidnapped Ji Ling. He couldn't forget the scene he saw when he rescued Ji Ling. Anger, pain, and regret tormented him. At that time, he had no doubt that Ji Ling was hurt. But at this moment, Ji Ling's attitude towards Ningyu showed no fear at all, only trust and dependence. If Ningyu really hurt him like that, and let him be violated, tortured, and humiliated, how could he accept Ningyu? Even if Ningyu saved him once in his previous life, it was impossible for him to face him without any grudge. Then there was only one possibility left. This meant that when Ningyu kidnapped Ji Ling, he didn't really hurt him at all. The scene he saw was deliberately put up by Ningyu for him to see. Ningyu liked Ji Ling from then on, but he knew that with his identity as Gabriel, he couldn't take Ji Ling away openly, let alone abandon his career. It was only a matter of time before he and Ka Luosi found Ji Ling. So he deliberately beat Ka Luosi at his own game, and at the same time, faked the illusion that Ji Ling was violated. Although he had to return Ji Ling to him for the time being, he prepared a reason for Ji Ling to reject him. Jing Sui didn't know whether Ji Ling knew Gabriel's identity at that time, but he was sure that Ji Ling wasn't really hurt, but he deliberately pretended to be violated by Gabriel. Just because he didn't want her to get close to him. At that time, she really thought that he was hurt and blamed herself for it. She didn't know that in the eyes of Ji Ling and Ningyu, she was just a joke. It was truly a flawless cooperation. So, when did you know that Ningyu was Gabriel, and when did you fall in love with him? Jing Sui strode over. Ji Ling stared at Jing Sui in a daze. He stared at the other party's taut face, dark eyes, and the mocking smile on the corner of his lips. Ji Ling's heart instantly thumped and he almost wanted to flee. But Jing Sui had already come to his side, so he could only show a stiff smile. Jing Sui's thin lips twitched, looking at him with a faint smile. It seems that you lied to me about more than one thing. Ji Ling's face changed, and he instantly understood the meaning of Jing Sui's words. He remembered that he pretended to be violated by Gabriel to reject Jing Sui, but now Jing Sui saw him with Ningyu. Was he angry? He thought that he knew Gabriel's identity long ago, so he teamed up to plot against him? Ji Ling suddenly became timid. He thought that he couldn't take the blame for this. After all, the grudge between Gabriel and Jing Sui was not just a snatching of love, but a class struggle that concerned the life and death of countless people in the empire. This was no longer a matter of love, but a matter of life and death. This was a betrayal. He bit his lips, paused, and said, "I'm sorry, I really wasn't violated by Gabriel, but I didn't know his identity at that time." Xianxia looked at the young man's uneasy but clear eyes, and didn't doubt his words. He had no need to lie to her now. The young man's low voice was like a cool breeze, slowly brushing away the pain, anger, and unwillingness in his heart. "Forget it. At least you didn't lie to me about that matter. You just wanted to protect yourself, and never wanted my life. In the end, you're just a soft-hearted liar." Xianxia suddenly laughed out, and his eyes were filled with relief. In the end, even if he couldn't let it go, so what? He still couldn't win back the heart of someone who didn't love him. If he had fallen in love with the young man earlier, discovered his hidden true side, and caught this cunning liar from the beginning instead of heartlessly pushing him away and hurting him, perhaps he would have been more soft-hearted towards him? Unfortunately, regret was always useless, and blaming others was only a coward's way of doing things. The cause of the previous life was the effect of the next. Rebirth actually couldn't change anything. In the end, he only had himself to blame for all of this. Sometimes, people should know how to let go. Xianxia looked at him and asked slowly, "When did you fall in love with Ningyu?" Jiling hesitated for a moment, and actually, he couldn't answer it clearly. Xianxia asked again, "Was it when he saved you in the previous life? Or the time when he took you away?" Jiling pursed his lips, kept silent for a moment, and stared into his eyes. "That's not important anymore. What was important was that he didn't love him." Xianxia was slightly startled, and then he chuckled, "You're right. It really didn't matter when I fell in love with him, what mattered was that I lost completely in the end." Jiling felt that he couldn't continue, so he decided to leave this place ruthlessly. However, the moment he turned around, he was pulled by Xianxia, and she fell into his arms. Jiling looked up at him in panic, and at this moment, an angry voice came from the front, "President Fu, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to pester someone else's boyfriend." Yang Wei looked at them in shock. His mind went blank for a moment, and he even thought he was hallucinating. Wasn't his son in a relationship with Ning Qihan? She remembered that he was a cute and sensible girl. How did he become the girl's brother in the blink of an eye? It was like when a bride was about to consummate their marriage. She lifted the veil and found a man inside. It was too scary. Ningyu looked at the youngster's determined side profile. The youngster's serious eyes were sparkling. At this moment, a faint warm current seemed to wrap around his heart, slowly melting away the uneasiness in his heart. This child seemed slow and timid, but he was actually very smart and sensitive. He was really trying his best to make her feel at ease. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't regret it easily. Just like in that world, he was persistent to go home. Under the seemingly weak appearance was a heart that was more persistent than anyone else. He wasn't as fragile as he thought. He had underestimated him. He was far braver than he thought, and could face everything with him. On the contrary, it was the first time he truly loved someone. Because he was too cautious and lacked confidence, he lost his freedom. Ningyu took a deep breath, looked straight into Yang Wei's eyes, and said slowly, "I'm sorry for hiding this from you." Yang Wei looked at the two of them in a daze, and then looked at their hands held together. Suddenly, he expressionlessly picked up the rubbish on the floor, walked out, and threw it into the rubbish bin at the door. Then, he turned back and walked straight to Jiling. Without looking at Ningyu, he took Jiling's hand and went upstairs. Jiling was very nervous. He turned back to look at Ningyu, telling her not to worry, and that he would contact her later. Then, he followed his mother upstairs. Yang Wei slammed the door, and then stared coldly at Jiling. After a moment, he turned around, picked up the slippers on the floor, and was about to hit the child. Ji Shuasong was sitting on the sofa, leisurely eating fruit and watching TV. Who knew that his wife would go downstairs to throw the rubbish, and then hit the child without saying a word? He was so scared that he dropped the melon in his hand. He quickly jumped up to stop her, and pulled Jiling behind him, and asked fawningly, "What's wrong? Let's talk this out." Yang Wei pointed at the father and son with the slipper and said expressionlessly, "Get out of my way." Ji Shuasong smiled awkwardly. "Calm down." When Yang Wei saw that Ji Shuasong refused to step aside, he was so angry that he picked up his slipper and hit his husband. The two of them covered their heads and scurried away. In the end, he was so tired that his chest kept heaving up and down. He finally calmed down a little and looked at Ji Shuasong coldly. "Why don't you ask your baby son why he was beaten today?" Ji Ling hid behind his father, trembling with fear. Hearing this, he shivered all over. If he said anything, he would be beaten by both of them. Immediately, he lowered his head and dared not say a word. Yang Wei gritted his teeth and said, "This brat has really improved. Not only did he have a boyfriend outside, he even dared to lie behind our backs." Ji Shuasong was confused. "Isn't it just a boyfriend?" "What, boyfriend?" He looked back at his son in shock. His son had a boyfriend? A stiff smile appeared on Ji Ling's face. Looking at his mother's angry face and his father's shocked eyes, he quietly took a step back. Ji Shuasong was stunned for a few seconds before he slowly came back to his senses. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise, "Don't you like girls? Why haven't I heard you say that you like men before?" Ji Ling took a deep breath. Although it was an impulse to come out just now, he didn't regret the result. Some things had to be faced sooner or later. The longer he hid it, the more lies he told, and the greater the impact when the truth came out. He bit his lip, looked up at his parents, and said, "I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but I've seriously thought about Ningyu and I being together. We're both serious." Ji Shuasong was shocked. "What? Ningyu? The guy who came back with you just now? Isn't he your girlfriend's brother?" Ji Ling said weakly, "He's actually Ning Qihan's uncle. I've always been in a relationship with him, not Ning Qihan." "I've never said that I'm in a relationship with Ning Qihan." Yang Wei was angry again. "Are you blaming me? I was the one who misunderstood. You're not lying to us?" Ji Ling smiled sheepishly. "Not really." Ji Shuasong was shocked. "You're in a relationship with your classmate's uncle?" Ji Ling was speechless. Yang Wei and Ji Shuasong looked at each other and took a deep breath. They couldn't imagine that their good boy would do such a shocking thing. It completely subverted their worldview. Although they were angry, they soon became worried. They were worried that their son had been deceived. Now that they thought about it, Ningyu wasn't a simple person. He pretended to be polite in front of them without any flaws. Furthermore, he was older than Yiling. They didn't know much about his family background. What if he was a bad guy? What if he cheated on their innocent son? When Yang Wei thought about this, she became angry and anxious. She said, "Do you know what you're doing? How can you trust people who don't know about him? How long have you known him? And he is still a man." Ji Ling's body stiffened, and his shocked expression froze. The system's voice was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. "You didn't come earlier or later, you didn't come when I needed you, but you came now, you're as timely as always." Ji Ling chuckled. "You haven't seen me for so long, it's normal for the situation to change, right? System, is that so? Ji Ling, spit it out if you have something to say. Can't you see I'm busy now?" The system felt a little wronged, but when it thought about its host's current predicament, it couldn't absolve itself from the blame, so it coughed lightly. "I've already reported your reaction to the higher-ups." Ji Ling's expression finally froze. "What's the result?" "System, actually, after you left, we tried to restart that world, but the restarts failed due to repeated errors, so we decided to temporarily seal that world and let it evolve on its own. It wasn't until we received your mail that we realized such a situation actually happened. After investigation, we found out that the main characters of that world were too powerful, so they traveled through time and space due to their obsession. Since they had died a normal death in that world, we couldn't send them back to that world. The system thought that it couldn't bring those people back, so it carefully smiled apologetically. But don't worry, no matter how powerful they were in that world, they only came to this world with their consciousness, which is equivalent to reincarnating in a corpse. They don't have the super strong physique they used to have, and they're just normal humans now. They can't do anything to you." The system felt that its answer was a little perfunctory and unsatisfactory, so it was prepared to be criticized. However, Ji Ling was very calm, as if everything was within his expectations. "Ji Ling, it's okay now. System, question mark. Aren't you angry, or anxious? Ji-Ling, thank you, I'm already with Ningyu. System, the air was quiet for a few seconds. The system's voice suddenly shook the earth. What? You're with Ningyu? He finally came back to his senses and looked at the man who was hugging Ji-Ling. Oh my god, is this person Ningyu? What was going on? Ji-Ling's voice was calm. After returning home, I realized that I liked him too. So, the problem has been solved. You don't have to worry anymore. System, shock, how should she put it? Although she had previously felt that Ji-Ling didn't seem like a real straight man, he had been too stubborn and determined to go home. So much so that she had really thought he was straight. But how long had it been since you came back? Weren't you turning gay a little too quickly? The system's heart was filled with complex emotions. But no matter what, he could finally put his mind at ease, and the guilt he felt was reduced by a lot. The system said, that's good. I still have to bring the other hosts to do missions, so I might not have time to come here often in the future. Be careful. Ji-Ling, okay. System, I'm leaving. Ji-Ling, wait. System, is there anything else? Ji-Ling, thank you for coming back. The system was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, you're welcome. Ji-Ling, goodbye. System, goodbye. Ningyu lowered his eyes slightly, staring at the young man's absent-minded face. His eyes seemed to be in a daze, as if his mind had wandered off to another world. Ningyu didn't ask anything. After a moment, he saw the young man's eyes move and focus again, and then he laughed in a low voice. Did the system come just now? End of chapter 94. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.